And we are live.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This meeting of Ajax Council is being held electronically and live streamed on the town's website. All members of council in attendance are participating by audio and video teleconference, and town staff are available throughout the meeting if council members have any questions on the agenda. For members of the public watching from home, please bear with us if we encounter any technical difficulties throughout the meeting. Now call this meeting to order. Start with the land acknowledgement. I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land in which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas. More specifically, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action and acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. Does any member of council have any disclosure of pecuniary interest? No, seeing none. Now move on to my comments. Let me pull this up. I'll try and be brief. It's an honor to be back as budget chair, a role I'll be assuming for the entire term of council. This will ensure a consistent approach to planning and budgeting and council priorities over the next 4 years. Today's staff will be presenting the entire proposed 2023 budget to committee. I'd like to thank everyone involved in preparing this multifaceted budget. The agenda includes 4 reports, including a capital reserve update, a stormwater fee implementation strategy, a $28.8 million capital budget, and an $88 million operating budget. And the capital reserve update outlines the condition of the town's capital reserves and details a significant funding gap which council must address to properly fund basic and essential infrastructure. Our capital investment program is critical. We need to maintain and upgrade our aging infrastructure and keep up with the pace of growth. To this end, staff are recommending an annual 2% infrastructure levy to fund key reserves to make sure the right amount of work is done on our infrastructure at the right time to minimize the total costs we have to pay for these assets over time. And the stormwater report outlines an implementation strategy for a separate user fee, which was approved by council in 2021 to fund critical stormwater infrastructure and maintenance. Turning to the 2023 capital budget, approximately 50% or 14 million of the plan is focused on vehicles and equipment, roads and traffic and safety measures. Other proposals include 3.7 million on town buildings, 3.6 million on technology, and $3 million on trails, parks, and outdoor spaces. The 2023 operating budget, which covers day-to-day services, considers the impact of inflation, includes higher contract awards and utility costs, the annualization of new staffing introduced in the 2022 budget, and 30 new business cases to increase capacity and invest in additional expertise to respond to the changing needs of the community. This budget does not reflect the anticipated loss of revenue to the town due to Bill 109 and Bill 23. Staff will be monitoring and tracking the impacts of this new provincial legislation throughout the year. I'd like to thank the finance department, senior management, and staff for putting this budget forward and providing recommendations for council's consideration. Members of the public will be able to ask questions after each budget is presented, and the next phase of the budget process will be council ratification on February 27th at the next council meeting, 7 p.m. That concludes my remarks. I will now turn it over to Ms. Valentin, our Treasurer and Director of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at the agenda, were you going to speak to the 2 reports before I start my capital presentation?
Yeah, I would like to get those out of the way because the impact of those reports affect the capital and operating budget. So let's get those approved first. So did you have any presentation or do you just want me to open up to questions on the capital reserve status report?
Thank you. I don't have any presentations specific to those reports. I will speak to them briefly within the budget presentations.
Okay. Does any member of council have any questions? We'll start on the capital reserve status report. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Good morning, everyone. I just had a question for report 4.1, the capital reserve status report. Page 5 of the report that talks about makes reference to the town's portfolio of 46 buildings. So I just wanted to ask, like, are all these buildings fully being fully utilized? Are they in good working condition? And are these the types of buildings? Can any of these be considered for naming rights, or is that something different?
I can
Ms.
start to
Valentine?
answer that. Thank you. It's my understanding, yes, that all of the buildings are being utilized at this point. They will be eligible for a namings right. That's, I believe, Ms. Cruciano might be able to speak to. I think that that program is coming forward next year, but perhaps Ms. Cruciano would like to speak to that.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Bauer, for the question. Yes, all of the town properties are eligible for naming rights, and one of the items on Public and Strategic Affairs work plans for 2023 is to look at that portfolio and prioritize a short list of properties that have a value for the naming rights program. So what we will be doing is developing a short list in partnership with operations and finance to try and solicit some naming rights to offset some of the ongoing maintenance costs for those properties.
Okay, great. Thank you. That that answers my questions. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lee was next, then Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Building on to what Councillor Bauer was mentioning, so of all our buildings, do we have any targeted to potentially long-term or even short-term assist with our unhoused population? So it's a question we get often from constituents of, the town has X amount of buildings, why can't we do more to house? And I know we already have a shelter in place, but is there any kind of long-term plans to use any of our existing infrastructure for the unhoused? Not sure who that would go to.
Who would like that?
Through the chair to Councillor Lee, we are still working on in economic development our inventory of municipal buildings. That was a project that we started last year through economic development, and doing an evaluation of all those with the help of operations. Definitely can add that lens as part of that review. But we're still working on that project, and we'll be reporting on that sometime in 2023 through economic development.
Great. Very much looking forward to that report. Thank you, Chair.
Just before we move on, Jeff, can you follow up? My recollection is when we had that discussion and the inventory of the usage of the buildings, there was a couple that we directed staff, I think Nadia, to go and have appraisals done on them, being the Sundial Pavilion, I think was one, the Hartrick House was another one. And we haven't seen that. And I expected that quite some time ago, because throughout this budget, there's several references to like roof replacements on the Hartrick House, for instance. And so why would we be looking at making capital investments on projects that we might market, but we don't have that information? So you said sometime in 23. Can
Yes,
you be
sir.
more specific?
No, I can't.
Okay. When did that last report come forward from Nadia? It was middle of last year, I think.
Middle of last year, yes.
Mr. Tomasi, do you know when that report came forward?
That's
Did you
correct.
say?
That did come forward in the middle of last year, as Jeff indicated. It is true that that report did indicate that or I think the direction was for us to do some appraisals, and appraisals are set for a certain amount of time. So it is a project that we are working on, and we do have the appraisals process ready to go as soon as we're ready to bring it back to committee.
Okay, I'm gonna get into this a little more down the road, because to me it doesn't take 8 months to get that process done, and I have in my notes for this capital budget today to defer every item that speaks to capital on those projects, to defer it to 2024, because those appraisals aren't done and we don't know if we're keeping those buildings or not. Back to you, Councillor Lee.
No
Oh,
further
you were
questions.
done?
Councilor Chair. Yep, thank
Councillor
you.
Tyler Moore, you were next.
Thank you. It took me a while to unmute myself. My question is in vehicle and equipment. I don't know if I can speak to this, but I was just wondering, and it does fall under 2023, we have a multi-use tractor for $400,000, and then a trackless articulated tractor, 185,000 times 3, and then Boulevard grounds maintenance equipment. I'm just wondering, because if you add all this up, there's over $1 million in tractors. Could you just speak to the difference between a multi-use tractor and a trackless articulated tractor? Could one do them all? Obviously not. You think that we should get all these, but just wonder if somebody could just speak to that a little bit, please.
Actually, Councillor Tyler Moore, I'm going to ask you to hold that till we get to the actual budget. We're just dealing with the capital reserve status report right now. So
Right.
yeah, we'll be doing the
Yeah.
itemized step-by-steps once we
Okay.
get into the actual budget.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. And I should have known that. Thank you.
That's okay. Do you have anything further on the status report? No. Councillor Crawford, did I see your hand?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Any other member of council? I have a question that's in this. It also pertains a little bit to Councillor Tyler Moore's, but it is more relevant to this status report. Talks about the vehicle and equipment reserve and the current balance and the current funding needs per year. And I've brought up, I think probably at least 4 times in the last 4 budgets, why are we not looking at financing or leasing vehicles rather than purchasing depreciating assets? Buying a $1 million fire truck, or as all the items Councillor Tyler Moore brought up, is a significant drain on our capital budget. We could be earning investment income on there because, again, further on we speak about the 300,000 increase in our because of our investment policy, which is working very well. I just don't see the logic, at least without looking at it first, on debenturing rather than just buying these significant depreciable assets outright. And I've asked for it several times. I don't think I've gone as far as a motion to direct staff to prepare this report, but I haven't seen anything to stop me bringing that motion. Ms. Valentin, can you speak to that?
I'll speak a bit to it and then I'll defer over to Director Meredith, who oversees the fleet. One of your points, though, with regards to a fire vehicle, I'm not even sure that we'd be able to lease one of those. I'm not sure. They take 2 years to build and they're pretty special.
Well, no, debenture financing. So at the region, everything goes to the region. I see other municipalities debenturing grass cutting machines, which I don't necessarily agree with. But I would like to at least look at a policy where any vehicle over $100,000, for instance, I want to see that side by side, buy it outright or debenture it, and the rate of return that we would have on that capital staying in the budget, staying in the reserves.
Thank you. So we can look at the various options. Leasing vehicles typically does cost the taxpayer more because you have a carrying cost. You have stipulations on how many kilometers and the maintenance requirements, where now we have that flexibility to manage that ourselves. But I'll defer to Director Meredith if he has anything else to add.
Sure. Mr. Meredith?
Thank you, Ms. Valentin. With respect to the lease vehicles, it is something that we have started to incorporate into our operating budget about 3 to 4 years ago. We now lease approximately 10 vehicles on a seasonal basis, mostly for spring, summer, and winter, tied to our summer operations. When we started looking at a fleet utilization study in terms of how we procure our vehicles, there was a business case looked at whereby vehicles that had annual kilometers over or under a certain threshold, it would make financial sense to lease versus purchase. So we have been applying that principle over the last 3 to 4 years. And as I said, we do lease currently 10 vehicles within our fleet.
Okay. Now, that's not really the ones I'm referring to. Those vehicles I know are like half 3/4 ton trucks and things like that. I'm talking about the large expenditures, like a fire truck, like the $182,000 times 3 tractors that Councilor Tyler Moore referred to, like the $400,000 loader. We've probably got in this budget over $3 million of capital in vehicles, and that's about 6 vehicles. I'm talking about debenturing. I'm talking about going through the region, leveraging the region's borrowing power of federal money at low interest rates. And if a fire truck has 15 years of useful life to it, I mean, extending that over at least 5 or 10 of those years, while allowing that money to still continue to grow through our investment strategy inside the capital reserves. To me, I'd want to at least see that math. Ms. Valentin, I see other municipalities do it all the time. It can be done. I just would like to see us look at it at least.
Well, yeah, it definitely can be done, but what I'd like to mention is we do have significant number of fire vehicles, and you'd be debenturing practically 1 a year, and you'd then be taking on that carrying cost for all of those. And maybe if Mr. Burge can speak to it too, but I believe, our fire vehicles, we have a significant number that we would be doing that every year.
Well, let's look at okay, that makes sense, but let's look at something like a rec center, right? Obviously, it has a longer useful life. We debenture it. If you're a brand new resident of Ajax and you just moved here and you've never paid any taxes into our reserve so far, and you're able to enjoy that brand new fire vehicle, that brand new rec center, with that actually contributing to your tax dollars, right? If we debenture it, then people are actually paying for those vehicles that we need while they're here and while they're using them or have access to them, whether they need them or not. Hopefully they don't. That's what I'm getting at. Having a longer useful life, I think we should be looking over time. And I'm not saying we're going to do it, but I at least want to see those numbers.
So if I can just respond to the facilities, we do debenture the facilities we have. We do have debentures out for ARC, for the fire hall, for the ops center. So that has been our practice. We did change the debt policy last year because it was restricted to buildings. So we have opened that up, and this is something that can be reviewed.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit. I will bring that motion because I want to see this done sooner rather than later. I have voiced many times about having the budget approved before we do our strat plan. And this is kind of like that too. I do want to see that before we make those decisions. Through here, it's referenced several times about Casino Ajax revenues, and we're putting forward a 2% asset fee.
Infrastructure levy.
Right. I want to be clear though, like that's not going to bridge the gap. I mean, we keep referring to the slots revenues, but even I don't see that going down any further, but that 2% isn't still going to bridge the gap, is it?
Not the 2%, but over time, if we continue to build in 2% over the next few years, it will start to bridge that gap.
Well, the reason I ask that is we've got in here, it says that the current capital budget is funded for the next 3 years.
Yes.
Right. But that's only if we don't add a single thing to it.
Well,
over the next 3 years.
We review, so the budget is based on funding assumptions. So based on our general levy budget allocations, the lexicon revenue, Casino Ajax grants. So it could change each year based on if we're getting more funding. So looking if council approves the 2% infrastructure levy, that will increase our allocations to the reserves next year, which will increase the budget. So there will be shifts likely in the budgets.
Well, I guess, but at the same time, we're deviating from the percent. I guess we're not deviating anymore. We've increased the spending cap to 95%.
Correct. For 2023, we did increase it to 95%. In the policy that we brought forward at last council, we recommended a 90%, just to try and save, try and keep some of the funding within the reserves to allow for unbudgeted emergencies and over budgets throughout the year.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm asking is, since the capital budget is only going to be funded in full for the next 3 years, is 2% the right number?
I think it's a responsible number for this year. I don't think that it would be palatable to put a 10% levy. So the recommendation through this report is a 2% increase for the next 4 years, and then looking at a 1%. But as we complete the asset management requirements, the financing strategy under the asset management legislation, that should better inform us as to what those what that financing strategy should be.
Okay, and I don't think anybody's suggesting 10%. But what I'm asking for is if 2% doesn't bridge the gap, what is the number that would bridge the gap? Do you know that? Is it 3, is it 2.5, 4?
No, I would think it's something more like 10.
Okay. I just want to demonstrate for those watching and for Councillor today that it's a big gap, and we need to be very, very forward looking in what we approve in here and what we don't today. I think that is the end of my questions on this one. Anything further by any members of council? Okay, let's do these individually. Can I get a mover and a seconder to approve the capital reserve status report and recommendations? Moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Lee. Those in support? I'll see all hands. That is carried. Moving on to the stormwater funding implementation. Any questions? This will be Mr. Romanowski. I have a couple. I just want to speak to the $48 per residential unit. This might be to Ms. Valentin too, I'm not sure, but we've decided on just that fixed amount, but residential properties receive their property tax bill based on their fair value assessment through MPAC. Why are we using a fixed amount? Because there's some properties, we have some properties in Ajax with a couple acres and some properties that are 30 feet wide. Why are we having a fixed amount rather than just make it like a mill rate based off the market assessment?
So I can start with that, Mr. Mayor. The taxes that are based on the assessed value of a home or a property are more weighted toward the residential. So right now we're collecting 85% of taxes through the residential base. As noted in Mr. Reddy's report, it's less than 50% are actually utilizing that have that non-permeable surface. So right now, by having a fee, we're shifting that burden from the residents from the residential taxpayer onto the non-residential who have more impermeable surface. But I'll pass it over to Mr. Romanowski and Mr. Ruddy to offer more comments.
Yes, thanks, Diane, and to the mayor, and Mr. Ruddy's on the call as well. So the fixed rate of $48 is for the residential properties, and then the non-residential are based on a like a percentage of impervious surface. So the fixed number is fixed based on the feasibility analysis, the funding implementation strategy, the consultant's review. And really the idea of this fund is that the non-res fund the majority of the stormwater funding for the purposes of maintaining the stormwater infrastructure within the town. It's also a lot harder to measure all the impervious surfaces of the residential properties as well. So having more of a fixed rate for the residential properties and having a more open rate or impervious rate for the non-res with the option for a credit system to ensure that private systems are functioning properly is how the methodology was put out there. Mr. Ruddy, was there anything else that you wanted to add to that, to the information Diane and I have provided the mayor?
Yeah, sure. So, there were different options in the feasibility study on how to charge residential, including like a tiered rate, a flat rate, And we elected to, and the consultant recommended a flat rate for the residential, just because Ajax is so heavily, in terms of the number of properties, they are mostly residential properties. So it would become a really large administrative task to characterize every single type of residential property. Whereas it's not so onerous of a task to do that for the non-res, because there's a lot fewer properties and their impervious areas are a lot bigger and much more easy to characterize. If we wanted to charge based on assessed value, then we wouldn't be proposing a fee. We would just be, leaving it in taxes.
Okay, cut. We're not quite there. So I'm just dealing strictly with the residential. I get the commercial, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But we're doing it based on commercials impervious surfaces. If you live in a $4 million Deer Creek home and you're paying 20-something thousand dollars a year in taxes, and you've got a driveway that's 300 feet long and 5 cars wide, I would suggest that's more of an impervious surface than somebody over on, pick a street over here on a 30-foot lot. So what I'm saying is one is going to be overpaying, one is going to be underpaying, which kind of shifts the burden onto the smaller houses than the lower assessed houses versus, and I'm not saying you just add it to the mill rate, Mr. Reddy, I'm saying you use it like a mill rate. So if the house is assessed at 600,000, they're paying whatever percent stormwater fee. If the house is assessed at 4 million, it's the same, but it's obviously multiplied by a higher number is going to be more. That's all I'm asking is, would that not be a fairer way to do it? The same way you're doing the commercial, except for you don't have to actually make the calculation. But I think the tax, the assessed value kind of gives you an idea of, the property.
I would, through the to the mayor, I would say that when you're comparing the residential properties, although the Deer Creek properties or the rural estate residential properties might be larger, when you do the math, they might have the same amount of coverage on their properties when we're talking about even though the driveways might be bigger, the driveways are bigger in relation to the size of their properties. Just like driveways that exceed half the frontage of the properties within the more built up areas of town, the numbers could be the same from a coverage perspective. So they are the same, and I think it's equitable for the $48 to be charged. It's consistent with best practices from other municipalities when we did those comparisons. And I think what we're trying to do here is protect for a system that is integral to the safety of our municipality and the protection of all of the properties within the town. So Stephen, did you have anything else to add to that?
Yeah.
Piece?
Yes, in the feasibility study that we brought forward in 2021, we identified multiple funding options for the residential. And as you become more fair in the charging of that fee, it becomes more complicated. So based on our size and the amount of overhead we want to have included in this program, the consultant felt that the flat rate for the residential fee was most appropriate to kind of split the difference between ultimately being as fair as possible and funding the program.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a huge number. I just wanted to be clear because I thought that might be easier.
And if I could add through the chair, council has already directed staff to look at this through resolution. So we are carrying out the wishes of council, and we feel that this is the most fair and equitable funding strategy for the municipality to maintain the stormwater system. Fair
enough. Councillor Lee, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I think it would benefit anybody watching today, can we explain just in very layman's terms, what does our stormwater management system do? You know, like I think after all the reports I've seen, I absolutely have a pretty rudimentary understanding, but just like, can we just explain what it does? Because I think that's really first step.
Sure, absolutely. So, our stormwater management system is made up of everything from catch basins and manholes on the streets, which most people would be familiar with, all the way down to stormwater ponds and head walls. So, and then, the sewers that connect the two. So we have oil grit separators, which are like special manholes that filter water before they outlet to the creeks. The stormwater ponds, they let sediment settle out and again, clean the water before it discharges to the creeks, and they fill up when it rains. We get a lot of calls every time we get more than an inch of rain, because the ponds fill up, and that's what they're supposed to do. They fill up, they hold the water, they release it slowly, and it mitigates flooding from urban development. So we need to make sure that they function properly, because they have outlet structures, they have pipes, they have bits that can break, and when they do, they can overtop. A couple of years ago, the Rawson Road was closed because of a pond that overtop, and it happened because of weather very similar to what we're having now. It wasn't quite so mild, but it was a huge rain event on top of a frozen pond, and there was nowhere for the water to go except over the bank onto the road. So there's 60 ponds in town. Most of them are ours, some are still up for assumption, and some are private. And it's important that they function properly, because nobody wants flooding, obviously, and being a very a municipality kind of blessed with a beautiful waterfront, water quality is also very important, because all of our water ends up in Lake Ontario, splashing back onto the beach. So that's why we feel these investments are appropriate and important.
And it's not to say that, if I'm not mistaken, we actually have, even before this stormwater levy, we actually have a reserve currently, of course, right, that would service these stormwater ponds. Why did it take this long? So, for example, like when did we start figuring out that the money in reserves was not going to cover our 60 plus stormwater ponds?
I don't know the exact date when we
figured of course,
but we have been collecting into that stormwater reserve for quite some time through development applications like subdivision agreements and site plan agreements, and really that amount that we've been collecting, it was never really envisioned as like the silver bullet to solve our stormwater funding needs, but it did build a fairly large reserve for the number of years we were doing it. But then, pond clean out prices, they, get expensive. You run into contaminated sediment in ponds potentially, and it increases costs for disposal. And, changes in TRCA regulations for, working next to creeks means just to clean them out costs more money than was originally envisioned when these things started to become part of normal infrastructure. Okay. So, we started this journey probably in 2015, 2016 towards a sustainable funding solution. And, here we are now with what we believe to be that solution.
Yep. And just one more question. I'm sorry, Jeff, you had your hand up. Did you want to add? We're good. So one more question. And obviously, based on the report, we are not the only municipality doing this right now. That I think there's at least on the chart, I think you only compare it against relative size communities to Ajax. But across Ontario, I'm assuming other municipalities are finding the same problems that Ajax is finding and have implemented fees like this. And we assume then that other municipalities who don't have this fee will inevitably have to create a fee like this. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that is exactly what I want to know. Thank you very much for your information, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dice, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair Collier. If I may, I just have a comment to staff, and That's okay. And I just wanted to thank you for the work you put into this. And it has been a long, long time to make sure that we were doing it the right way. Nothing's perfect, I know. But I have to say it is critical, absolutely critical, that we have this strategy in place to, exactly as you said, Mr. Ruddy, to prevent flooding downstream, to protect our homes, and to protect our water quality. And it's become so evident with the extreme storms that we've been experiencing, which have really exacerbated the problem. And also it's been evident with, you know, the development that is happening. And I can tell you, particularly where there has been development on creeks and streams, that the infrastructure costs of maintenance and replacement after the development, as the development starts to age, is our responsibility on the taxpayer. So we really, really need to start strategizing with funding as to how we pay for these massive, massive costs. And I always use this one, and you're going to get tired of hearing it, but Black Creek, a small portion, $57 million to do some replacements and retrofits where they were experiencing flooding in an area that was well established. So, you know, the costs are significant and people need to realize this. And this is harder for us politicians to pull out of a budget kind of thing. And it's a more secure way of doing it. And I'm really, really pleased that it's happening. And I know it's been a lot of work, and I appreciate everything that's gone into this. So thank you.
Okay. Anything further? We get a mover for the report, please. Moved by Councillor Lee. We don't need a seconder. I realize this is GDC. I haven't chaired a GDC in a while. Those in favor? I see all hands. That is carried. Moving on to capital budget presentation. Ms. Valentin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just give me a moment while I pull up my presentation. Thank you. Can everyone see that? Okay, thank you. So today I'm presenting to you the 2023 capital budget. Again, significant time goes into preparing budgets. We started this year presenting the timetable to council in July. We asked requests for a council list of items to be brought forward and discussed and strategized through the budget. Senior management, finance review. We look at cash flow projections, funding, and all the projects. We start with the base of last year's budget and review all those projects for timing, for consistency. Today we're presenting the budgets to council for consideration. Then we will have the ratification of the budget on February 27th. And then to kind of complete the loop, we issue financial statements in June, July of the given year. So the capital budget is made up of one-time projects, mainly infrastructure, which includes roads, trails, bridges, parks, buildings, studies, and information technology. The capital budget is funded in a few different ways. So through our reserves, which we spoke briefly about with regards to the other report, but it's through general levy allocations, Ajax casino revenues, a lexicon, and then any funding investment income over and above the 1.281 million built in our budget would be directed to reserves. The budget is also funded through reserve funds, which include development charges, the Canadian Community Benefit Fund, which is a grant received from the federal government, as well as cash in lieu of parkland. Also built into this budget now is a stormwater user fee. We use debentures, external revenues. The budget is broken down into 9 different categories. So the project listing that we'll be showing you shortly is broken down by these various categories. And within those categories, there are subsets. The considerations that we've used in determining this budget Of course, we're looking at inflation and the rampant inflation that we've been experiencing this year. I will make a note here that the town actually, so the CPI or inflation rate year over year was about 6.3%. But the non-residential building construction price index, which is what we use on the development side, and that's what our development charges are indexed annually, actually recorded 15.6% increase year over year from September. We also look at the various studies, master plans, such as the strategic plan, asset management plan, Rex Parks and master plan, fire master plan. These all inform the budget. We look at supply and staffing constraints. Can we actually physically do the work? Can we get the product? Council's list of priority items, prioritization of roads projects that are based on our pavement management system. We look to mitigate risk always. So we're decreasing liability and increasing the safety to the public. We look at receipt of confirmed or potential grant funding that we could have. Growth-related projects, legislative requirements. We look to synergize with other organizations. So we wouldn't want to repave a road if the region is going to be putting in a new storm system in a couple of years, so then they rip it up again. So we try to ensure that we're working with the organizations to do the project once. We also look to funding constraints, various economic impacts, and the environmental impacts. New for this year in the capital budget, we've adjusted the project numbering. So as anyone who's familiar with our previous budgets would identify, we had a alphanumeric sequencing of project numbering. So it would be FIN for finance 001. What we found, there was a bit of confusion after the fact, after a project gets approved, because once we put it into our accounting system, it needs to shift from that alphanumeric number into, I think we had a 6-digit number in the past. We're now trying to make things consistent where we have built this number into our budget software and it will automatically transition into our accounting software. So the number will stay the same. What we've done here as well is identified the project number. So the first 2 numbers of the project number represent the year that it's implemented or being brought into the budget. So in this case, this project would be brought in or being proposed to go in for year 2026. So there are 2 different types of project numbers that we've had to incorporate, one for just regular standalone projects, and then we have another set of numbers, and the sequencing just differs slightly between the green section, the 2 green sections, the middle and the last 2 numbers. So for development charge, life cycle, and community benefit charge projects, again, the first 2 numbers indicate the year brought into the budget, but the program type is identified in these specific projects. And the list of the various project types are listed in the budget document in the executive summary. So just as an example here, any life cycle projects would range in that middle section from 0101 to 0800. Development charge program types would be 0901 to 0905. And then the community benefit type program would be 0950. New for this year, we implemented some maps in last year, but we've shifted a little bit, and we have implemented new ward maps. So they're for 2023 only. They include facilities, parks and recreation, traffic signals, bridges, and stormwater, as well as roads and multi-use paths, bike lanes, and streetlights. And I'll just run through really quickly for if you haven't been on the website, if you're able to go to capital projects, it's just going to run through. You would click on your ward. This is just a little simulation. You can zoom into the various wards, look at the various projects that are identified. There's a toggle. So you can turn off the various items or turn them back on. There's a search tool as well that in the upper right-hand corner that if you know the project, you just don't know where it's listed, you can type in the projects that's listed in the budget document. And it will highlight that for you. You could click on and zoom, and if you click on the project itself, it provides more details. And you can zoom in to get a bit closer look. So now, sorry, I just have to, think I have to go out of this to continue on. So again, our capital budget revenue assumptions were built in at the beginning. Prior to us completing the budget, we look at the general levy allocations, the funding received from a lexicon, the funding we'll receive through the Canada Community Benefit Fund from the Ajax Casino. We look at building projections to what we should receive from development charges and the potential grants. Financial sustainability plan also plays a key role in our budget preparation. So as discussed, we did have to increase the spending cap this year from the 65 to 95%. It's attributable to the 6 asset categories listed on the screen. So just a table or a graphical representation of how the funding is split between the various reserves. As indicated, 5.9 million from general levy, 3.75 million of slots money, and 2.28 million of lexicon funds are distributed to these reserves. So the stormwater fee that's presented also is built into the capital budget. So again, it's a flat rate to residential properties, and the non-residential rate is based on impermeable surface. So that is a variable charge. We estimate about $2.6 million to be collected in 2023 to fund both operating and capital. Approximately $655,000 will be allocated to the operating budget from this reserve or these collections, and just over $1 million is identified for the capital budget. And the balance that is collected will help to build the reserve and fund the backlog of projects and ensure that there's funding available for any emergency stormwater repairs. So our draft capital budget is $28.794 million, made up of these 9 categories. Graphically, there we go. The majority of it in vehicle equipment, as well as the road network. Whoops. As well, further breakdown shows that this particular capital budget has 57% of the projects are for replacement, rehabilitation, and maintenance of our current assets. 29% is allocated to new projects, and 10% is allocated to upgrades. And just graphically showing you how the projects are funded. So 14.9 million is funded from our capital reserves. We've allocated almost $5.8 million from development charges, roughly 4.9 million from the I wish they would have left it as federal gas tax, to be quite honest. The Canada Community Build Fund, a minimal amount for the community benefits charge, and then $3.1 million for some of our other reserves and funding. The Canada Community Build Fund, we are receiving $3.9 million this year from the federal government. This funding is specific and has stipulations on how it can be used. So it's for the rehabilitation of or new assets defined under GAP or for capacity building. The funding must be used within 5 years of receipt, and we actually have annual outcome and output reporting. This year's budget, we are utilizing 4.8 million. So some of the money that we have received within the past 5 years. And you'll see that the majority of the funding has been allocated to roads, resurfacing and reconstruction. There are a few multi-year projects within this budget, 2 of them being fire apparatus. So the pumper apparatus P45 was indicated in last year's budget. So this is the 2nd year of that project moving forward. And aerial apparatus is in this project, or sorry, in this budget as well, and that will be cash flowed over 2 years. And then there was a little bit discussion on this project as well on the human resource management system. So that project will take, we consider probably about 2 years to implement. So we've cash flowed this project as well. Just based on the capital reserve update, again, just a snapshot of the funding gap that we are experiencing right now into our reserves. And the new infrastructure levy. So many municipalities have already implemented this infrastructure levy. An infrastructure or capital levy is considered best practice in municipal financing and helps ensure funding is available to replace assets based on the town's asset management plan. So I've just listed a few other municipalities that have identified in their 2023 budget, the levies that they're proposing to bring forward and the dollar value along with those infrastructure levies. And from my research, none of these are new for 2023. They have been established over a few years already. So closing the funding gap, this was also in the report, just graphical representation with the levy. It should help us, as you see with the dotted line, to decrease that funding gap. So we propose to implement the 2% levy. This graph represents an implementation of a 2% levy over the next 4 years. For 2023, it amounts to $1.57 million. And I'm recommending that they would be split between these two, the vehicle equipment reserve and the building reserve. Then we would look to a 1% levy onward. But again, as I mentioned earlier, this will all be reviewed as part of the asset management financing strategy, and that is required under legislation to be completed by July 1st, 2025. So our next steps, today we'll be reviewing this capital budget and going through in detail the document. February 27th, it would be operating, or sorry, that should say capital budget ratification. And so that completes my presentation. Anyone having additional comments or questions can reach us at budgets@ajax.ca or onto our IMO page. And that is my presentation.
Thank you. On the presentation, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, at the region, I attended the finance meeting this week, and one of the concerns that were raised was the formerly known gas tax funding, whatever it's called now. There are a lot more people getting electric cars, and so the concern is they don't, because we were basically speaking about transit. But their concern is they don't know how much or how that's going to affect the amount of money that we're going to be receiving from that fund, because it's a good news, bad news kind of situation, right? More people are driving electric, less people using gas. Therefore, the funding for the gas tax funding could be going down. Is there any concerns about that from the town's point of view? Or has that even raised anything at all?
Through the mayor to Councillor Crawford. That's a very good point. We are relying on the collections of the federal government on their revenue they collect through the gas tax. The current agreement that we have expires in 2023. So we have been told this is a sustainable funding source, but it's reviewed every 5 and 10 years. And so they'll look at census data as to what municipalities will receive. So we should have an indication probably in the next few months as to what we are anticipating to receive. Of course, if the government receives less money through their taxes, it could impact what we're receiving as well.
So do we, there's a portion that comes from the province and the Fed, right?
No, it's all federal gas tax.
It's all federal. So is it only regional that they get the provincial?
Yes, through the chair.
For
The
transit.
provincial gas tax is just for transit. And
Okay, understood.
transit.
Okay, thank you very much.
You've kind of touched on why I don't want to see any more gas stations built in employment lands, Councillor Crawford. Not sustainable. Anything further on the capital budget itself, just on the presentation and the reports before we start going through step by step. I just had one, I think it was page 42 of the report, to do with the library, and we didn't get any report whether the library had a surplus or a deficit this year.
To the mayor, the library report on 2022 deficit or a surplus would come through after the audited financial statements are complete. And that is usually in April.
Okay, but in other years, Ms. Faisler, you've been able to provide a guesstimate on where you stand. Helps me in my decision making on the allocation for this year.
Yes, I have been able to guesstimate, but I believe that has not circulated through the budget document that has been through between councillors. I can provide you with a moment to look at that, but I would just need minutes to look at my documents.
Okay, and I'm having a lot of trouble hearing you.
Okay, I will best to fix that. Sorry about that. One moment, please.
Okay, maybe we can just move on and just put your hand up when you're ready, if that's okay.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, that page 42 is the operating budget document. So
Okay. Let me just find where I was on here. Yeah, I just was skipping through to my questions. So, okay, that's fine. We can get to that when we get to the operating then. So moving on, are you going to do the
Yep, I'll have
screen?
Chair Michael will share the budget document that was posted. It's posted on our website.
Yeah, we're going to start on page 19.
So
we
we
just work our way.
Project list, yes.
Okay.
Chair, do you want us to use the hand raise function, or you want us to physically raise our hands?
I'm going to be going back and forth. I think I'll use your hand raised for now,
Because I think it
I've got to be
orders
switching
us.
back and forth between
Right.
my other reports too. So under studies.
Sorry, Chair, can I ask a question before you start?
Sure, go ahead.
Are we going, because this is my first budget, so I do want to ask, are we going by section or are we going by pages?
Kind of both. Right now, we're just going to sort of start on page 19. I'm just going to go page by page for now because this is all one section. So right now we're just under studies.
Okay.
And
thank
then
you.
if you look at the 2023, 2024, basically questions will generally be on the 2023 column because the other ones are further out and we'll deal with those in those years.
But I can
and of
still
course-
ask them, correct? If I want to?
You can.
Thank you. Okay.
Yep. And
Thank you.
because we might want to move some things forward.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Thank you.
on studies, I didn't see who was first, Councillor Crawford or Councillor Lee.
It goes in order, I think. So whoever puts their hand up first will actually be first in your screen.
Okay, well, I'll go with Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. My question is around the traffic calming warrant update 2025. I realize it's in 2024. My only concern is that this, and I don't know what we're updating, please. My God, we seem to be updating this warrant on a 6 months basis, which freaks me out a little bit. So my only concern about this is that we are not pausing anything while we're doing this particular update. So can someone please tell me if this update is for 2025, that's like 2 years away. And I want to make sure that we're not doing anything between this year and 2024. Because there's not a lot of detail in this. So yeah, I'm a little bit freaked out.
Mr. Romanowski?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Crawford. No, we are still working on traffic calming. We are bringing an update to the traffic calming program to council this year. That was a direction given through council, through Councillor Lee. So we are working on that quite diligently. And this is looking at our current traffic calming program and our current facilities that we have in place, and any other council asks that we've received, that we've added to our monitoring program, etc. We have paused the traffic calming program itself until we do a full evaluation of the last 4 years of projects that we took from years gone by that we implemented last year. So actually new traffic calming facilities would be put off until 2025, but that doesn't mean that staff couldn't do one-offs as needed through the warrant, traffic calming warrant program. This would just be the next available update to do a full review of the traffic calming program.
Okay, so does that, sorry for, I don't want to belabor this, but just, does that mean that anything that we did last year will still be implemented this year? We're not doing it?
Through the chair to Councillor Crawford, yes, all 13 installations that we had in place last year, that they'll all be reinstalled this year and continue to be reinstalled as years go on, or not installed if there's a traffic calming ease within that neighborhood and another area has been opened up. But yes, we're going to continue to implement the sites that we had implemented in 2022 into 23 and into 24, etc.
Okay, I just want to say, Mr. Pendia, that you've been extremely helpful, actually. You've gone to every visit that we've asked you to visit, and I do appreciate your candor and telling me when I can't do something. I do hope that when you're doing this review, that actually speed bumps would be part of this review. I know you were the manager in Whitby when they were implemented in Whitby, and I know you were wanting to get through the winter to see how that panned out, but in my humble opinion, I hope my request is in there for that. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That is all my questions.
Okay, Councillor Lee. You're muted.
Always. Thank you, Chair. My question is in regards to the OP review for 2024. The question ultimately is the fact that it's already gone up in price from last year's estimate by $100,000. I don't think this is something we can move up to make it done sooner. So I'm just wondering why the sudden jump by 100,000, and then are we to expect another 100,000 jump by next year when we execute it?
Well, Councillor Lee, this was one that I was looking to bring forward to 2023, if possible. Mr. Romanowski?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Lee, I believe we may have already kind of addressed this question through you. The manager of planning, Stev Andis, is on the line. So if Stev, could you please address Councillor Lee's question with regard to the OP review? I think there's some other elements that have been brought into the fold with the official plan review, etc.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Romanowski. Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. The increase in the official plan review budget is a result of adding a comprehensive land use study for the employment land conversions on Harwood Avenue North from Rossland up almost into Taunton, that area that was recommended for conversion from employment to community area through council's support of certain employment land conversions, and then through regional council's decision on converting more employment lands than had been requested for conversion. The reason for that additional study is to ensure that there is land use compatibility and connectivity. It is a fairly large geographic area, and like our Other studies, independent studies within the official plan review for our intensification areas, such as the Uptown and so forth. We do need a comprehensive land use study to look at what land use designations and performance standards in terms of heights and densities we would be permitting in that area.
Is this something that has to be done at the 5-year mark, or could we do this at the 4-year mark?
So the official plan review is timed so that we initiate it at about the same time the region completes their MCR and receives provincial approval. So we will be initiating the official plan review in 2024. That we saw that as the appropriate time to start. The region will have completed their official plan, their municipal comprehensive review. As we know, they have released their regional official plan amendment. And without knowing the province's timing for approval or what exactly will be happening with the regional planning function, we are able to start certain aspects of the official plan review before it is determined what regional planning's function will be, and the province's approvals. The 4-year, the 5-year mark, official plan reviews are supposed to be conducted every 5 years as per the Planning Act. Realistically, it takes about 3 years to get through an official plan review. So the timing of 4 years, 5 years is really based on when projects are started, how long they take. So there's no real I guess timing specific with
Right. There's
regard
no hard date. You have to start or end it. So on that note, then I had the same kind of thought. Is what would staff think if we were to move this up in the budget to 2023? Would that be not feasible, or?
So currently, all of policy staff is really going to spend 2023 focusing on completing the comprehensive zoning bylaw review. We really do need to establish zoning permissions that are in line with our current official plan. A lot of that work has been completed. We are about halfway through, so it is important for us to complete that. We are looking at bringing forward a draft zoning amendment at the end of 2023, have that wrapped up in early 2024, and then start the OP review fresh.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you very much for the answer. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any other questions on the OP review before we move on to the next speaker? Okay, I'm going to follow up on the OP review then, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Henry, on the other subjects. So, Ms. Andes, we've, as a council, you said the OP review is going to be predominantly in the new area north of Roslyn. We've accelerated some of those, hopefully through MZO, and so they wouldn't be included in this review. If the province approves the MCR as they've put out right now, again, why would they need to be reviewed as part of this? Because I would like to bring this forward if we can, and but if we absolutely have to wait for those things, it wouldn't make sense.
To you, Mayor Collier, the MZOs that are being brought forward are for just a few properties within that larger area.
Right.
This land use study for that North Harwood portion will encompass all other properties. It is a component of the OP review. So maybe if I can ask for clarification, are you asking for that particular portion to be brought forward into 2023 or the entire official plan review?
Well, we just did OPA 71, I think, to capture or help protect us from some of the changes in Bill 23 or Bill 109 or whichever one it was, with regards to timing. So we're able to do that pretty quick and get that done. I am bringing a motion shortly to remove gas stations and self-storage facilities as permitted uses in our employment zones, because I wanted that done quite some time ago. We now have 4 self-storage facilities and a gas station on the way, which I don't think are good uses. So I'm anxious to get this moving forward. At the same time, I have a number of development applications that concept plans have been put together that I want to bring to council, potentially by MZO again on some of those lands because they're ready to go. So I personally want to see this OP review accelerated. What I guess my question is, and that would take up probably a lot of this. I don't expect the high schools to be changed anytime soon. We already know Grandview's going ahead. We already know the others, a lot of them are going ahead. I guess I'm just trying to understand if that's where it's going to be for the most part. I don't think it would be that big of an exercise. Could we move it forward?
So to you, Mayor Collier, in response to that, we do not have the staff resources to move this forward. It would displace continuation of the comprehensive zoning bylaw review, which has been displaced several times over the past, I would say, maybe 4 or 5 years. We really do need to complete the comprehensive zoning bylaw review. It has been a long-standing project. And having this piece be part of the overall comprehensive official plan review, it provides, it allows staff to provide a more comprehensive review of the town as a whole and how this area connects to other areas in the transition to the stable neighborhoods. It's not something that we have the resources to move forward.
Okay. And the comprehensive zoning bylaw review is underway right now?
It has
Or is
been,
that part-
yes, it is underway right now. It has been underway incrementally for quite some time. And we have made it a priority in 2023. All policy staff are on the project so that we can focus on it and wrap it up. It is a very large project. It has a very large portion of it is staff led. We do have consultants on it as well. And we do really need pretty much all of policy's focus on the comprehensive zoning bylaw review this year.
We have, I think, 30 business plans to approve in the operating, and some of those are new staff for planning. Would any of those be able to facilitate and help speed things up?
I will speak to that to the mayor. We've put some our business plans that we've put forward. We're looking at, and we'll get in this discussion later in the meeting, I'm assuming. But the business plans that we've put forward for P&D, we have 3 business cases, and they're associated with kind of our foundational positions in order to support the day-to-day work and to deal with, council, resident, developer inquiries, move faster from a complex building review perspective as we're getting into more mixed-use buildings, as well as a design technician element, which will help us do more visioning and design work around figuring out solutions associated with these different types of mixed-use developments. So yes, indirectly, although the business cases that we've put forward would not be working on the OP review, they would help in assisting the policy staff to be free from some of the more day-to-day aspects of our department and focus on the zoning review, which has been ongoing on and off for quite some time now, about 6 or 7 years. So
Yeah.
It needs to get done. We need to have the zoning in place, and that can also deal with certain elements with regards to your storage facilities questions, etc.
Okay.
So that's very important for us to get done.
Okay. You're telling me you don't want me to bring forward, or you don't want Councillor Lee to bring this forward, DOP review,
No, sir, I do not.
to be clear. Okay. Moving on, Councillor Henry, you were next.
Sorry, I wanted to go back to the traffic calming warrant update.
Sure.
Okay, so with regards to that, am I understanding this correctly, that there will not be anything new until 2025? Is that what I heard? Aside from one-offs, is that what I'm hearing?
Through the
Romanowski?
Yep, through the mayor to Councillor Henry. We're not anticipating any new fulsome traffic calming projects where we would have 5, 6, 7 big projects all bunched together in order to deliver out to the community. We still have our traffic calming program that we've implemented, which implemented this year, which was a culmination of the past 4 years leading up to 2022. But we will deal with traffic calming requests through council, through the residents, through council and the residents, through meetings out in the community, and run those requests through our warrant process that's currently in place. And if they are warranted, we can then understand what the budget implications would be, what the I guess infrastructure would be needed in that type of element, or pardon me, in that scenario or situation that we'd be trying to calm. I see Mr. Pandya has jumped on to the video. I didn't know, Deval, if you had anything else to add to Councillor Henry's questions.
Mr. Pandya?
Yes, through chair to Councillor Henry, let me be very specific regarding Councillor Crawford and your question. This traffic calming warrant update, I think we had initial traffic calming warrant in 2015. Then we basically updated it in 2020, and now we will update this warrant process in 2025. It has no bearing on the current or future traffic calming project. It is just about updating the traffic calming warrant, which gives us an indication, or which gives us the final conclusion in terms of which street is eligible for traffic calming and which street is not.
So through the chair to Mr. Pandya, I want to be clear, so that if I'm, because there was a lot of streets that I heard were canvassing where they're requesting traffic calming measures. And of course, we have to go through your department to see if it's justified. So when bringing these forward in the next 4 years, I just want to be clear, I'm not going to hear from staff, it's not in the budget, you have to wait till 2025. I'm not going to hear that, correct?
Councillor Henry, those requests will be evaluated under the existing traffic warrants that exist today. In 2025, they will bring back a report looking at potentially updating those traffic warrants, and any requests after that date will be under the new traffic warrant system.
So
there's
they won't
nothing
be
stopping you from submitting requests.
so chair submitting requests, but having implementation.
Well, the implementation will be added to, if it meets the warrants, to future capital budgets going forward. It doesn't go in the system and get done right away. The 13 or 17 that were just started and are underway now were ones from 5 years ago. It takes some time to get them through, but they first have to pass the warrant system. So this is an update to the warrant system. This is not any change to the process, right?
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. My questions have been asked and answered, and I forgot to lower my hand. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Henry, your hand is still up too. So if there's nothing further on the studies, page 1, Ms. Valentin, can we go to the next page?
Yeah.
I think we'll just go page by page, easier.
No. So scroll down. Yep.
Okay. Oh, you missed one.
Yep. It's going back up.
There
Okay.
you go. So under balance of studies and other initiatives. Questions, Councillor Lee? No questions? Okay, next page. Oh, hold on a second. Let me just go to mine. I actually did have questions on the HRMS.
That was my question too.
Okay, so you go ahead.
Just very quickly, this is obviously one of the big line items for this capital budget. Year over year from last year's projection, it went from 1 million to almost 2 million, I think, over the next 2 years. So my first question is, why was there not like a second year projection last year to kind of help us better visualize this? And then ultimately, what does this entail for staff? I think I roughly understand, but just for any residents watching, like, why is this important for the town of Ajax to have? Why is it important that we start the process this year?
Sure. So thanks for the question, Councillor Lee. I will maybe try and just tackle the first piece about the cost increase, and then I think Chris Walker, who's on the line, is likely better to answer the more detailed questions about the actual benefit of the project and its importance right now. As far as the cost increase, I mean, I don't want to minimize it. It's a big dollar amount, and it's a big increase from what was originally forecasted. Part of what we do, and I'm sure you've seen this with some of our more sort of like tangible projects, like construction projects, but we make our very best guess of what we think a project's going to cost, and then we refine that by doing things like RFIs through the bidding process. And so that's exactly what we've done with this project. So it was put in the budget with a price tag that we at the time thought was reasonable. And then having gone to the market and gathered a lot more information through a very intense process, I believe that Chris and his team and a number of staff in other areas have looked at like 12 different projects, got preliminary pricing. And as part of that, also tried to account for the staffing costs that are going to be required to actually deliver this project. So that's largely what's driving the new dollar figure that you're seeing there. It's just the reality of the market. And I think Diane would probably tell you, you know, it's better to have an honest number for what this is going to cost in the budget rather than going over budget and having to come back and explain that to council. So that's really where that comes from. The other thing I would just mention is that one thing that we haven't done very well historically is actually capturing the staffing costs of these projects within the capital project. We tend to sort of try and do them like with existing staff off the corner of our desks. And that's what causes projects like this to not be successful. So part of the IT strategy that we did a few years ago really stressed how important it was to assign adequate staffing resources to these projects and to fund them within the capital project. That is the best practice for funding IT projects of this scale. So I hope that answered the question, and I'll just ask Chris to speak to the second part of your question.
Yes, thanks, Nicole, and through the chair to Councillor Lee. So this project was one of the priority projects identified in our IT strategic plan that we did a couple of years ago for a number of reasons, and the capital detail sheet here does a pretty high level job of laying that out. But you know, the general theme of this is right now we have about 15 different disparate systems that aren't integrated at all that we use for human resource management / payroll functions, and that leads to a lot of manual work, paperwork, you know, the poor data, you know, a lot of emails going back and forth, those type of things. So essentially what a HRMS, human resource management system, some of you may know it as an HRIS. This is kind of a newer acronym. Yeah, basically this would bring together all those modules, to name a few: scheduling, timesheets, payroll, learning management. What else do we have here? Just absentee management, those type of things, all into one system that has the data sitting in one place. I should mention this will be used by every single staff person, including council would benefit from this as well. So I mean, that's really what it is in a nutshell. I mean, I could go into more details, but It's bringing together those 15 systems that we have, which could be anything from an Excel sheet to a a single use software into one centralized system called an HRMS. And again, I don't want anyone to think that this is just like an HR system or a finance system. This is a corporate system that literally every staff person would use.
Let me rephrase the question one more way, and I think I know the answer. Just want to rephrase it though. Any other large size company with about 400 full-time employees, like the town is, would they have a system like this currently in the private sector or the public sector?
I would certainly in the private sector. I can speak to just people I know and family members. They would. Other municipalities are going through similar projects like this. Some actually bigger in scope than this. The next step up from this, going a little bit off topic, would be an ERP, which is a whole enterprise resource project. But certainly, yes. The theme across all municipalities is getting rid of these disparate systems, having, I call it an ecosystem of one or as few products as possible that's managing all this data and information. And it really just makes life easier for everyone involved.
Okay, I appreciate the answer. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, you following up on the same topic?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So one of the struggles I think I've heard in the past from staff is operations will book a big sporting event. Economic development doesn't know anything about it to alert hotels and whatever. Does this system does this allow departments to talk to each other? Is that the intent for this? I know the HR component piece of it, but is there a bigger piece of it? I feel like sometimes we're all kind of working in our own little silo, and does this help to better flow information from department to department?
So through the chair to Councillor Crawford. So yes, so I think you hit it, that the latter part of your question there would be true. It does certainly information flowing from department to department, data being integrated. I wouldn't necessarily say it will make departments communicate with each other better. Wouldn't be the intent of this system, but it would allow departments to share data, crucial data together, kind of in a seamless workflow between two departments. Those type of things. And again, not to mention, I don't want to just beat on the data piece, but everything from scheduling. I mean, currently we have, I think the number was 61% of our staff who are doing manual timesheets, which then payroll has to manually input that type of stuff. I mean, that's major time savings. So I think that's the kind of workflows we're talking about that this system will be improving. But in terms of communication, hopefully that's more of a Microsoft 365 type thing, like Teams and those type of things.
Okay, thank you so much.
Ms. Valentin, you want that?
Thank you. From the finance perspective, right now, when someone is onboarded, there's a lot of manual documentation that happens. So there's a lot of duplication of effort. So HR would be recording those things and sending over documentation to payroll that then has to upload information. And there's a lot of back and forth if the information is not clear. By having one central repository, that information will be there, identified immediately so that staff can go in and gather that information. As far as payroll timesheets, each staff member would be able to go in and record their own time that gets uploaded and approved by their manager. So to avoid timesheets and things like that. So I do see this as a major benefit across the organization, not just in a couple of places, but directors being able to see, or managers being able to see if their staff have been onboarded and what that looks like. So I believe there's significant efficiencies that should come out of this and help across the organization.
Okay, further? Councillor Crawford, you good? Okay, Councillor Bauer, you same subject?
Yes, Mayor, it is. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to ask about So I see in 2024, there's also a line for the customer relationship management system, the CRM. And I know that's sort of outward facing, where this HRMS is sort of inward facing. And I don't know the answer to this. If there's any, is there any research being done, or have you done any that there's sort of an overall system that could handle both?
Sure, I'll jump in for that one. So, so to be honest, I don't really see an alignment between the CRM project and the HRMS system. The CRM project, as you've indicated, it's more customer facing. The HRMS is about like workforce management. Where we might see an alignment, though, Councillor Bauer, is between something like a CRM and our existing CityWorks platform. And just as a matter of practice, anytime we're going out and looking at spending these types of dollars, the first place we look is at what we already have, right? So we have a business need. We look to see if we have a tool or a platform that can already meet that need. And so that's going to be the first place we look when we undertake the CRM project. But just to answer your question more directly, there's really not much alignment between these two projects.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. That's my question.
Okay, I want to follow up on the same topic. So this is showing up as a new project this year, but I believe this is part of the IT strategy.
Sorry, are you referring to the CRM or the
No, the HRMS.
The HRMS.
Sorry, it's identified, Mr. Mayor, as a new asset under, it's not a new project. Sorry,
Okay.
just go back to the project listing. So it's identified under, just scroll up there. Under technology, we've identified it as new, but it's new software.
Okay. So is it part of the IT strategy?
Yes, this
Okay,
was
Chris is nodding.
one of the biggest needs
Yeah.
identified within that strategy.
All right, I just want council to be aware, by approving this, we're also approving one of the business plans for 2 new hires as well. They go together, so we can't do this and not do the operating. Just want to make that clear. Ms. Cooper, please tell me there's some offsetting, there's some revenue savings in other areas by bringing in this software.
Absolutely, yes. And those will take some time to materialize and quantify. We've definitely done some research through Gartner about sort of the scale of those savings that'll arise from efficiencies. But I mean, some of the examples you've just heard from Director Valentin and Chris Walker about manual timesheets and duplicate data entries and things like that. I think probably more than any other software project we've ever undertaken, this is where you will find like large scale efficiencies in every single area.
Perfect. Thank you.
I can add to that.
Sure.
I'm not sure that we would recognize a lot of savings. I mean, I'd love to see that as well, but I know there's more being downloaded onto current staff and they're having a hard time managing that workload. So the more efficient processes will help, with the new legislation that comes on. So for example, the implementation of OMERS for all staff. So these are all things that are being added on. So right now, our workload is considerable. So any efficiencies we would look for that would help to streamline our processes.
Yep. Anything else under technology? Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Mayor. So in regards to the fire and emergency services, which is obviously an extremely important umbrella at the town of Ajax, and the $1.2 million for the replacement of the current radio equipment. It says here that it's 80 portable radios. Obviously, if I did the math on that, that's $15,000 per radio. But then I see that there's 2 intrinsically safe batteries for each radio. And then I also see that the repeater systems. So I just wondered, for the people that are listening at home, and for myself and my council colleagues, if you could just speak to that. It's a very large number, 1.2 million. Always want the fire to be up to speed, but just could somebody speak to that and maybe the extras on top of the actual radios? Hopefully I'm wording that properly. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Warren. Thank you for the question. In relation to the radios, these are the actual portable radios that the firefighters use on the apparatus, as well as the training division uses. When you're looking at the cost of these radios, presently we're looking at approximately $10,500 for the radios. That's an approximate cost because there are different vendors that are available that we're looking at for these radios. There is also a new standard for NFPA 1802, and that's why we're making sure we're putting this through now, because if we wait, the updated radios are projected to almost double in cost. So we want to make sure we purchase these now rather than get the 1802 radios that are going to replace these, because it's going to be quite a bit of a cost savings there. When you're talking about the intrinsically safe batteries, what that means is you can take those batteries and those radios into an environment that could possibly be explosive. So that's why they have to be certified to be intrinsically safe. Now, in relation to repeater systems, there are areas of the town where our radio system will not reach. For instance, the water plant that's underground, things like that, or other buildings that we have throughout the municipality. And what we have is a repeater system in our command car and our backup car that allows us to go off of what's called a simplex channel that basically allows better radio penetration on scene. Hopefully that answered some of your questions.
Yes, and the scope of your job is just incredible. It really is incredible whenever we speak with you. So I really appreciate your insight. One last question. So with the residential intensification we have coming and some of the projects that's seeing very, very tall buildings, would this also be, jive with that as well, like something that we do need moving forward?
Yes, it would. And we have found, so this is sort of being dealt with through the chair, sorry, to Councillor Tyler Moore. This is sort of being dealt with in two ways. For new site plan reviews, we're requiring buildings to put in their own repeater systems for any new site plans that are going forward through the stream from 2019 forward. And for ones that are already in place or site plans that were approved before then, that's where we would use the radio repeater system where we have gap areas. It mainly seems like it's more so in the basements of these facilities or parking garages.
Right. Okay, good answers. Thank you so much, Chair, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I have some follow-ups. Are your questions, Councillor Lee, on the same? No. All right, I'll just quickly, Acting Chief Burge. The Regional Next Gen project, were we coordinating with them at all? Because it would kind of make sense that these radios work sort of seamlessly across all the region.
Yes. Through the chair to Mayor Collier, we do coordinate with the Regional Radio Committee dealing with the radio system. And when it comes to whatever radios we're looking at, we have to ensure that they can be programmable to the system. Presently, we know there's two manufacturers that do work on the system that the regional sort of radio techs have worked with, and that's presently Motorola and Harris.
Okay, and is this an item that was identified under the Fire Master Plan?
It was not identified under the Fire Master Plan. These radios were purchased in 2014, and basically what we've had is we're in a situation where the batteries now are no longer lasting that long, and to get certified intrinsically safe batteries for those our present radios, you can't get them anymore. So we're down to 60 spare portable batteries, and our batteries are only lasting approximately 3 to 6 hours before they have to be changed out. So we run into issues where we're at a scene long term or overnight at a scene where you're having to swap out batteries.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, you are next.
Thank you, Chair. We've moved on to the technology portion. So I wanted to ask about, the OLA replacement 230-10306. And just, if I'm not mistaken, OLA is like our internal intranets for employees to kind of get information going on in the town. Is this more of a want to have as opposed to a need to have?
Who would like this?
Through the chair, I can answer this question for Councillor Lee. So Councillor Lee, OLA, I wouldn't say is necessarily a want to have, it's more of a need to have. Unfortunately, the current intranet site was built in 2014, and the current technology is extremely dated from that. So therefore, IT and corporate communications are very limited in the updates and enhancements we can make it useful for staff. Industry standards do indicate that a website should be updated at least every 5 years. So as you can see, from 2014 to now, we're almost double that. And with the change of COVID-19 and the way we do business, with more staff working from home, hybrid model, it is extremely important to be able to share information with staff easily.
I have a hard time reconciling it. What kind of information would you need to send, like, to the entire town staff that couldn't be done via an email, via any sort of other means that I know people checked it. Again, I know, saying this from the lens that obviously no one in council really uses Ola. So it's just like, yeah, can you kind of walk me through that?
Yes, absolutely. So we do also provide information to staff via broadcast emails. We would actually prefer to be housing more of that information on solely Ola rather than bombarding staff with broadcast emails almost daily with corporate updates or initiatives or policies. Ola isn't just for information sharing, however. Ola, we also houses many of our tools and applications, such as our current HR software. So if staff are booking off vacation, sick time, other softwares such as FMW, booking of electronic signs, just to name a few there. Our internal job postings are also included on Ola, as well as other organizational information such as departments, who does what, IT bulletins of things that are coming down the pipe to staff, and then also just general information sharing, such as opportunities to be involved in, let's say, social committee activities or other staff initiatives. So it's not just about sharing information, but it does have quite a few tools.
Well, a lot of what you're saying, wouldn't that have to be connected to the new HR management system that we are currently going to or not approve in this budget? Isn't this something you want the HRMS to be done first and then we can update Ola? Like, wouldn't that seem like a more logical progression? I'm not sure if that's something you can answer or.
Chris Walker is also on the call and he might be able to help answer that as well.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Lee. It's an interesting question. That's really my answer. Like, the two aren't the same. Like, they aren't one and the same. Like, the HRMS would be a system that is used by all staff for all the HR and payroll related needs. Ola, again, as Ms. Jarvis mentioned there, it's more of like a staff communication center for news and notes and those type of things. So I wouldn't necessarily say that they are dependent on each other in any way. Could the HRMS have some sort of messaging system and those type of things? Yes. But again, it would probably be more focused on HR related stuff and wouldn't cover the other needs of Ola.
I'm not saying necessarily covering the needs, but wouldn't some of the information or the updates? I guess what I'm saying is, I'd hate to see us pay $75,000 now. We do the HRMS system over the next 2 years. Then we find out, oh yeah, there's certain parts that aren't speaking to the new iteration of Ola. We need another 15, 20 grand to fix it. I'd rather kind of do it at once as opposed to piecemeal. So will the HRMS affect Ola at all in terms of the creation of an updated Ola?
Okay. Through the chair, I understand better now. So no, it won't, and that would be part of our evaluation. That's something we're doing now. Like, everything, we look how everything affects everything else. So the simple answer is no. I don't see how one would affect the other, like through our evaluation and how we're going to be launching the two. I mean, if we get approval to do both, they'll be done in parallel, and we'll have our IT projects team looking at both. So we'll be able to, if there ever was something that was going to overlap, we'd be able to catch it and not spend that extra money.
Okay, thank you for the answer. This was never really identified in any of the previous budgets, if I'm not mistaken. Like, this wasn't forecasted. So I could be like, the black hat to town staff right now, but I'd like to we move this to at least 2024, where at least the first half of our HRMS update will be done, and we can better see how that can communicate with Ola. And, I don't think the 1 year in waiting is going to impact inter-staff communication, in my opinion. So I think I'm going to put that motion forward, Chair. Sorry, is that how we're doing this, or you want to do it at the end?
Yep, that's fine. Your amendment is on the floor.
Thank
So
you.
questions on the amendment to move the OLA replacement from 2023 to 2024, or the capital line item. Any questions or comments? Those in favor of the amendment? Okay, that's everybody. That carries. Councilor Lee, you still have the floor.
No further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you, Councillor Lee, for talking about the OLA upgrade. I had a similar question about that because I also see that it's a line item for 2026 to 2032 for another 75,000. So just a comment on that. But my question is about the first item under upgrades, the JDE upgrade. And I just want to be clear on what exactly that is, because it doesn't really explain it on the sheet.
Thank you. I'll just ask Chris Walker to answer that question.
Thank you.
Sure, through the chair to Councillor Bauer. So JDE stands for JD Edwards, and that's our financial software. So probably the most key software we have at the corporation. So really what this is a upgrade to the infrastructure of it, because the infrastructure it's sitting on, and when I say infrastructure, I'm talking about the servers in particular, the operating system, it's getting dated. So what this project would be moving our current JD Edwards system onto an updated, more efficient, secure system.
Okay, and then
Infrastructure, sorry, yeah.
Okay, so then that's an upgrade. And then do you foresee any future changes, again, related to HRMS or any other replacement need for that?
So through the chair, Councillor Bauer, so we are currently assessing our financial system right now. It's not in scope of what the HRMS is, other than the payroll piece, which I mentioned. But the financials is a whole different system that we are currently looking at, and what we're going to be doing down the road with JD Edwards. So that I made reference earlier to an ERP, a little bit out of turn, but that's what it would. That's when you'd be looking into a bigger system that encompasses HR, finance, and that's what they typically call an ERP, which is a much bigger project. So until that time that we finish that assessment and seeing, if JD Edwards is currently meeting our needs, we wouldn't be bringing anything else forward, but we very well could be in the future, for sure, through the budget process, for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for explaining that.
Yeah.
That's
Councillor Henry.
Thank you. I'd like to ask about two line items here, which are the antivirus software upgrade and the firewall. And I noticed that they're projected further down the road, but I would like to know when's the last time both of these have been updated, especially with cyber attacks. That's my
Through the chair to Councillor Henry. So you'll see them down the road because we just recently upgraded them. So actually the firewall upgrade is happening right now. And antivirus was last year. So traditionally what we've done is every 4 to 5 years, depending on the system, we will include a item in the long range forecast for that upgrade down the road. So that's why you're seeing that.
So antivirus happened in 2022, and the firewall upgrade is happening currently in 2023, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And the firewall upgrade, I mean, of course, nothing's absolute, but I mean, it's the best that we have right now to protect us from the cyber attacks that so many are facing, including school boards. Have we had any can I ask that in this meeting, or does that have to go into in camera? Have we had any attacks?
Well, I'm just going to step in for a second. This is already and is going to be a very long meeting. And you're talking about items that are in the 2026 to 2032 timeframe. So I just want to try and bring it back on course a little bit to the 2023-24, because this is, you know, that number and what's going to happen in 5 years, we really don't know.
I do have to ask some of these questions, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. I will try to keep it short.
Okay.
I'll leave it with that right now, but thank you.
Further? Nancy, on any of the other things?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crawford.
Sorry, my question was similar to Nancy's and has been answered, but I do think that it's relevant because we need to know when the last upgrade was, because 5 years from now, anything can happen. As somebody who has been recently cyber attacked, I understand in a small form, what a huge inconvenience it has been for me over the last month. So I think that the question is relevant, and as long I'm satisfied with the fact that we've just recently had one, because 5 years from now there's a lot of things that can happen. So I disagree that it's not relevant, but that was my question.
No, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying it's not relevant. I was just suggesting that it's too far out in the future for us to spend a lot of time on it today. But maybe it's something to contact Chris about afterwards and get an update on the IT strategy. I saw Ms. Valentin, your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So just for council and public's awareness, we are constantly evaluating, and Chris Walker can speak to this as well. We are managing all of our systems, our cyber. So that is something that's top of mind. And if there is a requirement to bring something forward into an earlier budget, then we would definitely look to do that.
Yeah, through the chair. So absolutely, these systems we have, you don't just put them in place and leave them. Like, they are constantly updated. The vendors we have push out updates, we update them. So it's not like, again, that we put them in and they just sit there. It's really that 4 or 5 year mark is when we'll do a thorough evaluation of whether or not they're meeting our needs and if we should be looking at another system. So I hope that maybe puts some minds at ease. They're not just kind of set it and forget it. They're constantly being updated. Yeah.
And that's good. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, further on technology. Okay, let's scroll down to page 22. On town buildings, studies, other initiatives, and replacement. Questions? Okay, seeing no hands, I have a couple. I want to talk about the Rotary Park Pavilion feasibility study and the St. Andrews feasibility study. First, we've just undergone a recreation master plan. And I got to assume that both those buildings were looked at and analyzed throughout that recreation master plan. I'm not understanding why we have to go back and spend $120,000 now on feasibility studies. Please.
Oh, sorry, Dave, do you want to grab this one?
I can start and just make reference to each of the studies in terms of how they're referenced in the Recreation and Parks Master Plan and sort of what the thought process is moving forward. First of all, with respect to Rotary Park, when we look at Rotary Park, it's something that we've identified in terms of doing a feasibility study for a number of years based on, you know, the expanded use, the change in use that we've experienced, and the volume of people that we have sort of in the Rotary Park area, in principle, as it relates to washrooms and concessions. When the original building was constructed, the washroom amenities that were provided are far less than what the current needs are. One of the principal components of this feasibility study will be looking at how we utilize the Rotary Park Pavilion in terms of the allocation of space. So it'll look to increase washrooms, increasing the accessibility for washrooms down at Rotary Park, and also look at the opportunities to expand and enhance the concession offerings that are currently provided down there. So basically, we feel that the Rotary Park Pavilion itself has outgrown its originally intended use and needs to be updated to respond to the current needs. The second relates to the Seniors Community Center. That was identified from a priority perspective in terms of looking at opportunities to respond to the older adult community and the need to expand and provide services to this group. One of the opportunities that this will look at and was referenced in the Rec and Parks Master Plan was the potential to connect the existing seniors building with the gymnasium and what opportunities that may present. So the feasibility study will look to respond to the needs of the older adults community that was referenced in the Rec and Parks Master Plan. So Chris, I don't know if you've got anything that you wish to add to that.
Just on the Rotary Park Pavilion, I'll just add, in addition to what Director Meredith added, the Rotary Park Pavilion is one of our busiest, if not the busiest, satellite facilities, and was constructed at a time where the usage at Rotary Park and our lakefront looked a lot different than it is today. And the current building, the current infrastructure that is present isn't meeting the needs of the users down there. We heard that very loud and clear through the Recreation Parks Master Plan process. And looking at the feasibility study for both those, there's a lot of recommendation for recreation coming out of there.
Okay, so we also have in this budget for 2024, 150,000 for a waterfront management plan. And what would that look at? That's not going to look at the Rotary Park pavilion. That's not going to look at the Carruthers. I saw Carruthers in here somewhere, but that's not going to, like, last year we had staff look at all the buildings and put together, I think it was June of last year, how much use these buildings were getting. And I understand we're coming out of COVID, but there was a number of buildings identified that didn't have a lot of use. So I'm glad to hear that Rotary has a lot of use. I don't know that Carruthers has a lot of use. And I tend to agree that we could probably do much better things down there to attract more people. But the problem is the residents are not going to be happy if we want to go put a restaurant down there instead of a concession stand, for instance, or a cafe or something that people can actually stop and get a cappuccino in there for their walks and things like that. I would love to see stuff like that. But I see us bringing forward a report looking at things like that and the people that live down there not supporting it. So having gone to the Recreation Parks Master Plan, which I'm sure looked at these buildings somewhat, what was the direction on that before we spend another 20,000 looking at what else we can do with them? And does any of that cover off with the waterfront management plan that's next year?
So there's a couple of...
Go ahead, Dave.
So a couple of things as it relates to the waterfront management plan. So the Rotary Park feasibility study would feed into the waterfront management plan. There's a number of components that need to be, in our minds, updated. The last waterfront management plan was approved by council in 2005. Since that time, there's been a number of initiatives that have occurred. We've obviously constructed the Carruthers Marsh Pavilion. We've acquired the lands just north of the Hornung property. Hold
on, go back a second. You've acquired the lands north of the Hornung property? Oh, the north, not the Hornung property.
Not the Hornung property, the lands north of it. We completed the shoreline improvement strategy. We are currently doing the work along the protection of the shoreline in Lake Ontario. We've added other pieces of infrastructure as well. So there's a number of things that we've implemented, and it's not been necessarily consolidated or coordinated. There are opportunities in terms of some of the recommendations that have made in the Rec and Parks Master Plan, specifically not relating to the Carruthers Marsh Pavilion, but the parklands surrounding or adjacent to it, and some of the opportunities that presents to make and meet some of the community needs from a recreational perspective. So there are, in our minds, probably 7 or 8 elements that would sort of feed into the waterfront management plan, not to mention the fact that we've now implemented a waterfront parking program and how the waterfront is actually being used. So there are a whole host of initiatives that have taken place over the last 5 to 10 years that would sort of be brought in under this one document, and then would hopefully lead for a vision for how we see the waterfront and the priorities along the waterfront over the next decade or so.
So
Chris,
just to kind of wrap it up, you need the Rotary Park Pavilion feasibility study to do the waterfront management plan.
It will feed into it, yes.
It can't be done as part of the waterfront management plan, because you're right, we got a lot of moving parts. We've got the shoreline one right now, which is nothing other than a few suggestions from TRCA. I was actually disappointed when we saw that a couple of weeks ago. I expected a lot more out of that, but I guess there'll be more coming. But again, it looks like we're having all these studies that, you know, this one's 150,000, this one's 60, does the other one 60? I mean, I think I would rather see a fulsome one, just looking at everything together. So they're all tied together, all looked at through one lens, and not trying to piecework a number of things together. Would be my thought.
Our comment would be that we'd recommend the Rotary Pavilion feasibility study being completed this year, and that the waterfront management plan is a separate project that would take place in 2024.
Okay, just to continue on that with regards to St. Andrews, we had a number of items 2 or 3 years ago, like the pickleball and a few other things. We actually deferred for a year for the recreation master plan to be complete. So we've just done the recreation master plan to identify what our needs are. And again, now we have to do a St. Andrews feasibility study after we've just done the recreation parks master plan. It doesn't make sense to me. And Dave, what you said makes more sense. You need the Rotary Park to feed into the waterfront master plan. But in this case, it's the opposite. It seems more like the cart before the horse for St. Andrews.
Sir, if I can jump in there, Dave. Mayor Collier, I think the St. Andrews feasibility study, the reason that is being brought forward separately from the Recreation and Parks Master Plan is that we'll look at the physical infrastructure of those two the two facilities and our ability feasibly to either construct those in a manner that makes more sense, or whether there's some sort of other options that we might have available in terms of how we would program that space and what kind of structure would be best there to support the type of programming that the seniors want. Part of the Recreation and Parks Master Plan, a wholesome look at the physical structure of that facility really wasn't part of the scope of the plan. But what came from that master plan was a recommendation to take a closer look at that physical structure of the building.
Okay, refresh my memory on the Recreation Parks Master Plan then, because if we were talking about a study to look at the Pickering Village arena site, I'd probably be all over it, because that's a site I thought we had identified through the Recreation Parks Master Plan as where the sort of seniors facility and that type of thing were going to go forward. We all went downtown to the Jumpstart. No, what's that called?
Launchpad.
I thought we were moving forward on some of those things. I kind of thought we had looked at St. Andrews, but that was not the preferred choice as per the Recreation Parks Master Plan.
To you, Mayor Collier, the Recreation Parks Master Plan speaks to the need for additional and upgraded senior space at Pickering Village. For sure, you're absolutely correct on that. However, it also further talks about the infrastructure at St. Andrews still continue to be needed. With the implementation of an additional senior center, expanded senior center at that village property down the road, that won't negate our requirement for St. Andrews Senior Center to help support seniors programming both in the South and Central Ajax, whereas the Pickering Village will likely be a hub for anything north Ajax. That St. Andrews Center will still continue to be utilized for us.
Okay, so I noticed an absence of any capital project for any kind of design or study for the Pickering Village arena site.
If I can just speak to that for a moment, you're correct in that the redevelopment of the village is identified as a priority, and I'm sure when we go into our strategic planning exercise, that will be a discussion in terms of it being a priority during this term of council. The reason it's not identified as a capital project is it's our intent to look at some form of public-private partnership in terms of the potential redevelopment of that site. And through that process, we would potentially look at issuing an RFP. So if we were to go through the process issuing an RFP, there's not a budget allocation that we would be looking to at this point in time. We would look to go through that process as early as this year or next year, at least start the process, gauge the interest, develop that long-term vision for the village, and then lead to ultimately a development concept. But at this point in time, we would see doing that in tandem with an RFP process as opposed to budgeting for a consultant to do a preliminary design.
Okay, so how would we cross the bridge of, we obviously need a new senior center before we would be able to even do anything with the St. Andrews Senior Center. So again, bit back to the cart before the horse thing, I think we really need to be identifying and looking towards a new replacement before we look at construction on the existing.
Yeah, and we would see.
Go ahead, Chris. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, from a programming perspective, as I stated earlier, we anticipate the need for both centers to support seniors programming. The village, of course, will support much more than just seniors programming, but obviously the seniors will be a significant portion of that. But ultimately, we would require both the Pickering Village and St. Andrews senior sites in order to accommodate for the programming needs currently, as well as in the future for our population, which, as we know, is aging in Ajax.
I agree. So I'm sorry, council. I really want to get down to the bottom of this, because I kind of feel that personally, we shouldn't be doing this right now, because I really think that we should be doing a more like looking at the whole big picture if we're going to be looking at this. When will we be seeing some sort of RFP or whatever on the Pickering Village site? Dave or Chris? I mean, like, I don't want another year to go by. We went and looked at Launchpad last year. I don't know if anything's come out of that since in the last several months, but it's a priority. You're right.
What I would suggest from a staff perspective is we will and are developing our work plans for this year and obviously for this term of council. Our intent is we understand that over the next couple of weeks, we will be engaging in our strategic planning exercise. And with respect to priority setting and what the desires and priorities are of this term of council, we don't want to predetermine, having not gone through that process yet, what the priorities may be. If this is deemed to be a priority as an outcome of the strategic planning process, I would feel confident saying that the process would start this calendar year, and we would put specific timelines associated with that. Obviously, we'd have further conversations as a senior management team in terms of the timing and advancement of that. But I guess we'll respond to those priorities once we've gone through the strategic planning exercise.
Okay. Councillors Crawford, Bauer, and Henry, are you following up on these studies, or do you have questions on others? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That whatever your name is, it's only 11 o'clock. My question is around the work that already was started at St. Andrews. I think we have torn up their parking lot, have we not? Or portion of the parking lot. Is that gonna get done? Are we gonna have a pickleball court? Like why did it stall?
So that project, we did have an issue with the general contractor. So we've had to terminate them for failure to meet their obligations. We've gone back to the second lowest bidder. We've renegotiated to have them engaged to be back on site at the beginning of spring to complete the project. So you are correct. The playground to the east was installed, and there was a lack of progress on the connection of the parking lot and resurfacing of the parking lot and the pickleball court, which will be priorities for the spring of this year. But it was an issue with the contractor.
Okay, so we're not going to see an increase for the budget on that, are we? I'm sorry, I didn't see that in there. Maybe I wasn't looking close enough.
Yeah, I'd have to double check with the project manager, in this case, Andrew Jackson, just to see what was negotiated with the second lowest bidder.
Okay, thanks, Dave. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Councilor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Yeah, thank you very much, Director Meredith and Director Vita, for talking about this. I especially think it's important that we go forward with the St. Andrews feasibility study, because although the Rec and Park Master Plan, has big plans for a future seniors, a town-run senior center and a Pickering Village Center revamp or creation, we have the need now. We have St. Andrews Community Center now, and it's in desperate need of some work to really service the club that's in there and the older age population that's there. So I'm happy to support this feasibility study in 2023. I think it's really important that we make this work for them now. I didn't have any other questions. I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Henry.
Chair, my questions relate to new replacement and rehabilitation on this page. Do you want me to do them now or as you bring up the sections? Because I thought we agreed that we would do them by page, but you tell me what direction you want me to go.
I was going to let anybody in that wanted to speak to these feasibility studies before I moved on to my next subject. So if yours isn't on that, I'll come back to.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. So my next was the Greenwood House Barn Flats Washroom. And I don't know if this is operations or
Sorry, Mr. Chair,
operations.
I think Councillor Dyes.
Oh, did you have one on the feasibility studies, Joanne?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
On
go ahead.
St. Andrews.
Sorry, your hand came up after I didn't see it.
And I do support this going forward. And I'm just, if you can just give us a general idea of how long you think a build would take if we're going to connect or add on to the facility we have. Are we looking 5 years down the road kind of thing?
I think
I know it's hard.
What we would look at is the feasibility study would be complete ideally during the 2023 season and presented to council. Should council endorse the concepts that are developed through the feasibility study, the next process would be to advance to detailed design and subsequently construction. So in theory, it could be within a two to 3 year period, but that's subject to council's approval, obviously, of the funding for such a project in the mix with other capital projects. So in theory, it could be under construction within a 2 to 3 year period, but it's subject to the budget process and the priorities of council.
Thank you. And I guess this question is for Mr. Vita. When you do this feasibility study, will you also be looking at how Whitby does their senior center? Because I hear that very, very frequently. Our residents here in Ajax compare to Whitby, and I believe that it is run by the municipality there. Is that correct?
Yeah, Whitby, through the chair to you, Regional Councillor Dyes. Whitby has a slightly different model in terms of how they operate seniors as direct delivered by staff in the city of Whitby. One of the additional recommendations coming from our Recreation Parks Master Plan was a seniors feasibility study. The reason why you're not seeing it currently in the capital budget, we have a staffing request for a supervisor in our recreation programs and active living section in recreation and culture. That portfolio oversees all of our seniors programming within the town. We weren't comfortable putting forward that capital project until we know that the staffing for that is approved, because without that supervisory staff, we won't have the staff capacity to oversee the feasibility study and any additional programming that would come from that recommendation. So provided our staffing requests in that area go positively today, I would expect to see us putting forth that study for 2024.
Oh, thank you for that, because I think it's important that we look at other models for this to be successful. And I know I constantly get questions about needing more space. So I'm really happy to see this on here. And I think that goes for both locations as well. So thank you.
Okay, anything further on the feasibility studies? All right, I want to move on to Greenwood. Who would that be? Mr. Meredith, Mr. Vita?
That would be me.
Okay. I see you're very happy about this.
I am.
You know, we don't own this property. We don't own this building. Yeah, we're going to spend $150,000 to design and do the soil testing and everything, and then to demolish the building on somebody else's property that we don't own.
So a couple of things. There's three components to this. There's the Greenwood house, there is the storage building out back, and there's the North Flats washroom. So from what I understand, although we do not own the land, we own the building. So there is the way that it's set up, how our insurance is set up, it is under the town's control with respect to the building itself. So each of these buildings or facilities really serve no purpose. They provide no support to town residents or operations staff from a maintenance perspective. They've been vacant for a number of years. They are prone to vandalism and don't provide any value at this point in time to the town. So we've recommended the demolition and sort of restoration of those sites. We don't have any plans to make investments into those facilities at this point in time. We did a building condition assessment of the Greenwood house. We're probably, or we would be into between $200,000 and $300,000 in cost to make it habitable again. So our position is, from an insurance and risk standpoint, it is best to demolish the buildings at this point in time, and that's the basis of the council has before them.
I'm not questioning that, David. What I'm questioning is the need for us to pay for it, because that building, I way before the town assumed the management contract of Greenwood, because I was there in the summer of '85 or '86. We worked out of there at the grounds maintenance at Greenwood, and it was MTRCA back then. And so we've acquired a building that now we have to pay to take down. And I just don't really have a hard time with that. Does anybody else have any other questions on the Greenwood building, Councillor Lee?
On that then, so if we wanted to build more parking, because that was something I hear quite often on Greenwood, is that, oh, there's not enough parking. Can we use this new space to create more parking?
Got to check.
The short answer is, so there, to Regional Councillor Lee, that is something that we have started to examine. If the house wasn't there and what opportunities there could be for additional parking at Greenwood. We knew, especially during the height of COVID, with the on-street parking and some of the parking restrictions along Greenwood itself, it presented some challenges. So we do feel that there may be opportunities, and that would be something that we would explore. I know through conversations we've had with our design team that we've started to look at how we could better utilize that space if a house did not exist there.
So in theory, we could get more parking at Greenwood.
In theory, we could. There's not been a design completed at this point in time.
Very good. I will try to add it to next year's budget then, because I think it's a priority. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Crawford, your questions on the Greenwood?
Yeah.
Items? Go ahead.
Dave, I spent a lot of time in Greenwood. Where is this?
So you know where the house is?
Yeah.
Okay. When you come in
Greenwood Road meets Greenwood Road, or whatever.
Oh, I come in off Church Street, so I don't go that way. So it's at the front entrance part?
Yeah.
It's closer to the front entrance. It's just north of the main entrance into Greenwood. And then the North Flats are, well, the north part of the Greenwood Conservation Area itself, and it's an abandoned washroom that hasn't been in use for a period of time. And then there's a storage building, which is like an old barn, which is closer to the house. Okay.
So, Councillor Lee asked about converting some of the properties that we own into shelters or perhaps a transitional housing kind of unit. Is this anything that we could offload to the region? and have them used for that kind of purpose? Just asking. I'm just asking.
Yeah, and I'm not sure from a locational standpoint if Greenwood is the best location, just in terms of, you know, it is a pretty
know,
isolated
services.
location. It doesn't have a lot of services around it that
Right.
would be available. So I'm not sure that it would be the best location.
Okay.
But no, we've not had the conversations with the region in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Further on that item? Okay, my last ones are the MCC community room renovations. I just wonder, well, which is community room 2, please? Probably Mr. Vita.
Yeah, to you, Mayor Collier, Community Room 2 is the space that was formerly housed by North Ajax Rehab when you walk into MCC just to the right of the entrance. The reason we're renovating it is due to the library makerspace going into our former Community Room 1. That's taken that community room space offline. So we're reacquiring Community Room 2, which will effectively be that other community room space at McLean Center.
Okay, well, this is also a new addition for this year.
Yes, so as a result of the makerspace, Community Room 1 is offline. So that's no longer available for town programming, for rental, or any of our other usage. And it's a well-utilized space, which is again why we need to reacquire that CR2.
Okay. On the next one, I'm not even gonna bother with questions. I'm just gonna move that this item be moved out to 2024, the roof replacement, Rotary Park, Hartrick, and Quaker, until we finish that other, I won't call it study, but request from council, till the rationale of what buildings are going to be used, and until we get the appraisals done on those buildings that we might not use. I can't support putting any more capital into replacing roofs. We just did the feasibility study for Rotary Park. Could be torn down in a couple of years for all we know. I don't think we need to do a new roof right this year. So I'm going to move that those be moved to 2024 till after those studies are done and we get the appraisals, please. Anybody have any questions on the amendment? Councillor Crawford, is that a new hand?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the $30,000 that were scheduled to be spent this year, on which roof was it meant for? I see Quaker House in there, and we spent an astronomical amount of money
$3 million.
renovating. Yeah, on renovating that, and now we got to do a roof. Sorry, I'm having a hard time with that.
I think that's probably design, and then the 250 in the next year is probably construction, but who would like that? Mr. Meredith?
Yep, that's so the 3 projects are identified from a conditional assessment. Not all of the roof was done at the Quaker Meeting House when the project was, when the addition was completed. There is part of the original roof that needs to be replaced, similar to the Hartrick House, and then obviously the Rotary Park Pavilion. So those 3 projects we had identified last year, and we pushed them out to 2023. From a conditions standpoint, we recommend that the design take place in 23. And Mayor Collier is correct. We'll still be doing the Rotary Park feasibility study, but I would anticipate the roof still requiring replacement. But once that study is complete, then we'll be able to have that additional information as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
On the amendment, Councillor Dias?
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can see me. My question would be particularly around the pavilion at Rotary. I know we had some issues with some rain getting in the windows there, and I'm wondering if we put this off a year, would it do more damage to the building if that's still happening?
I may let Director Meredith speak to any additional damage it would cause, but what I will speak to is the customer experience that we're dealing with at Rotary Park. Effectively, anytime we've got a rain a rainstorm or melting snow, we're getting leaks through that roof. So, I mean, you're renting that room for your party or birthday. We've got buckets all over. We've got staff coming down to mop up spills. So really it's, for us currently, it's a matter of customer service and our ability to really provide a service for their customers and keep them dry when they're in that pavilion.
I appreciate that. Thank you, because they are paying for that facility when they have these family gatherings. My other question would go then to the Quaker Meeting House. The same kind of concern. It's, you know, it's been a new add-on to that building. Are there any issues of concerns about having further damage done to the building if it's put off a year?
Dave, do you want to speak to the infrastructure impact further?
Well, and just to clarify, nothing's going to happen in 2023 anyway. That 30,000 is just design. So there'll be no work done in 2023. Mr. Meredith?
Lost him.
He's thinking. Dave?
Can he hear us?
Not sure.
I'm not sure if he's off, but if I can speak to Quaker, the roof at Quaker, I wouldn't say is necessarily quite as dire in terms of the need of replacement as Rotary Park Pavilion. However, some of those situations I described with the experience of renting Rotary Pavilion, we see at Quaker. Again, not to the same extent, but what staff are experiencing is that they've expanded over time. So we expect the roof leaks to continue to grow through this year and next year up until the time we've made some concrete repairs on the roof structure there.
Well, thank you. And I've kind of experienced some of that at a children's birthday party at Rotary Park, and it's not the best experience. But I also know that if I had an issue with my roof at home, the sooner it gets fixed, the better before anything else happens. So I really can't support putting it off. But thank you.
Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you. I don't know if this is possible. Would it be prudent to separate the two?
Well, there's three.
Well, there's three. To remove, keep Rotary Park because it's evidently, according to Mr. Vita, I don't know. I'm just going to leave it there.
I believe Director Meredith has popped back on, so he may want to jump in terms of the ability for us to divide those projects.
Dave?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, there would be the ability to separate them. But again, it is staff's recommendation that they be tendered, the three projects would be tendered as one. But yes, it would be possible to split them out.
Further, Councillor Tyler Moore? I'll just respond to a couple of things. Like there's a bunch of moving parts here. We got the Rotary Park Pavilion study, feasibility study. We got the report we had last June 2022, I think, or it might have been before then, about the building usages, which we requested information back and appraisals that we haven't got. And then I think that applies to two of them, Hartrick and Quaker. So I don't know. I wouldn't be in support of separating them. I mean, we're just pushing it out a year, just the design, until we get those pieces of those documents that we've asked for as a council that we don't have yet. Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. So regarding the Rotary Park Pavilion and the comments made about the leakage at storm time, is there discretionary funding or any kind of way to do like immediate patchwork now to sort of interim solve that?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, yes, there is the ability through either our operating budget, where we would respond to any leaks or water penetration within the facility. Mm-hmm. If it's a larger repair, we always have the ability to engage and do an emergency repair to fix any leaking issues if it was a larger issue. So yeah, we have both our capital and operating budget policies that would to deal with emergency situations.
Okay, so is it possible, does that need council approval to do that, like to actually look at it now? Because I'm just thinking if you do the study for 2023 and then the work not till 2024, then there's, you know, over a year of people renting the facility and getting rained on, where maybe we could just pull short, like immediate funding to fix it now.
Yeah, there's still temporary patching and works that we could do in the interim without compromising or throwing away or making significant investment that would impact the long term. So we can still and would still patch and respond to anything that that should arise during, well, really any year on any building. So that's typically how we would respond.
Okay, great. So maybe that's what we can do if we're going to push the study. I just don't want to see the whole year knowing that Rotary Park has leaks in it.
No, we would respond and deal with them as repairs as we would with any of our facilities.
Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Sorry, I don't know, Mayor Conroy, Director Valentin had her hand a couple of times. I don't know if that's for my question.
Well, I didn't see it. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Just to add on to what Director Meredith was saying, we do have the ability to fund emergency repairs, but then we're not doing proper procurement. This, by having it as a capital project, we would typically see more efficiencies and likely lower costs if we procure them and we put them out together on the street. Just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you.
So I've said this in the past. I don't really care how much we could get for Hartridge House. I'm not gonna be in favor of selling it, not in that neighborhood. So as you already stated, the $30,000 does not mean that any project, any work is going to be done this year. So I don't see any reason why we can't do the design or whatever that $30,000 covers. Because otherwise what you're doing is you're just pushing it out to 2025, really, right? 30 into 24, 250 into 25. Then you've got roofs coming in, like, you know, I said it previously and I'll say it again. I'm not in favor of selling the Hartridge House for sure. Anyway, that's just my comments. So I would not be in favor of your.
Okay. Councillor Dice.
Oh, thank you. And it just brought on another question through conversation. I know staff have put this in because it needs to be done, which is great. And when you're looking at doing a whole study on the Rotary Park Pavilion, I mean, that's years away. In the meantime, we get revenue from these facilities. So can you give me an idea of where we would be in actually doing the feasibility study on the pavilion and whether we're doing a retrofit or a new build? Like, how far out would that be?
My suggestion is that would be undetermined at this time. We would need to do the feasibility study and what the scope of work would be required, what the estimated costs would be, and then that would go into the mix with other capital projects process. But at this point in time, without having specifics relating to costs and scope of work, it would be difficult to estimate timeframe.
No, I get that. So it's a few years beyond. So is this repair work then, you know, you can't answer this, but to me, repair work on a roof could be ongoing yearly until we've made a decision. So thank you.
Councillor Henry.
I just want to reiterate what Councillor Crawford said, that in agreement, I also would not be in favor of selling Hartridge House as well. And I think we should be going ahead with this right now. I'm going to leave it at that. There's been a lot said on the subject.
Yeah, we can just vote, then we'll all know what everybody wants to do. So are we ready? Because we don't need to speak to every item, folks. It's almost noon, I think, and I think we're supposed to be done the capital, and we're only on page 4 out of 28. So those in favor of deferral to 2024, 1, 2. Those opposed, That fails. Let's move on to the next one. That's the last one I had under town buildings rehab. Does anybody else have anything under town buildings rehab? Okay, moving on to the next. Nothing in 2023 there. Anybody have anything on those?
Wait. My hand's up. Are we referring to, we're still on page 22, correct?
24.
24.
Well, that's what's on the screen. Did you have anything on? We'd finished with 22.
I
There's
hadn't,
nothing-
because remember I put up my hand and you said we'd
Okay,
come
go
back
ahead.
to it?
Well,
So
that's
I have a
okay.
lot on 22, sorry.
Go ahead.
I
I
don't
had
know if you
asked
want
if
to call
anybody
for
had
a-
anything further. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to go into the new section on page 22 with regards to the fire headquarter outdoor training shelter. And the fire chief is on this call, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so if I can, through the chair, direct my question to the fire chief. I understand the importance of this facility, but I would like it a brief explanation to the public, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Henry. Thank you for the question. This is in relation to a permanent 20 by 20 outdoor pavilion that we're looking to build at our training ground. Presently, we try and use pop-up tents, and that area is a high wind area that we get in between the fire HQ and the operations yard. So a lot of times you're having to take down the tents where they're starting to blow away, things like that, or they break over time. We're also looking at the attractiveness of our facility for outside customers. So we do generate revenue from the renting of the tower to community colleges, and we have Oshawa, who's just recently completed their training facilities, Whitby, who's starting to build their training facilities, and Pickering, who's also projecting to construct their own training facilities. So we basically are trying to make it a more attractive site for renting out, not just to the community colleges, but also to basically other fire departments, while providing a proper shelter for when they are doing training out there.
And a question, because you are fire departments, for those watching at home, are local municipality. They're not regional like the police. Could we not have one training center agreed upon? And I kind of know the answer to this, but I'd like you to speak to it. One training center agreed upon throughout the region that all municipalities could use.
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, that would be something that would have to be discussed probably previously today, because I think given the capital that's been invested, not here, but also in Oshawa, as well as other locations, I don't think there seems to be the political will to go down that road at this point.
Excellent. Thank you for just clarifying that. Much appreciated. Moving on through the chair to item on the same page, new windbreak in front of main entrance. And I do realize this is for 25, but I just want to quickly address this and say, this seems like a lot of money to me. I'm familiar with this type of structure. We've seen it at the Ability Center in Whitby, and we're pushing this out to the 26, I believe, budget. But if it's at 90,000 now, what's it going to be at 26? Like, this seems like a lot of money. And it's just a comment. If someone wants to speak to it on staff, by all means, but I don't need to dive into it a lot.
Then Councillor Henry, we're not going to.
All
What's
right.
your next one?
So, excuse me. My next one is regarding replacement. Now, this one I do want to dive into, and I want to take two items and dive into them. And I have discussed this with finance. So I want to look at the replacement ACC main floor lobby, and I want to look at the rehabilitation ACC Recmaster plan renovation. So I want to talk about the ACC main lobby elevator. My understanding through Director Chris Vida is that this elevator, and this also speaks to accessibility, has been unoperational since April of 2022. This, in my opinion, is a huge inconvenience to those with accessibility needs. There's nothing at the main lobby saying that it is that it's not operational. And therefore, anyone in a wheelchair or with any type of device will walk in or stroll or however they get into the building, then find out they can't use the elevator, and somehow, and hopefully they have someone with them to help them get up to the other entrance where they can come in and not have to worry about an elevator. So I've discussed this with the director.
Councillor Henry, do you have a question on the
I
item?
do,
Okay.
but I want to give content so that it goes faster. I've discussed with the director about the procedure, and I've been told that now the actual company is taking over replacing this because apparently the repair company couldn't get parts. So I want to know how this is included, because this is $55,000 in this year's budget, and how this is included with any further work that we're looking at doing for ACC. Has it been included in that prediction? This is brand new. And I also like to know how much further, like how much longer this is going to go on.
With respect to the replacement capital cost, you're correct, Councillor Henry. The elevator's been down for some time and it's in need of replacement, which is why the dollars have been put in there. In terms of the ACC renovations, there's been no detailed design done in terms of what that facility will ultimately look like. I would just say that, you know, with a brand new elevator potentially going into 2023, it would be staff's intention to ensure that new piece of infrastructure would be incorporated as best as possible into any ACC renovations. But again, I think we're a little bit too far out from a detailed design phase to speak to specifically to that.
When we look at, through the chair, when we look at the design phase that is coming, and this is a couple questions I've received from residents, so I'm going to ask it here publicly. At what point do we look at this building and say it's better to build new than to keep doing repairs
Yeah,
for
no,
this
Councillor
magnitude?
Henry,
When do
I'm
we
gonna-
ask this
I'm going to
question?
stop you there. We're
Mhm.
not going down that road. We're going to discuss the budget and the items in front of us. We're not going to speculate and what if on this. So please move on to your next one.
But my question through the chair is regarding the master plan renovation and the amount that's involved in that. And I was told when I asked the question beforehand through staff that it would, you know, that staff would be looking at, when they're looking at the plan, at looking at whether the renovation or if new and the difference. So it's a question that I feel it's, you know, valid to bring up here.
Go ahead, Mr. Vina.
I apologize through the chair to Councillor Henry. I'm not sure I fully understand your question here.
So the master plan, so with regards to 24000301, ACC rec and master plan renovations. Because we have budgeted items starting in 24, 25, and 26. And maybe, I don't know if this goes through you or Mr. Meredith, but we're looking at the renovations that'll be happening to the ACC, which are justified. I'm not asking if we should be doing the renovations. What I'm saying is through the consideration of doing renovations, I was told this would be the place to ask the question. The question is, are we also looking at a new building versus repairing the existing building? And which is more economic, which is more feasible, which is going to save money and still accomplish the same task?
Some of the work that's already been done through the Rec and Parks Master Plan. The town did engage MJMA, which is an architectural firm, to look at a renovation to the Ajax Community Center. And that's what was presented as part of the Rec and Parks Master Plan, and that's what the budget is based upon. There's really 4 or 5 key elements that were part of the Recreation Parks and Master Plan. Was the inclusion of a warm water therapy pool, the inclusion of a gymnasium, updating the fitness center and fitness facilities, enhancing some of our community and meeting rooms, making improvements to the front entrance, and addressing accessibility concerns or issues that we know exist at that facility. So that's the generally scope of work. So we have a pretty good idea and we have a concept developed. It's really moving to the next step, which would be refining that drawing, moving into detailed design and construction. But I don't recall there ever being a conversation about replacing the Ajax Community Center. It's always been a renovation to the existing facility.
That was my question. Okay, thank you, Mr. Meredith. Much appreciated.
Further?
No.
Councillor Crawford.
My question is on page 24. Are we there yet?
No, we're still on 22.
I got nothing on 22. 24 is mine.
Okay, well, if Councillor Henry's done. 23. Page 23 has no items in 23. Page 24.
Actually, I do. Through the chair, I do.
On
I have a
page
question
23.
on 23. Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
So the question is with regards, and I know it's a forecast, but it's on the budget, so I have to ask it. Operations Center curtain wall upgrades. That's close to $500,000. And I know it's for 2025, but can someone speak to this, please?
That would be.
That would
sort of from
be 310000201, Operations Center curtain wall upgrades.
It's for 2031, Dave.
Yeah, this would be something that we've estimated a timeline based on life cycling components of a building. Obviously, we'll monitor that as we get closer to that time frame, but as we're building in a 10-year forecast from an asset management perspective, we're trying to feed life cycle asset replacements. So that's what you'll start to see in that 26 to 32 timeframe. And as we get closer, we will continue to assess and determine the need for it at that time.
Thank you. That was my question on that page.
So just trying to be helpful. Through the asset management plan that we had to do as directed by the provincial government, Councillor Henry, we have to plan out instead of a 5-year forecast. Now we have to plan out to a 10-year forecast. So anything you see in the 2026 to 2032 is just a place marker. Those numbers aren't really even real at this point. They're just really a dart at a dartboard for the most part, based on expected life cycles. So just so you're aware. Councillor Crawford.
My question is on 2024. Are we there yet?
I think so.
Okay. It's on the town hall service parking lot rehabilitation.
Yep.
Can someone please tell me why our parking lot is actually a road, a cut through? Because like I almost get dinged depending on where people park on the ends. You cannot see around people. Can we stop that? I don't like it. So if you're going to redo the whole parking lot and it's going to cost us $1.3 million, can you put a gate up or something? Like, why can't everybody go out to Harwood and come back around? Like, why is it a road?
Mr. Meredith.
I hate it.
I like it and I live there.
So you're correct. The design of the parking lot obviously provides two means of access or ingress and egress to the parking lot. We have identified that speeding has been a concern in the past on that straight through, and seasonally we will install speed bumps. They are temporary. They come out sort of during the winter season, but those speed bumps have been intentionally placed to try and curtail speeding through that particular area. This particular project is essentially a resurfacing of the existing parking lot. It'll also involve servicing connections. We have to replace the water main underneath the parking lot and upgrade the sanitary and water services as well. So
that's why it's so expensive.
A lot of it, so you may recall, it was in the budget last year. This is a rebudgeted item based on the subsurface investigation that took place with respect to the servicing and the need to replace the water main. So it's been coordinated with the region, and that's a key part of this project as well. There's also some accessibility issues in terms of where we have the accessible parking spaces, curb cuts, and how we gain access to the facility that will make improvements in that regard as well. So we will also be putting some conduit in for the eventuality of potential inclusion of additional EV charging stations. So we are thinking about putting that, at least the conduit and the infrastructure in place, so that we can respond and expand in the future on the EV side of things as well. So there's not much happening from a design standpoint, as you referenced, Regional Councillor Crawford, but those are the components of the project.
Okay, thank you. I just want to state that, like, I don't drive a big truck. I drive a small little car. And when the big trucks are parked on the end, you cannot see around them. And I'm not even joking. Sometimes people don't even slow down coming out of the parking lot. They just come out, and I'm right there. So anyway, just my beef. I don't agree with it being a road. I don't agree with it being a cut through. It is a parking lot, and there are roads to access where you want to go that they should be on, personally. Anyway, just making my objectives. Thank you.
Mr. Meredith, will we see a concept plan before this is going ahead? So
we actually have a detailed design completed that we're ready to tender in the next month or so. So the design is advanced.
Okay. Please share that with Councillor Crawford and the rest of us so we can see where it's going to.
Where she can drive her little wee car.
I do drive a big truck, but
I know.
I do it as a considerate person. Further on this one, Councillor Lee, do you have a different one? You want to further on the parking lot? No, Councillor Crawford, did you have more in the parking lot? Okay, Councillor Henry, is that a new hand or an old hand?
It's an old hand, and
Old
it's
hand.
for the next item. It's not for Councillor Crawford's item.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Lee.
Oh, we're on page 25, correct?
We are on page 24.
24.
Oh, sorry, I'm done for 24. I was on 25.
Okay.
I'm
Do you have something on page 24, Councillor Crawford or Henry?
I do. So through the chair, I'd like to quickly look at upgrades. 23090202 fire station renovation. Fire chief
Yep.
is still with us.
He's here all day.
Excellent. So I'd like to speak to this item quickly. First of all, in favor of the renovations, understand that the washrooms alone, just for this building. I'd like to speak to, and I did ask this question again, Chair, please bear with me because I know you're going to call me on it. I was told this is the place to ask the question by staff. So the question then goes back to, again, when we're looking at older buildings, and have we looked at creating a new building instead of repairs to this building? Now, my understanding, and if the fire chief can correct me if I'm wrong, is that this renovation could take up to 2 months, and our fire service people will be dislocated from their regular quarters at certain points of time, where we're going to have to bring trailers in to house everything that they need, including, comfortable furniture for in between fire calls, which is needed, just for those at home watching thinking, well, why is that needed? Because it is. And you need to have your downtime. It's a very stressful job. So I'm just wondering, with all the costs that entail this, and I understand it could be, more of a historic building because of where it's located.
Councillor Henry.
Have we looked at creating a new building versus the repairs to this?
I can guarantee you, if the construction time is 2 months, it's not a new building. But let me ask you a question first.
No, this is not a new building, Chair. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying, have we looked at doing a new building versus the repairs?
I have a question for you first, though, quickly, because twice you've started by, I've already asked this, but I want to say it publicly. And this is not that type of public forum for that type of thing. If you've asked your questions, you already have the answers.
I don't have the answer.
Okay.
I don't.
That's what I want. That's what I want to clarify.
I don't, or I wouldn't have asked it.
Acting Chief Burridge, please go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, if you're looking at the cost of a new build, you're probably looking at least double the cost of the projected renovations. Just looking at what Pickering, the cost of their new hall was which was, I believe, around approximately $6 million. So, when you're talking new build versus renovation, in this instance, it is better to renovate, and it'll be more timely for the crews as well.
Okay, and can I just ask quickly, how long we are estimating it's going to take?
Right now, we're doing, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Henry. Right now, we're in the pre-qualification of pre-qualifying contractors. After budget approval, then we'll have a much more accurate timeline. Initial estimates were 3 or 4 months, but really it's going to depend on who the contractor is and what their timelines are as part of the package proposal.
3 or 4 months. Could these costs go up from what you've budgeted for when you consider 3 to 4 months, the timeline you're doing it? And obviously, like if it's summer, you're going to require air conditioning in these trailers to keep the crew, comfortable. Could these costs be further than what's in this budget?
For the chair to Councillor Henry, there's always a possibility of costs going up, but we're hopeful by doing the process that we've been going through myself and Lindsay Sinclair that we've detailed a lot of the elements that are required for the project, as well as a lot of the building assessments. So we're hopeful that the cost can be kept in line. Director Meredith may have another comment to this as well.
Just with respect to the budgets, we obviously base those on estimates through our architect and trying to anticipate the market and what we expect costs to be. Based on what we've seen in other municipalities have experienced, costs do come in quite often sort of over approved budgets, and we manage them as per our capital control policy. So we do our best to estimate when we do submit the budgets, but we recognize that over the last couple of years, market conditions have dictated that budgets are sometimes insufficient. And as we go through the detailed design exercise, there are things that we will continue to refine, which impact costs as well. So the budget's based on best estimates, based on the date that we prepared the detail sheets, but we continue to work through the design process and manage the projects the best that we can. And we go from there. We'll go through a public procurement process, and the market will determine sort of what the actual costs are.
And that's why you can see why I asked the question. Did you consider a new build? Because I know that this is your best estimate, but things could go up, right? And this is why I was trying to see how close a new build was to renovations of this building. That was my question.
Yeah, I would suggest the scope of work for this renovation is far cheaper than a new build for a new fire hall by several percentages.
And will it through the fire chief, will this renovation, once completed, sustain us for many years to come? We won't be looking at a further renovation with the growth. Obviously, there's not a lot of growth in South Ajax, but with the growth in North Ajax pushing for
there's
the
significant growth in South Ajax, Nancy, in our downtown core. Significant
compared to North Ajax.
Tens of thousands of units potentially.
So even more so than my question is even more pertinent to the fire chief is, will this renovation
I suspect
for the
these
next couple of
changes
years
are stemming from our fire master plan that we approved last year, but which would answer yes to your question. Mr. Burridge, can you clarify, please?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Henry, you are correct, Mayor, in your assessment that this is related to the fire master plan and the additional crew coming on board. You'll also recognize that a lot of the funding for this comes from DC funding as well. So it's related to the growth that's already occurred in that area. Looking forward into the future, we are going to be doing a fire station. We're planning to do a fire station location assessment in 2024. With presentation to council in 2025 that will address a lot of those further expansions of the municipality and the growth that the municipality has incurred, and also looking at response times versus the amount of stations that you require moving forward.
Yes. Okay. I like talking about Hunt Street in the last couple of weeks, and then looking at this and thinking, okay, if we blow out, another 6,400 units in that area, what's this going to look like with what you're doing right now with regards to the renovation, and is that going to sustain for those units as well? So thank you. I appreciate the time you spent answering this question. Thank you.
Anything further? No. Council Lee, is your question on the fire hall? Mine, I have one on the fire hall. Again, you've answered Chief Burrich that a lot of this is DC funded, but I guess my question would be to Ms. Valentin, why, again, being a building addition in the millions of dollars, are we not debenturing this? The portion that's not DC funded.
Well, we have the DC funding available. And for the 2.6 million that we've identified, not sure that that's the best use to then be carrying costs onto our operating budget. We would look to like larger scale project.
Okay, but again, I'm going to ask this a lot today because we have a capital budget that's very tight and limited, and we're doing a 2% asset. What are we calling it? The levy to try and help us catch up. And 2% isn't the right amount. You said 10% is potentially the right amount. So if we were to debenture these, it would be a pretty small amount. I mean, on a $5 million, which is what I calculated the vehicles to be, at 5%, it's $125,000 a year. It's a quarter of a point on our budget. So I'm suggesting the carrying charge on an operating would be probably pretty manageable versus, lopping 5 million or 2 million or whatever a time. Or in this case, I think we're taking about 12 or 14 off our capital reserves. So that's my question is, looking forward, knowing we're in this situation with precarious Alexicon funding, which has gone down in the last 2 years, both years, precarious slots funding, high interest rates, high inflation. I think we have to maybe start looking at things a different way. And that's my question. So should we now start looking at potentially debenturing, since it's still a fairly low carrying cost when you go through the region and through the federal government on large capital projects?
Well, if I can speak specifically to this project, it is DC funded, and we are required, especially under Bill 23, to utilize or allocate 60% of the funds. So I wouldn't necessarily move to debenture anything out of our DCs. Again, this is something like from a financing strategy we'd have to look at, and whether we want to put that burden every year on the taxpayer, because of our life cycle, we're constantly going to be going out and purchasing more vehicles on a vehicle side. So there is a rotation on that with all of our vehicles. Definitely some of the larger ones we can look at, but if we have the funding available, we're choosing through the FSP to manage our capital budget from a resource perspective, from a funding perspective. If there's large things that come out that are priorities and we don't have sufficient funding, we would look to debenture those things.
Okay, I think the FSP was what, 2005 originally, somewhere around there.
Something like that, yes.
So I mean, it's things change, and I'm just trying to think a little bit outside the box, looking forward, just throwing out some ideas. So thank you for that. That's my last question on the fire station. Next, Councillor Lee.
I'm on page 25. Are we good to move on?
I'm not sure. Anything else on page 24? Seeing no hands, let's go to page 25.
Thank you, Chair. My main one is there's a few that I think we can push. I don't have a dog, so like for me, a priority for a leash-free area is not a priority for me. So I understand that's not. But specifically, the one I want to point out is 230-7009, the Cedar Park batting cage at $170,000. This has already gone up almost like 3 times what we had budgeted last year.
40,000 originally, wasn't it?
Right, and also like it's like you can get consumer base. I understand, for like 10,000. So I'm just wondering, like, what exactly are we building here? Is it like a full batting cage with a pitcher's mound and everything, or is it just like chain link fencing?
Ms. Meredith?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. So the batting cage, you're quite correct in terms of the budget estimate last year being at 65. We tendered the project twice last year. And that's how we've come up with this year's budget. So it's based on 2 actual proposal calls that were issued in 2022. With respect to the scope of work, there is a large amount of fencing, obviously, along sort of it's a long, narrow stretch of fencing that includes a sort of a roof fencing structure as part of it. There is the actual batting cage, or sorry, the batting machine themselves. And then there's also servicing requirements as it relates to electrical connections and provisions that need to be made to this new location. We then have to restore the existing location where we're moving the batting cage, which is adjacent to Highway 401. So that area so the existing fence needs to be disposed of and repaired as well. So we've gone through sort of an itemized cost list, and based on the bids that we received last year, this is a reflection of the true costs in terms of what we experienced in 2022.
So I think this is a Ward 1. Cedar Park, I think, is Ward 1, if I'm not mistaken, or is it Ward 3? It's Ward 3. So again, I'm not the ward councillors. I have not really heard a demand for a batting cage. So I'll be corrected here, but I think this is something we definitely need to push off to 2025. I don't think there's an urgency for this. It is incredibly expensive. There is a chance pricing might go down, and it might go up. But if it goes up, then I just think we can just have to decide whether there is truly a demand for $170,000, like a batting cage. That's all this is. And so I personally don't think there is. So I will actually move the amendment to push this to, 2026, the long term. And then if any of my Ward 3 counterparts want to correct me and say that there is a demand, I'd love to hear it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so the motion is to move this to the 2026 timeframe. Questions on the amendment? I had this pulled also. I just saw you, Lisa. One sec. Actually, go ahead. I'll save mine.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you. No, I would like staff, please, to speak on that. I don't know the demand. I know where that park is. I know it's a well-used facility in a great neighborhood that really needs that space, but maybe staff could speak to the immediate need for a batting cage if there is, please.
Well, before they do, I used to play there when I was about 5. So
yeah, it's
been there a long time.
Beautiful if you want to go down there and check it out. And then community.
I can just tell Councillor Lee, this was brought up at the engagement session last night. And I did meet with Ajax baseball executive, I think 3 years ago when this came forward, and it is a high priority item. And I think I brought up last year why it hadn't been done already. And Dave told us the same thing. It had gone out to tender and that type of thing. So here we are. Mr. Meredith? To Councillor Bauer's question.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bauer, you're 100% correct. This process started about 3 years ago through discussions with the Ajax Spartans Baseball Club. There's a couple of things. The existing batting cage had deteriorated and was something that needed to be replaced. They did initially approach the town about potentially having a batting cage installed up at the Recreation Center. From a staff perspective, we felt that where minor ball, where the younger players are playing, which is at Cedar Park, that it was best to stay positioned at Cedar Park as opposed to relocating it to the Aldi Recreation Center. The president and the executive of Spartans Baseball agreed with the identification of relocating it at Cedar Park, which is subsequently what we did. So there has been longstanding discussions and expectation from minor ball that this batting cage would be constructed and relocated at Cedar Park. So that, I just want to make sure that and be upfront with council based on historical conversations that have taken place and expectations that may exist.
I appreciate that, but we could buy them a portable one for $10,000 that they can move around, and that's 1/17 the cost. I just think like the cost is astronomical for. But again, okay, sorry, excuse me.
But you don't have the floor. Councillor Bauer, did you have any further?
Thank you very much, Mayor Collier. Thank you, Director. I should mention also, Regional Council Lee, the feeling of the community in Ward 3 for that area and the need for that equipment. We had our Ward 3 strategic plan engagement session last night, very well attended, and this came up and people are excited. People love that area. This is where that service can be provided. It has been provided, and I don't want to delay it anymore for them. They've been waiting. And maybe I'll ask, does it make any money? This service there?
Not for the batting cages, but for the Cedar Park rentals, that permitting it does.
Yeah, like it's a nice ball field, right? And
Dave?
Sorry.
For the younger ages, Cedar Park is a very desirable baseball facility still. As was referenced, it is highly permitted. It is highly used by minor ball. There is no direct revenue associated with the batting cage, right? It's there as a ancillary amenity to support the overall program, but it on its own does not generate revenue.
Thank you. Okay, so but the use of the area, the people that it draws in, you know, that creates a buzz in that area. So I would hate to see this delayed. They've been waiting for it. It's in the budget to give it to them. And you know, that area itself, I don't want to say it gets neglected, but it's in an older part of our ward, older part of our town. I'd like to, I don't want to make them wait any longer. So I do not support your amendment, Councillor Lee.
Let's wait till we vote on those ones.
Yes, thank you,
Move
Mayor.
things along. We don't need to give away our secrets just yet.
Oh,
I was just going to ask Mr. Meredith, because I had this pulled also, so it's pertinent to relevant to the amendment, the location of this, because there's talk of widening the 401. We don't know where that's going to be yet. I mean, if we're going to build this, I would want to not see it in the same spot it already is, because we might have to potentially move it.
It is being relocated in an entirely different location, much closer to Cedar Park. It's or sort of Cedar Road or Cedar Drive itself. So it's a completely different location that will not be impacted by any future 401 widening.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on the amendment? Okay, the amendment is.
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
Yes.
So go
Yes,
ahead,
you do.
Councillor Henry. On the
Um,
amendment.
Yes, so with regards to the amendment, so looking at this area, I'd like to support what Councillor Bauer said with regards to this area being an older area and the residents waiting for this for a long time. I actually have had residents from that area mistakenly contacting me thinking I was their counselor. So I you know, it's been a long 2 years. It's been very difficult on families, and we need things for outside time and communities. So I just want to say, Lisa, you're 100% right on this, in my opinion. And that's it. Okay.
Okay, questions on the amendment, folks? Anything on the amendment? No, Rob? Good. Okay.
No. I have a question on the amendment.
No, you don't. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if there's a door number 3 here, which doesn't always work.
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
Are you going to try and amend the amendment?
I'll just pose my question.
Okay.
My question is, can Lisa get her batting cage? And can we do it now? And can we not spend $170,000 and go with Councillor Lee's option, maybe setting $20,000? I don't know if that fits in or what, but that's in my head. I got to get it out because I know that the two options are $170,000 or pushing it forward. Is there a third option?
Mr. Meredith, are you clear on the question?
I'm clear.
Is there a cheaper option?
Not based on what the needs are, no.
Okay. Any further questions on the amendment? Seeing no hands on the amendment. Those in favor of deferring this? 1. Those opposed? All right, that is defeated. Councillor Lee, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Just an overall comment to staff for next budget. There's a lot of items that sorry, you know what? I'm on page 26. I'm good here. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Further on page 25, Councillor Crawford.
Yes, I have a question on the Meadows North Neighborhood Park. What on earth are we building for $875,000? Is it like from the ground up? Like what's going in there? Is it new? Like it's new to this project, but did we suddenly decide like it needed to be built now?
Mr. Meredith, Ms. Valentin.
I don't know the details. There is a detail sheet there, but this is a 2022 project. So this is a cash flow from last year. So it was approved last year.
So is it funded through DC?
Yes. Can you scroll? Yes, yes, it is.
Okay. Is this also where we're anticipating the Joe Dixon Park to be, or is that a different location?
No, this is a different location.
Okay.
The Meadows Park is actually just up west of Westney Road, north of Roslyn, sort of as you get up towards the tracks, as you move into the central part of the Great Gulf subdivision. There's a neighborhood park that is designed. It's in conjunction with an existing woodlot as well.
The A9, I think.
Okay. So it's just a brand new park. Is it play? Okay.
Yep. You see the elements there?
Seems like a lot. Okay.
It's a neighborhood park, so it's
yeah.
And will be a good added feature to the area.
I actually think when we were looking at a water park, we were looking in this area. Is there any opportunity to have servicing put in there for a water park?
At this point in time, there's no water connection identified to be extended into this park. What we would be doing is through the Reclamation Parks Master Plan, we've identified a few opportunities where splash pads will be introduced. So there's more of a strategic approach, but we do see the inclusion of splash pads in neighborhood parks, but not necessarily at this location. But that will be something forthcoming to council in the next, sort of through the coming years in future budgets.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Further on this item, Councillor Henry, your hands up.
I have for this page, not this item.
Okay, anything further on, let me just see where we are. We're 25, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the balance on Meadow North. Councillor Henry, go ahead, page 25.
Okay, so I just want to speak to one item here, which is 23-000-801 North Ajax Cricket Infrastructure.
Okay.
So this will go through Mr. Meredith, I believe. I want to know the timeline on having this project come to fruition. It'll be this year, correct?
Okay, Mr. Meredith.
Cricket infrastructure is identified as a 2023 project. So subject to council's approval of the capital budget, the appropriate tender documents would be prepared and issued. We'd look to award the contract at some point in time in probably the mid part of this year. So the true benefit of it will probably not be until 2024, but the work would be tendered, contracts awarded in 23.
I asked because when I originally asked through the CAO's office prior to my inauguration, I was told the tender would go out in the spring, shovels in the ground, late spring, early June, coming to fruition late fall 2023. Are you now saying it's 2024 that they would be able to use this?
I believe you said 2023, Mr. Meredith, is that correct?
Yes, it is. It's possible that the project could be completed in the fall of 23. So it'll all depend on the timing, the award, the construction, and the scope. So I think we're very much, and I think the information that you were provided previously is accurate. And we'd look to do a lot of the construction and installation through the summer months and into the early fall.
Thank you. And no pressure on your department, but I do have 70 gentlemen who have contacted me and are waiting for it. So, you know.
Okay,
just putting that
further?
out there.
Anything further? I'd just like to follow up on that, Dave. Where's the rest of it? That's only 190,000. It's about a $3 million project.
So this particular project is in the northern part of town where we're looking to add additional
the north
cricket
one, okay.
infrastructure. Yeah,
So
so
this
we're
isn't the
looking
new
at
clubhouse.
so it's not the new clubhouse. We're just
Okay.
going through the process of evaluating bids on that, and it's likely to be before council at the March GGC meeting.
Good. Okay. Anything else on page 25? Okay, we're going to call lunch there. I'm just going to mention that we've been very thorough and we've got through 6 of 20 something pages. We're 22% of the way there. So we're supposed to be done this section and moving on to the operating after lunch. So I just want to mention that.
Well,
folks.
it's not all our fault.
I'm not saying it's anybody's fault. I'm just saying we're being
And just
very
to point
thorough.
out, you can't rush good governance,
We're
Mr. Mayor.
We're
you
just
know.
being very thorough. I just want everybody to be aware. We're 22% the way through the capital budget. Now we start the operating end. So let's go have a quick break. We'll be back at 1 o'clock and we'll continue on.
Thank you. See you at 1.
And we are live.
Thank you. Call this meeting back to order. We are now on page 26. Councillor Lee. You're muted.
Did everything but unmuted. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. On page 26, my issues are my questions regarding the rehabilitation. So we have a few parks we are rehabilitating: the Exeter Park, the Millers Creek Trail, the Trail Recon Hermitage Park. I guess when you click on each description, they kind of say the same thing: Parks Life Cycle Maintenance Program, and then it doesn't actually give any details about why some of these things are costing. Exeter Park retrofit, almost $1 million over 2 years. The Millers Creek Trail, like 456,000. So I guess on ending 6111, 6311, and 005, I was wondering if I can get reasons. Why are we retrofitting them? Is it just because it's on a schedule right now? Or is it because they desperately need things? Like if a slide is broken, we absolutely have to fix that. But if a slide is just right now on a maintenance schedule, then I think that's something we could push off.
Okay, Mr. Meredith or Ms. Valentin?
Yeah, I can sort of go through these 5 or 6 items that are identified here for replacements. These are primarily driven through asset management and our conditional assessments of these assets. So starting with the first 2, being the Hermitage Park Trail reconstruction and the Millers Creek Trail reconstruction, we do annually in-house assessments of our entire trail network and identify trails that we deem are needed for replacement, basically looking at it from a number of perspectives as it relates to trip hazards, looking at it from a risk management, from a claims perspective, from a condition perspective as it relates to our users of the trail system itself. So through those assessments each year, we identify trails that are prioritized for replacement. So staff are recommending the replacement of both those segments of trail that are the first 2 items identified in 2023. The third, which is the Harwood Avenue soccer field lighting improvements. So that's the introduction of new sports field lighting at the Harwood Avenue South soccer pitch. So this was something that had previously been identified and was supported again through the Rec and Parks Master Plan. As we look to decommission the north soccer field for a community park purpose, we look at increasing usability and hours of play for our soccer users. One of the areas and one of the ways in which we do that is lighting improvements. So we do have LED soccer lights, which are new, which are proposed for Harwood Avenue South, and it's something that we completed the design for a couple of years ago. The St. Catherine of Siena Park retrofit is, for the most part, a playground replacement. As you know, we have roughly 80 to 90 playgrounds within our existing inventory, and look to replace a couple on an annual basis. Again, we do conditional assessments of those and identifies those that are in need of replacement, at which time we've identified St. Catherine of Siena as a priority location. The artificial turf fence replacement, I'm not sure if you've had the opportunity to be there, but there are segments of it that are desperately in need of repair. So they're essentially failing. During COVID, we had a number of individuals that would continuously look to hop fences, gain access when we had fields closed. We also have the areas behind each of the nets on both of the fields that have started to fail. So the post, the fencing sort of in those end zones require replacement, and that's based on their condition, and they are in need of replacement. The Exeter Park retrofit is, again, even in advance of the Recreation and Parks Master Plan, was something that identified to be upgraded. As you may know, the existing Exeter Park has a wading pool that no longer is functional. The Exeter Park redevelopment looks to sort of remove and replace the wading pool with a splash pad. It looks to remove and replace the existing playground, It will remove the existing baseball diamond and introduce a leash-free area, as well as add some trail connections to the particular park. So again, it's one of the older parks that we have in town. There's been very little done to it over the last 30 to 40 years and is a priority in terms of receiving the upgrades and improvements that we have identified. So it's planned that the design would happen in 2023, construction in 24. And I think
that was it. I think those were the main ones. Yeah. So I guess like my ask going forward then to staff is that explanation, Dave, makes a lot of sense. But when I just see a price tag and just like this cookie cutter, this cut and paste from like the previous, like, it's blah. It's very hard to justify that cost to like constituents or even myself. So if we can, like, if any project is over, we'll call it 100,000. If we could put more detail, like post needs to replace, that would very much be helpful in the decision-making process. That's just my 2 cents. So thank you, Chair. Those are all my questions.
No, I also, Councillor Lee, had similar comments. If you click on every single one of those, they all take you to page 228 of the report. The exact same page, so which doesn't give us any information. And I would rather have a detail sheet like we used to have on each one that gives those details. And so that would have been my comment as well. Councillor Bauer, you were next.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Yeah, just to add, great comment about the detailed sheet. Exeter Park is a Ward 3 park. It's been out of commission for years. It's in my neighborhood. It services the 4 apartment buildings on Exeter, the little brownstones at Harwood and Bailey, almost all of Memorial Village. It's in major need of repair and renovation. And so I'm very happy to see this come forward, and I'm glad it was not touched to be amended. So thank you.
Okay. Anything else on page 26? Before I ask my questions. My questions are on the artificial turf fence replacement. I assume, Dave, this is the Pan Am Legacy project, the two fields?
That is correct.
And they were built in 2016?
Yeah, 2015, correct. They were used for the first time in 2016. That's correct.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand how the fence needs to be replaced in such a short time. I mean, is this something that you've been and looked at it and it's failing, or is this just something we want to do every 7 years or whatever it is?
This is something that we've assessed and it is failing. So there are segments we're going to try and retain as much of the fencing as we can as possible. It's not a 100% replacement. The cost would be significant if we were replacing the entire fence, but there are areas where we need to look at structurally increasing the gauge of the fence behind the nets in particular, where you see the posts and the wire mesh sort of basically it's failed. It's failed, right?
Okay, that's fine. That's all you need to tell me. As long as it's failed, it needs replacing. Good. Okay. Lisa, is that an old hand? Okay. Moving on to page 27. Anything on page 27? Nothing in 2023. Okay, moving on to page 28. Page 28. Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor. I brought it up earlier and I'll re-bring it up again. I just, this sort of already got discussed in a way when Mayor Collier was saying whether or not we can pay for this differently. I was specifically asking about, do you want me to give you the numbers or just the titles, like the multi-use tractor with implementations at $400, the trackless articulated tractor at $185 times 3, that's $1 million. That's $975,000. And then the Boulevard grounds maintenance equipment, I don't know if that's sort of the same, $363,000. So I'm just wondering if there's a different way we can approach this, which I guess for staff, when we ask questions like that, they might think, what kind of a question is that? But it's a massive number. I know we need these vehicles, but it is 5 vehicles for $1.3 million. Could you speak to that, or Mr. Meredith? I guess that's to you through the chair.
So the specific, these are new vehicles that you are referencing on page 28, correct? So there's a couple that we've approved through the pre-budget approval process that directly relate to winter control. One being the brine truck with plow, which is shown as $650,000. The multi-use tractor with implements and the blower are all directly related to winter control, and especially in certain parts of town where snow is difficult to remove, this type of equipment is necessary based on the design of certain neighborhoods within the municipality. So council's already pre-budget approved those. We're in the tendering process. We're hoping to award in the March-April timeframe so that they're here for next winter. So those are integral to our future sort of winter control operations. The
And
boulevard, sorry, go ahead.
No. You go ahead. I mean to interrupt you.
The boulevard grounds maintenance is pending a bit. It's tied to a business case that you have before you today as well, where we're looking to bring in-house our boulevard grounds maintenance contract, so that this is the equipment combined with 4 ESWs that would deliver the service directly. As you may or may not know, over the last several years, we've had 3 unsuccessful contractors who have failed to meet the service levels that we've expected. So from a business case perspective, we see there being value and opportunities to bring that service in-house. So that's what that is tied directly to. So it's basically truck, trailer equipment, and so forth.
Okay, I'll just do one follow-up, and then I'll leave it up to Mayor Collier to maybe speak about the funding and the options. But just so like I get a chance to ask you right now, because we all move on with our busy lives. So you're saying that piece of equipment is going to be for snow removal. Specific, can you speak about that just a little more specifically? Because everyone knows that we get 6 snow events a year, and we get massive amount of pressure from residents and ourselves wanting to do it right, but it costs a lot of money. So what does that machine do that you're just speaking of there?
Well, some of them are related to sidewalk maintenance, sidewalk in our trail system. So it'll enhance that. And you may recall in past years where we were getting larger volumes of snow, heavier volumes of snow, it's difficult to move some of those snow volumes with our existing equipment. So as we look forward and we make sure we're making investments to respond to the type of events that we're receiving, where we can look to potentially, we were renting blowers sort of last year in order to move the snow because we did not have them in-house. So we're looking to add some of the implements and the technology to assist us in the snow removal process. We also have situations in town, particularly in the northeast part of town, where based on the subdivision design and narrower roads, limited storage capacity within the boulevards, that we are getting into situations where we need to perhaps remove snow as opposed to just continuing to plow it because of the lack of storage. So we're looking to invest in vehicles and equipment that will allow at certain locations to remove snow to try and improve the service that we offer.
Yeah, please know that I know you're simply reacting. I shouldn't say that, there's more to it, but you are reacting to our ask during a winter storm event. And just wondering if there's another way we can pay for it. You mentioned rental, is that better? I don't know. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Henry.
Councillor Tyler Moore did touch on some of my questions, but I would like to ask through the chair to Director Meredith, with regards to the meeting we had and identifying certain areas of Northeast Ajax and the Lakeside community with regards to problem areas where higher density and lower property, and smaller properties. Which pieces of equipment exactly in the new, on page 28, under the new vehicle equipment will address this, did you say? I was trying to follow along. What specific ones did you say would address this?
Specific tractor.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I don't believe we buy equipment specifically for one section of town generally. These are to be used town-wide.
They are, but Mr. Meredith did say to me in our meeting that there would be specific pieces of equipment coming in the budget that would help to address these concerns. So I'd just like to identify them.
Okay.
So tractor with implements and the snowblower attachments that we have identified are specific to dealing with situations that we have previously talked about, particularly in areas. We've talked about certain corners, certain elbow areas within certain subdivisions where there's limited capacity, and how this type of equipment can help facilitate snow removal in those areas.
So Mr. Meredith, are you referring to the equipment ending in 901?
No, 230030001.
3001, multi-tractor with implementation?
$400,000. It was subject to pre-budget approval. So council's already approved this, and we've already started the process of tendering it so that we have it in place for next winter.
Oh, I have no issues with you buying it, trust me. No issues whatsoever. Is there any other equipment in here that relate to what we discussed with regards to Northeast Ajax, those problem areas, and Lakeside?
No, I'd say those are specifically designed to deal with those situations in whatever areas of town are experiencing those shortcomings. If we find that we require additional equipment similar to what we're procuring, we will identify that and submit that in subsequent budgets. But at this point in time, we're identifying what we feel our needs are at this particular moment. And like we do in all cases, we assess on an annual basis. And if there is additional equipment we require, we will identify it and bring it to council.
And I'm sorry, on my screen, I'm only seeing, well, and in front of me, I'm only seeing the line items. Is that 400,000 for one piece of equipment or multiple pieces?
That's the one tractor with implements.
So the one tractor, okay. Just, I'm asking because it's two identified areas that we discussed in two separate parts of the town. So that's why
Okay,
I'm
we're going to
asking.
move on now.
Yeah.
Next one, please, Councillor Henry.
Yes, I also wanted to ask with regards to ending in 305, articulated sidewalk tractor with binary plow. I believe Councillor Tyler Moore actually landed on this one as well. But this one is a combination, correct? Am I reading that right? And I'm sorry, can you enlarge that? I can't actually see that on my screen. Thank you.
So you can see this is primarily a new piece of equipment to deal with our sidewalk maintenance program. So because it accommodates sort of a brine operation as well as plowing, it'll allow us to pre-treat sort of our sidewalk assets in advance of a storm as well. So similar to when we apply brine to roads, we'd look to do that with our primary trails and sidewalks as well. So it helps to improve the overall icy conditions and our ability to remove material from sidewalks and the trail system. And that's essentially its primary function.
Okay. Thank you. That was my questions for this page. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crawford, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Director Meredith, the 5 new pieces of equipment that are in this this ask, do they also are they accompanied by 5 new bodies too to operations?
Some are.
The only ones that are tied to staff are the grounds maintenance equipment for the boulevard grass cutting. So the 360.
Because it's it's new.
Yes,
We're getting rid of the contractor.
It's getting rid of it. So there is. So just so council's aware, the cost, our boulevard grounds maintenance contract is roughly $200,000, or would be roughly $200,000 if we were to continue to award it. So that's all part of the business case in terms of offsetting it for the additional staff. So, but yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. That's my only question.
Okay. Any others before I wait in? I want to ask one about the library grant. If Ms. Vasler is here. And this is for collection for growth. I'm wondering why it appears under our capital and not under the library grant.
I can answer that, Mr. Mayor. Oh,
okay.
It is. These are new collections that are brought on as a result of growth and are funded through development charges.
Okay. Great answer. I just want to touch on the vehicles quickly because I spent a lot of time on them last year. I've asked the question many times. I'm getting a bit frustrated with not having the answer, or at least having a report with the information. So I'm not going to, but part of me wants to move every one of those to 2024 until we get that study done to show debenture versus purchase of vehicles over 100,000. And I know staff may not think it's priority, but I really think it's priority to at least look at it and get that information. So I'm just going to say that I'm not going to move that this time around, but if we haven't looked at it next year, I will be moving that because I really think we need to be looking at that. I think it's honestly, it could turn out to be nothing, but I think it's an injustice to the taxpayers to not at least look and get that information. So I'll just sort of give that notice. Moving on to page 28.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can I ask, when you say venture, what about like a fleet contract? Could that
Well,
be
again, that
could be
has been
put in
looked
there
at.
as well?
That has been looked at, and that I think would be more suitable with what Mr. Meredith spoke about earlier, things like the smaller pickup trucks and those types of things that have higher turnover. But when we have some of these big hundreds and $1,000 machines that have a 10-15 year lifespan, I want to look at debenture is just a loan. It's a loan through the region of government money at a lower rate. So Bank of Canada versus regular bank interest rates. So I just want to look at that, because if we're paying 5% and we're getting 6% on our investment portfolio, that's net plus one. That makes sense to me. But I at least want to look at those numbers for our decision making going forward. And I'll be bringing a motion to that effect shortly. I'll circulate it to council.
Understood.
Page 20, where were we on? 28? 29.
Hold on.
Oh, Councillor Crawford.
Bike counters, they're back. Really? Are we really counting bikes again?
I don't know.
Really? Where is that one, Mayor?
We don't have to, Marilyn. It's 2024.
I know. I really.
701.
Oh, I had that on my list and I missed it. Marilyn, I'm with you on this.
Yeah, Dave, can you please give me the justification again? Because I have a hard time. I mean, I am a bike rider. I could probably count them for you. But, there's, I think a lot more bikes go north than on these trails. I could be wrong. But can you just tell me why we're doing it again? I recall this in the budget a few years ago.
Through the chair to Councillor Crawford, I'll jump in here, Councillor Crawford, as this is within our transportation planning section.
Right.
It's input required part of the integrated transportation master plan. There are recommendations that have come out of that. It's part of active transportation and looking at the modal split. This is an effective way of counting that bicycle traffic at, what do we have for the cost here? Bike counters. 81,000.
Yeah.
I think it's an important initiative for us to have as part of a program. If there's any grant applications that were to come about, then we at least have some type of initiative there and money set aside for that. But there's lots of bikes on these trails, and you may be in the north, but I'm in the south, and as a resident and a bike rider, I use them all the time. So I think it's important to have those metrics in order for us to know how we improve these facilities going forward into the future.
So I actually, you touched on something that now it does make sense, so that if there's an opportunity for grant funding to be able to, I don't know, whether it's through tourism or for infrastructure as far as bike lanes, that kind of thing, right? Like I get, like
sure.
To me,
Yeah.
as long as I understand that there's an end count, like the end reason for counting bikes, then I'm okay with it, because for me, yeah, I do travel on quite a few of these trails. But they end. So it's not like it's getting me to the south. It's not like it's getting me to, from the north on Taunton Road. It's not getting me to the lakefront, not safely anyway. And so I do travel on these quite a bit. So as long as I can tie the justification of it to an end thing, and that makes sense to me. So for tourism, for perhaps infrastructure, that kind of thing, then I get it, and I'm okay with it. That's fine. Thank you.
Welcome.
Further? Yep. Now I think we're on page 29. Questions on 29, bunch more vehicles.
I have questions on 29, but not in the vehicle section.
Okay, go ahead.
It's with regards to the holiday decorations, 2023, $24,000. Can someone speak to that?
I had that as well. I can speak to that. So the holiday decorations that we currently have primarily along Harwood Avenue, they're roughly $1,000 a piece. And the last time we replaced them was about 8 years ago. We do have a number that are failing, and we've identified the need to replace them in order to maintain the lighting that we provide along Harwood Avenue and at Christmas time.
So it's an 8-year cycle, is that correct, roughly?
I'm ballparking it. There's one or two that we've replaced sort of over that period of time. But there's a number of electrical connection issues that we have that we do try and fix and repair, which we have over time. But more and more they are starting to fail. And in our opinion, they are in need of replacement.
And is this 24,000, this is just for the repurchase of new? This is not for any staff to put them up, like in the budgeting of anyone that we're hiring to put them up or anything. It's just for replacing the decorations. That's it, right?
Existing locations, that's correct. And it's not part of the contract for our tree lighting, which is separate. This is strictly the larger decorations that are attached to the streetlight poles.
Oh, the tree lighting is separate. The cost of that, separate from
Correct.
this budget.
Correct. It's in our
Oh, can I ask at this time, would you happen, I know it's off topic, but would you happen to know or not for the tree lighting?
We've got a multi-year contract for tree lighting for Pat Bailey Square, Town Hall, and in the village. So we have that built into our operating budget for a multi-year contract.
Got it. Okay. And the duration of and this does go to the cost, the duration of the decorations being up, obviously the longer they're up, the more wear and tear they take from the weather, the inclement weather. So is there a set time that what's the hard line? They go up at this time, they come down at this time?
They usually go up after the Remembrance Day event. So usually in the latter part of November, and we don't have a fixed date in terms of when they come down, but generally through the end of February typically is how long we keep them up for.
If they were to come down sooner, would it prolong their life? Like if we were to take them down into January?
Okay, this is off topic, Councillor Henry.
Is it? Because we're talking about the cost of it. We're
No,
talking about the cost of
no,
it. Would it not
no,
make it go longer?
No, your question's out of order. Move on, please.
Okay. Well, that's all my question then.
Thank you. On the capital budget, Rob.
The $60,000 for the ACC floor machines. How many is that for $60,000? Just curious.
Through the chair to Councillor.
Yeah, once again, the explanation doesn't give the details. It's just sort of a copy and paste explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Moore, and that $60,000 is for the replacement of 2 floor care machines at the Ajax Community Center. Those are the equipment that we use to clean the floors, do the mopping for us. As council knows, ACC is a very large building with a lot of floor area, a lot of large footprint, and the current machines that we have are just near end of life.
Yeah, everything's so expensive. Okay, thank you.
Okay, further on 29? I just want to touch on it, and I saw whoever's controlling the screen a couple of times able to pull up something other than the kind of generic spec sheet that shows up. Like if I click on the pumper apparatus unit P45, first one under replacement, it brings up the generic page with everything. Go ahead, click it. Okay, just to make sure, like there's no other explanation anywhere of that 1032411 pumper apparatus. No, because we used to have a whole spec sheet that would come up and tell you all about it, all sorts of information on it, lead time. Like this is a $1.1 million, and the next one is a total over $2 million, $2.1 million expenditure with really no information on it.
So if I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor, when we
Please.
changed to the 10-year capital budget, it was too onerous to have staff do detail sheets for over 300 projects. So we made a decision to segregate the strategic individual projects, and they would have all of the details. This year, so last year, the DCs and the LC, so the development charge and the life cycle, did not have any details. We've moved forward this year that the development charge projects that are in the current year, the current 3-year forecast, do have more details. But it was the premise was the life cycle were replacements. So replacements like for like. If there was a change of scope, then they would come forward as an individual sheet. So the pumper apparatus of 10324 was actually a detail sheet from last year, or a project that was last year, and it's being cash flowed in. We will look back, we'll discuss this with department heads on whether we come forward and provide all of that detail on the current year budget moving forward. This is a big undertaking, so I just like council to be aware of that.
No, I understand, and I do want to be respectful of staff and time, but with this budget, yeah, I mean, I can't in good conscience approve $2.1 million for something. I've seen these before come forward with a $50,000 consultant fee attached that we removed, because like, why do we have to hire a consultant for $50,000 to buy a fire truck for us? But I can't see that detail in this here. I understand it might be onerous, but we're also spending huge amount of money on new staff this year and on all kinds of software to manage these things. So I want our software to be able to give us that detail. That's my expectation. I think that's the expectation. I've heard a few councillors say the same thing. So, and we used to have it.
So sorry, Mr. Mayor, we had it when it was a 5-year capital,
okay.
And there weren't as many detail sheets. So but again, we will take this back. We've heard council's requests, and I'll work with department heads to provide more details on the current year that we're bringing forward.
Current year would be fine. Thank you. CEO Baker, you're on here. Did you want to say anything?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to, before Director Valentin came on, I was going to say that I've already sent an email to staff that is pretty clear from council that and understandable that you need some more information on these things. We look at that to improve our budget process for next year.
Thank you. Anything further on page 29, members of council? No, let's go to page 30. Nothing in 2023 for page 30. Any questions? Anybody want to bring anything forward? Okay, 31. Again, nothing current. Bring forwards. No, 32. Nothing current. Bring forwards. These are all the 10-year asset allocations, right? 5 to 10 year. Yeah. Page 33, same. 34, same. 35, same. 36. Page 37. Anything on page 37?
There's actually, sorry, Mr. Mayor, there's one item at the bottom of page 36.
So there is.
2023.
Yeah.
Questions? Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. Mine is on that particular item. So do we have any idea of what our working situation will look like in the future. So are we building this for future? I don't know if I'm saying this right. So a workplace, hybrid workplace, whatever that model looks like, are we building it for that? Do we know what it looks like? Do we need this? Like, I know we're, anyway, can somebody answer what I'm trying to say? It seems like there's a lot of empty offices now. So like, do we anticipate that staff will be in 3 days a week and they will need to have this kind of space for that purpose? Or like, what is the deal? What's the plan?
I had the same item, Councillor Crawford, a couple of things. One, this was done in 2019 pre-COVID. Two, we haven't seen or approved the hybrid work policy yet. I think that's coming on the next GGC. So I was asking the same question. Are these numbers still valid, and do we still need to spend this 1.680? Because we also did some renovations to town hall in 2019, I believe, in some workspaces. So who would be the right person for that, Ms. Fountain?
There I can start. As I understand, I wasn't here in 2019, but I understand that an accommodations study was completed, and then COVID hit. So I think we've had to pivot. I think the results of that initially were to expand different facilities to accommodate staff. Through COVID and the work from home and hybrid work situation, we have been undertaking that through senior management and have been looking at options. There are, like I know myself in the finance group, we are in the office. I would say half of my group is in the office full time in the various sections, and then others are in 2 to 3 days a week. So, and at times everyone's in. It's different across the organization, but there is a need to provide new workspaces for hoteling, for various things. And I think Ms. Cruciano is on the call too, who is, I think, leading this, that she'd probably be better off speaking to this.
Yes, Ms. Cruciano?
Thank you. And through the chair, yes, so what Director Valentin is describing is exactly what's happened. But last June, if you'll recall, CAO Baker brought, or actually it was Ms. Sinclair from Operations and Director Meredith brought forth a report outlining the approach that was being recommended to be taken to implement the renewed accommodation strategy. So that was taking the information from the 2019 plan and pivoting with the new COVID reality and the decisions that had been made by senior management. At that time, council approved the phase 1, which was around $591,000 for the first phase of this work, which is currently underway in the Office of the CAO Operations and LIS. And this project, and Director Meredith can speak to the specifics of what's included there, as well as Ms. Cooper or Mr. Walker from an IT and technology perspective. But ultimately, this does take into consideration growth projections. It takes into consideration that staff will be working from a hybrid, under a hybrid model, which allows them to work seamlessly from at home and in the office. So that is what is being recommended here. These are the funds required for the remainder of the departments and the technology and other upgrades that are required across the corporation.
Okay. Further, Councilor
Okay. Well, I would really like to see the hybrid model, and I would like to defer this to 2024 until we see what that looks like.
Okay, so the amendment is to bump this to 2024. Questions on the amendment? I'll start with, I don't see, Ms. Cruciano, the phase 1 as part of this spec sheet. It just says the 1680. It doesn't say anything about the work that was already done in here.
Through the chair, that's correct. So the scope of phase one and the funds required for phase one were approved by council last June.
Okay. So this is a separate one. So it's
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
this
You
would be
had
the
said
balance.
phase two, but okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
All right, Councillor Lee, I saw your hand.
Well, to staff then, if we do stop this and push it to next year, what are some of the ramifications? Have we committed to anything? Have we, just from a work done perspective, what happens if we stop this now and push it to next year?
Mr. Cruciano?
Through the chair, I can start, and then maybe some of the other directors can provide some specific examples if needed. But staff's perspective and the senior management team's perspective is that we are, with the existing staff complement that we have and the way that we've grown even over COVID without including any future projections, we are bursting at the seams in terms of workstations that are available for staff. So even while staff are working from home, our current office environment is not set up or designed or was intended to be able to allow that kind of modern or the kind of modern work that we're asked to and are experiencing right now. So with all of that, some of the directors can share, and I can share from the Office of the CAO as an example. And again, that's work that's currently underway, but there are needs in other departments where staff are sharing desks if there's a day that they both need to be in on the same or working off of the corner of a colleague's desk. There are staff working out of boardrooms. And so this is a comprehensive strategy that has been developed by operations. Floor plans will be put in or will be developed, and it is being implemented with the hopes that it will allow staff to work in a way that is productive and allows to bridge that gap between at work and working from home in an effective and productive way.
Is there a way to triage this where we do it by section? So we start with operations, do LIS, like hypothetically, or does it all have to be done at once?
So through the chair, it has been phased. So the June report did break out the 3 phases under which we are approaching this. So the first phase has been funded and approved by council, which is operations, the Office of the CAO, and LIS. This covers phase 2. Which is the remainder of the corporation. So this is the phased approach that staff are requesting, included in this budget.
And it's finance, planning, development, recreation, and fire services.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Listen, I think we do have a lot of staff. We do have to figure out where to put them all. And if this is something that can't be done through a management point of view, like the manager hypothetically decides who works when, so we don't have that overlap, then I guess this is something we do need. So I'll just leave it at that. I don't think I can support this based on what staff is outlining as you use their phrase, bursting at the seams. Thank you, Chair.
No problem. I was actually happy to see Councillor Crawford bring this forward because I was going to if she didn't. I'm not comfortable approving this without us seeing our hybrid work policy that I kind of hoped we would see last December so we could have implemented it January 1st. And we haven't seen that. And so I don't know for sure what the policy is going to be. Ms. Cruciano spoke well to it, but again, right now, I don't think that has been fully established. If it has, I'm not aware of it because we haven't approved it. So once that is established, there might not be that overlap. Once it's figured out who is eligible to work from home, what those days of the week are going to be, and everything else. So, did anybody else have their hand up? Mr. Romanowski, I saw your hand.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair, for letting me into the conversation. I guess I would add to what Cass said. It's not only about modernizing the space, but there is that immediate need to really have more private space to virtually meet, etc.
Shane, can you mute your microphone?
To get the
A.O. Baker?
departments about
It's Christy.
Oh, it's Christy. Whoever's speaking, mute your mic, please. Thanks. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, sorry. It's really how we work now is changed a lot, especially at Town Hall, specifically within the planning department. We do have a hybrid kind of a flip-flop work schedule in P&D just by the nature of the work that we do within our department, and we're working in teams in order to deliver on development approvals, etc. I think modernizing the space and finding some efficiencies in our space within Town Hall to make us more efficient is an important piece of this this budget ask. We have a lot of people in cubicles, but we don't have a lot of space for people to conduct virtual meetings or have meetings virtually without being plugged into headphones. And sometimes it's not conducive. You're flipping through documents. You can't be real. We're trying to go wireless, but we're then plugging in headphones and then trying to navigate that. So I think there's a lot for, at least in P&D, for these improvements to be made to make our space more efficient, to provide people with the actual space needs that they actually require to do their jobs, and just making it better as a collective in order to deliver on all these projects. And we have all those technologies and spaces in place to achieve those goals.
Okay. I'm going to go just Councillor Bauer and Henry and Tyler Moore and just to CEO Baker quickly, because I think this is coming from the CEO's office to speak to it. Then I'll go to council for questions again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we discussed before a few weeks ago, the hybrid policy has been in the works. It's been before SMT and was being reviewed by the different labor associations. That has now been completed and the hybrid policy is done. Did a little bit of research on what other municipalities had done. You had asked if it could go to GGC. That was none of the other municipalities that we had looked into actually took it to their councils for approval because it's an administrative function. However, that was something that I was going to discuss with you today, but it looks like that meeting probably won't happen. But the policy is ready to go. It's been all approved and ready to go, and I was going to share it with you today. But outside of the hybrid policy, as I had mentioned, we have been operating. The hybrid policy just basically formalizes what we're doing already. The hybrid policy quite simply states that any individual who would like to work from home, an opportunity to work from home, would make an application to their supervisor, their manager, to see if it's appropriate for that particular position to be able to work from home. And then the manager and the department head would discuss based on operational feasibility as to whether or not that's something that could be permitted. But outside of all of that, it's quite clear that, we had this discussion a couple of years ago that Town Hall was bursting at the seams. We contracted an outside firm to look at an accommodation strategy just in general before COVID even happened, so that we wouldn't have to build more space or lease more space. And now actually with COVID coming on, it actually helped us in being able to manage our workforce and the location of our workforce and reducing costs for commercial space by allowing work from home in some positions. The policy will not speak to what types of positions do work from home and what types don't. The policy is quite specific, as is Toronto's and everybody else's that we look to, that it's individually departmentally based. Every job is different in the town, from the CEO's office to finance to operations. They're all different, and some positions are suitable to work from home and some are not. But in the end, the accommodation policy, by not allowing that to go forward, it actually puts us behind the 8 ball, and then we would have to come forward with some type of report as to how we manage our space needs.
Okay, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. My question actually was about the replacement of equipment and furniture as a part of this review. And what do we do? Because I'm sure some of that stuff can be reused. So is it going to be used in other parts of the town? Is it going to be refurbished? Is it going to be sold? What are we doing with the stuff we're getting rid of?
Through the chair, I can take a stab at that question, and then maybe Finance or Director Meredith can provide some additional information. But the staff's intent is to look at all of the different ways that any disposal or recycling or donation or diversion really of the furniture that's being replaced is being looked at. And one of those ways that that we're considering is through working with the furniture, our furniture vendor of record. And they have a diversion program, which takes existing furniture, sells what it can, donates some to not-for-profits, recycles what can be recycled, and then disposes of the remainder in as responsible a way as possible, and then provides a report outlining some of the carbon offsets and other pieces that come from a waste diversion program, like if we were offloading all of our existing furniture. There's also processes in place for where we can auction off some of those furniture pieces through gov deals, as we do with other equipment. But those are things that staff are considering and are looking to do to make sure that any disposal or recycling or donations are done or repurposement are done in as responsible a way as possible from both a financial and an environmental perspective.
Very glad to hear that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Ms. Cassiano, question with regards to the modification, the workstation modification, and the CAO's office in particular, with regards to the council office. This also affects the existing quote unquote two councillor offices that are there currently right now, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, yes, that is correct.
And what will those offices be repurposed as?
Through the chair, so one of the offices at this time, the floor plans are as such that one of the offices that's currently in place for council will be kept in place with 3 unique workstations for members of council that come in that are looking to do some work. And the other office is being changed into a bookable office space, which is with a closed door table and 4 chairs that will be used, that is bookable both by staff in the office of the CAO or otherwise in town hall, as well as members of council themselves will have the ability to book that as well.
Thank you. And I'd just like to say thank you for all your time and effort you've put into this. I know through the tour you gave me that you've put hours and hours into this, and thank you for all that, and to Christy as well. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I need to get this straight. So Ms. Cruciano, you're saying that there was, I shouldn't say you're saying, we had money in the budget already allocated from last year for a portion, sort of phase 1 of this initiative, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Moore, yes, that is correct.
Okay, fine. The new ask is an additional $600,000.
No.
Correct.
Through the chair, no. The new ask is, I believe it's $1.68 million for the remaining locations in across the town's offices.
Okay, so just bear with me. So I understand that when we're in council chambers, or maybe one main office in each department would be an area where you could collectively go and jointly be on a Zoom call. Let's say, I don't know how that would look in any capacity other than one laptop per person, because even if you're, if there's 3 or 4 people in a room. So I don't really understand this, and I don't know if this is the right time, because I know this is coming to GGC next month where we can actually get into the details of what this is. But in reference to moving it ahead, to me, when at my house, when I have to go online like we are now, I bought this fancy $40 stand and I cleaned up my rear and over there, and I thought, okay, kind of all set. So I don't mean to be sarcastic, and I apologize for that. Anyways, I just don't really understand how it's going to look for individual workstations. So maybe this is for next month, Mr. Mayor. I don't know, but anyway, I'll leave it there. Maybe could somebody tell me exactly how it will look?
No.
Romanowski. No. Okay.
No, we're not going to get into design today.
So that's fine.
I just want to correct something. This is a new project this year. This is a new spec sheet for this year. This was not from last year. This is 2023.
Right. I was just referring to Ms. Cruciano saying that there was already money in the budget. Anyway.
Yeah, I think we did partial 2
Okay.
years ago or last year, but this is a new project in the capital budget this year.
It's just a massive ask, and residents are listening, and a lot of people, those residents work from home, and okay, thank you.
And I'm being told there is nothing coming to GGC. So this is a decision today. Councillor Henry, that's an old hand.
Sorry, it's a new hand. I just have another question.
Okay, well,
to
hold on.
Ms.
I'm going to go to
Canciano.
others that haven't spoken yet. Councillor
Yeah,
Dice?
no worries, no worries.
Yeah, thank you. And just a quick question. I see at the bottom that references accommodation needs. I'm wondering also if there's furniture that through this study will identify other furniture that we may need for people working from home, the ergonomic chairs or the desks that go up and down. Is that part of this?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes, this is right now, this is specific to the workplace, so town facilities, and that's specifically for the furniture. So the furniture that is being purchased is specific for the town facilities. However, there are elements of technology purchases to make sure that the equipment that staff are working with at home, whether that's an additional monitor or what staff need at home, is something that's being managed, separately, but in alignment with this initiative.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Henry, going back in.
Yes, thank you. Mrs. Cruciano, I just wanted to ask, obviously through this process, I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you've done a very thorough process here, that you've looked at this cost that you're asking, because as councillors have pointed out, it is a large amount. You've looked at this versus building more brick and mortar locations, and this was the cheaper version. No,
we're not.
Oh, you haven't. Okay, I'm sorry. I just assumed it was.
No.
Okay,
This
no
is
worries.
this is about the purchasing, the 1.68 million. That's not. We're not.
I'm just speaking, Chair. I'm just speaking to this in favor of this. So I just assumed it was. I'm not trying to say that I don't want it. So I just.
So
I'm
through the
just
chair,
trying to move things along and clarifying.
Yeah.
Through the chair, if I can just say though, the initial assessment that was done by the consultants did look at the cost comparison of expanding our existing footprints and the costs associated with that versus this option, which is an investment into the existing footprint that we have to make the most of our space given the staff and space needs that we have.
I thought you would have. Thank you. You're very thorough. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
CEO Baker.
That's exactly what I was trying to get at earlier, which was before COVID, we, if council will remember, we enlisted the consultants Cushman and Wakefield to come in and do an accommodation strategy long before, the need or even talking about work from home, because we were going to need more space for the staff that we had now and that we were looking, projecting to hire over the next 5 to 10 years. They absolutely noted that we would need more space. Either we would need to build it or lease it at quite a higher cost than what we're looking at this accommodation strategy that we're looking at. Yes, you're only looking at workstation modifications here, but the whole idea is based on working from home, hoteling people in the same offices, all that kind of stuff. And so that was the point of my previous comment, which was that if council does not continue to approve this accommodation strategy moving forward, we would have to go back and then report back to council on what our space needs would be, either buying new or leasing.
Yeah, no, understood. And I was clear on that. All I was trying to say is a lot's changed since 2019. And I would have liked to have had this work home policy, the hybrid work policy in place. So we actually had those new numbers, because nobody foresaw COVID in 2019 when Cushman Wakefield came in and did that. I don't think.
Free, Mr. Mayor, that's my whole point, is that the work from home, which we have been doing, is that, and as I mentioned to you when we met previously, the work from home policy just formalizes what we've already been doing. We already know what our needs are. that departments they've already approved their staff, the appropriate staff to be able to work from home, but we needed to, get our legal look at it. We wanted to see what other municipalities like Toronto and Vaughan and Oakville and all of our peer municipalities were doing to make sure that we were touching all the bases that we needed to touch. But that's the whole point is COVID has allowed us to be able to use this type of a work environment to our advantage to save hundreds, if not millions of dollars on space that we would need for these staff moving forward.
I get that piece. I get that piece. Anything further on this?
Chair, Director Cooper has her hand up.
Oh, I can't see on my screen. Ms. Cooper?
Thank you.
Mrs. Cooper, sorry.
Thanks. I just wanted to really quickly, if I could, speak to the technology piece. I think just going back to Regional Councillor Lee's initial question about the consequences of delaying this. So I just wanted to hit that point. So, obviously this is a big project. It involves the physical changing of the layouts and the footprints of departments. But a really important piece from the LIS side are the technology tools to support the way that our workforce has changed. So so you have to remember phase 1 of the project included the CAO's office, LIS, and operations, and those pieces are already moving forward. But part of this budget includes technology tools that are really important as phase 1 gets completed. And sort of to acknowledge that we currently have a mix of people working at home and working in the office. So if you basically we need tools in our shared spaces and boardrooms that are going to enable the staff that are working in the office to interact seamlessly with people who are working from home from time to time. So some of you, just as an example, might have seen those OWL solutions that we have in like 1 or 2 rooms that allow for seamless hybrid staff meetings. These are the types of tools that a modern workforce needs. Booking software, because we have a lot of staff, certainly in my area, that have shared workstations now. So we need a system for booking desks so that we don't have, people sitting on each other's laps, and just hardware to support shared workstations. So when you come to work and you've booked a workstation, you need a second screen to plug into, a universal charger, and all those types of things are included in this budget. So I view them as really important in the short term. And just to CAO Baker's point, if they're not approved as part of this project, I think we'll need to be coming back to council pretty soon to figure out kind of, how we're going to fund these needs that I think are pretty much critical to the way we do work at this point in time.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We've had a pretty thorough discussion. Regional Councillor Crawford, you had your hand up again.
So apparently this is a hot button item, according to staff. I just want you to know I'm sitting in the corner of my couch at a $20 desk, and I've been doing that for 3 years. My office no longer exists, willingly gave it up at the office so that we could expand our space. Now, even at the office, I shared an office with 3 other regional councillors, which is unheard of throughout the Durham region. Okay, so I'm just going to say, it's fine. You guys are all working hybrid. So are we. I haven't got a proper office myself, and I don't have a proper setup myself. I am looking at 1 laptop. I don't have another desktop to look at something else where I have to flip back and forth to find my things. Just saying, we've all been a little inconvenienced through this time. I'm going to withdraw this motion, but please know I still have my $20 desk. Okay, so I'm done.
I think we've probably asked enough on this. Councillor Bauer, do you mind that it's been withdrawn? Can we move on?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Page 35.
Page
36, sorry.
37.
Yeah, we said finish.
37, let me just see where we are. 37, correct. Questions 37. All right, I have some. I want to talk about the Harwood multi-use path, and I know Councillor Dyes, you're going to put your hand up, so you can speak next. The multi-use path, Falby to Clover Ridge, and once I made my notes, I looked back and I saw that it's been split up. Falby to Clover Ridge, and then Falby to Bailey to Falby. So 2 questions. 1, why has it been split up? And 2, why is there still a corresponding bike lane Falby to Westney. My understanding, and I'm pretty sure council direction, was the design for the multi-use path was going to be instead of the bike lane. Whoever would like to answer that. Mr. Romanowski.
Through the chair to the mayor. And this is a project that sits within Dave's group, so I'm sure Dave will jump on here too.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't imagine we would have both. We would either have a bike lane or a multi-use path. Previous direction from yourself through discussions about the Lower Harwood study further south. Those were some decisions that were made last year, the year before, which really has meant that operations and planning, pardon me, have initiated and will continue to initiate discussions with regards to the whole Harwood corridor and find the appropriate solution based off of some of the work that's already been done. But I don't imagine, and maybe Dave or Renell can jump in on this, but I don't imagine we need a lane and the trail. But they are two different sections.
Okay. Well, the other thing is, why is it split into two projects for the multi-use path along the east side of Harwood?
Through the chair to the mayor, I'll let operations talk about that, because it might just be the size of the project.
Okay. Mr. Meredith?
Yeah, through to the Mayor Collier. That is exactly it. There are, when we're looking at a large stretch such as this, we would look to do the design as one project, but you know, sort of giving the cost and the potential timing and having the ability to split it into two projects. That's something that, in terms of how it's been positioned, but we would look to do the design as one project in 2023, get up-to-date cost estimates, and then the following year determine whether we would continue with the construction and implementation as one phase or two phases. But based on the resolution that council had provided back in October of 21, the desire to go and cover this full strength, or this full length, was clear.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the project description, because you didn't speak to the bike lane that is also there. There's two. There's also the Harwood bike lane, Falby to Westney, for 48.4 this year and 522,800 next year for installation. So that should not be there. Right, the multi-use path was supposed to be instead of what was from the integrated transportation master plan.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so my motion will be to delete item 23090312. The lane from Falby to Westney, because I was pretty sure that was the direction council gave to proceed with the design for the 3-meter off-road path instead, which would be numbers 23003601, Falby to Clover Ridge, and then 23090313, Bailey to Falby, which is the entire length, I think it's 1.6 kilometers from Lake Driveway to Bailey. Is that correct, Ms. Valentin?
Sorry, my apologies.
That's okay. The second one from the bottom
Mhm.
is the one that's the duplicate, 0312.
So
And that's what,
sorry, I believe one was on the east side and one was on the west side. I don't think they're duplicates. But you're looking to eliminate one.
no, they're definitely duplicates, because that was the whole point. I've got Christy trying to get me the exact motion, but I think it's outlined in the spec sheet for the multi-use path, if we can go back to that.
Down at the bottom.
So on October 12, 2021, council passed a resolution to proceed with the detailed design of an off-road multi-use path on the east side of Harwood because the recommendation at the time from Mr. Grieve was to be on the west side and have it was a different thing. I was close, 1.7. I said 1.6 kilometers. Along the east side of Harwood Avenue from Falby to Clover Ridge Drive that include the removal of existing sidewalk, removal of existing on-road active transportation facilities on Harwood Avenue between Wesley and McRae, and restore the section. And then it speaks to the motion below.
And then just, if I could just add the one part of that resolution from council as well, is that staff would report back to General Government Committee regarding the detailed design and anticipated costs and funding sources. So once we do the design, we will bring a report to council that'll identify costs, what the design actually is and how it would be funded.
Okay, well, that raises another question because it's here on the capital budget. Why have we approved this 14 months ago? Why have we not seen that yet? Because this has right here in the budget design in 2023 and installation 2024. If we approved this in October 12th, 2021, why was design not done in 2022? Anyway,
my understanding is
it doesn't matter. That's my motion to remove that capital item, please. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment?
Question?
Yeah.
Just so I
Councilor Tyler
understand. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, just so I understand, in 2021, we approved the multi-use trail that was to be constructed or is to be constructed on the east side of Harwood, correct?
No, what the recommendation from staff was, and I stand to be corrected, is Mr. Grieve brought forward a motion or brought forward a report to do I think it was, and this was back to our transportation master plan, to be on-road cycling facilities along the entire length of Harwood Avenue from Bailey all the way down to the existing where it starts at Bircher, Westney.
Got it.
We as a council gave direction, instead of having on-road cycling, which would basically have, it was almost the same price. I think it was within about $20,000 to do a complete off-road 3-meter multi-use path, which would, in my opinion, be a lot safer. Taking the cycling facility off-road and return that bottom section back to roadway, the entire length from Lake Driveway all the way up.
Okay, so that was passed in 2021 and direction was given.
That's my recollection.
Okay, and today we're looking at this new page here, Harwood Bike Lane, Falby to Westney, same area. And
so today there's 3 items on here. There's the multi-use path in 2 sections. You see those? Okay, there's the Harwood MUP from Falby to Clover Ridge. Okay, which I can't see it. Hold on.
Yeah,
which is 70,900 this year and 731,200 next year for installation. So that's design and installation. And then if you go down to the bottom one, it's a multi-use trail from Bailey to Falby, the other section for 49,800 this year and 538 next year. And then just above it, there's a Harwood bike lane is still in there at 48,400 this year and 522,800 next year, which
so
I'm saying was supposed to have been removed as part of the putting in the multi-use path.
Yeah, isn't this overlapping on these?
Yes.
Yes.
It is. So hence the reason why you want, it wouldn't compromise the project. It would just clean it up financially.
No, the whole point of having the multi-use path is to not have the on-road bike lanes.
Right. And if we were to move forward, you'd have both?
In its current state, That's my understanding. There's 2 capital projects in here.
Okay, yeah, got it.
So I'm just saying we've got a duplicate from my recollection. So we take out the duplicate, which is the on-road bike lane, because we now have a 3-meter multi-use path.
Got it. Thank you.
Councillor Dice?
Thank you. Now I'm totally confused. But anyway, so originally when that 2012 study was done, yes, you're absolutely correct. There were bike lanes all the way up on both sides because they saw the need to widen Harwood. So it's intensification, it's population growth, it's tourism growth, and we know that we have no other streets north-south that connect to the lakefront, which is where people want to go. So that study was done. It was done in segments. The only segment that differed, so you had a bike lane on each side going north and south, and then you had a separate sidewalk for pedestrians, except I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Jeff will know, where St. Bernadette's is, we needed a retaining wall. So that was going to lift up the sidewalk to have a bike lane plus a pedestrian sidewalk at the side of it. And that was the difference. There was some cute confusion, and I do have, a copy of the resolution that was in 2020.
I have it here.
Yeah, so it was for the feasibility study of a multi-use path. So there might be more than one, which is the confusion, of $50,000. And that was in April 2021. And it was to come back in 2022 because we did, and I know they did the report and came back, but it still didn't answer some of the questions like tree removal and expropriation of some properties when we're going to put both those facilities on the west side. And that's why, I can't really support changing.
Councillor Dies, that's not the motion.
But anyway, okay. So that's part of the issue. That's part of the issue. There's a lot of confusion. I think there's some unanswered questions.
So let me just read the exact motion from the minutes so we won't have any confusion. There's 2 parts. 1, moved by myself, that staff be directed to proceed with the detailed design of an off-road multi-use path on the east side of Harwood Avenue between Bailey and Lake Driveway, instead of the proposed on-road active transportation facilities as recommended in the 2012 Lower Harwood Study and 2019 Integrated Transportation Master Plan, and report back to council or the appropriate standing committee with information regarding detailed design, costs, and funding source, which didn't happen. Okay, the first we've seen about the funding source has been here on this budget. 2, and it shows up as a new project. There's an asterisk beside it right here. 2, that staff be directed to include as part of the detailed design, the removal of existing on-road active transportation facilities on Harwood Avenue, and this section of Harwood Avenue be restored to 2 vehicle travel lanes in each direction. Carried, recorded vote. So that's the direction council gave in October of 2021. I don't think there's any misunderstanding. We clearly said to remove the on-road and return it to both lanes and to proceed with the multi-use path. It even says as recommended I'll read it again. Multi-use path on the east side of Harwood Avenue instead of the proposed on-road active transportation facilities. So that's the motion that we passed by recorded vote in October 2021. So my amendment is to remove the section here that talks about the on-road facility, because our direction very clearly was to not go ahead with the on-road facility. Jeff's nodding. Councillor Dice?
I just have a question to staff then,
Yep.
because it says on this 601-230-03-601, because now it's like all over the map here. Anyway, it says here that the design is 2023 and the construction is 2024. So does that design come back to us and give us a fulsome view of how many trees are coming down, what the ramifications are, any other costs that are associated with this change?
Mr. Meredith?
Yes, that's what it means. Part of the resolution in number 1 makes reference to reporting back to council or the appropriate standing committee regarding the detailed design, costs, and funding sources. So that would be our plan to do later in 23, so that it could inform the 24 budget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crawford.
So in my recollection, and it could be wrong because I am old, but that this project was not $1.1 million when we looked at this a few years ago. Am I right? I thought it was under $1 million, thought it was 500,000. And I even at that time thought it was too much money.
I thought it was 900-ish.
Yeah. So the other thing is I've actually rode on Harwood and I rode on the bike lanes, those short little bike lanes. They're not dangerous. The whole section is not dangerous. What is dangerous is being on a multi-use path with other people. And the closer you get to the lake, the less they like bikes. That's what I've learned because I've heard it firsthand. They get very angry with you. And they throw things at you. It's not very nice. And also, I would like to still remind people that Ajax extends past Bailey, and still we're spending $1.1 million on this multi-use pass from Bailey to the lakefront, and I still can't get from Taunton Road to Bailey safely. So when are we going to address the safety for bikers on the road or on a whatever the path is from the north? We still exist back here, and we still ride bikes, and there's quite a few of us. And many people go north because it's so dangerous to go south. So we're going to spend $1.1 million because a handful of people don't like the bike lanes at the bottom of Harwood. Is that what we're hearing? Because I've heard people say from the south, yes. They don't want that change. They think it's a waste of money. So I'm very confused about who's really wanting this, because I don't think the bikers are. I'm just
that's not
as a biker.
I'll answer it and then staff can correct me if I'm wrong. That's not what we're doing. We had the 2012 Lower Harwood study, which recommended having on-road cycling facilities all the way down. That's part of the transportation master plan that I think we approved, Joanne, you and I, in 2005, if I have the dates correct. So this goes back a long way. And then the Lower Harwood study was done and made recommendations. And then in 2019, we had our integrated transportation master plan, which was, I think, an update or whatever it was. And John presented those to us, which was originally a west side option. And to put the west side option and have the bike lanes on the road and push out the curbs and push out everything else was, I think, 900 or 870, I think it was. And I asked, why would you do the west side? You've got to cross all these places. You've got the new Lakeridge long-term care home they were putting in. You've got Pat Bailey Square. There's not enough room really to get in there. Why would you not look at the east side? You're crossing less traffic. You're doing less things. And I don't remember everything. We could go back and look at the tape, but we decided at that point to deviate from the 2012 Lower Harwood study and to go the other route, because the cost at the time was very similar, but it allowed us to do that all the way from Lake Driveway, where the Lower Harwood study was from Clover Ridge. And it had kind of that transition area there. Now, Mr. Romanowski or anybody else have a better memory than me, perhaps?
I kind of remember that John Grease really wasn't in favor of it, the multi-use path. My recollection.
I don't know. I just have our motion. But you did have a question on the other, which was a justification of why are we going to do this. So Mr. Romanowski, can you just speak to the, I guess not the Lower Harwood study, the integrated transportation master plan as to when we'll see in the capital budget the infrastructure in the North Ajax area that Councillor Crawford brought up?
Yeah, well, I would have to go through the study and see what's in there specifically for the North. Obviously, we'd be looking at some of our corridors up there, east-west corridors and north-south corridors. So Williamson and Rossland, Taunton, and using the network of the trail systems. I do understand where Councillor Crawford's coming from, and on-road separate, trying to have separate facilities for pedestrians and cyclists. Obviously ideal if we had more space. So we have to use the space that we have for those facilities. Just looking at, I believe we're going to be doing integrated transportation master plan coming up. The last one was done in 2019. So I can work with Deval, and we can look at the plan for the north, be more specific on that. We can meet with Councillor Crawford and any other councillors from the northern wards to discuss that plan.
Very good.
But I will speak to the discussions about the Harwood plan and just further elaborate on the discussions that we've had between planning and operations, and really looking at this corridor, going back and looking at the Lower Harwood study. And we've had those discussions internally since October, November of 2001, when this direction was given by council to put the MUP on the east side of Harwood and removing the bike lanes. And I think Councillor Crawford asked if Mr. Grieve was opposed to that, and he was. He would have preferred it to stay as was, but that wasn't the direction that was given by council as a result.
Yep. Further, Councillor Crawford, was that it? Okay. Councillor Dyes, you want to get back in?
Yeah, sorry. So I just want to say to Councillor Crawford that she's not incorrect. As we all know on council, that people have different opinions, and they did in South Ajax when these changes were done, particularly on that last block on Lower Harwood. And so that creates some anxiety. People, have difficulty with change after 30, 40 years in this community. So that was part of it. But all in all, I have to say, we hear that all the time, and we have to make decisions. And for my part, being a counselor in that ward, there really wasn't enough of a concern to change what the study and the changes that were put into the study. There wasn't enough really concerns to make that change. And in fact, transportation department did support that as well. So in the sense that there were the accidents at the intersections that were of concern went down apparently when the bike lanes went in. So there were a lot of things that were not necessarily true that, were concerns at the time, and we were able to answer those concerns. The biggest concern is, yes, sharing a multi-trail. And when you've got intensification coming, and again, not many north-south routes, this street will be very busy. It might not be at this moment in time, but it will be, because we have to look to the future and provide that infrastructure. So I just wanted to say that was part of the conversation that we did have. And I remember that was the report. Thank you.
Okay. So the amendment is on the floor. If there's nothing further, as per council direction, those in favor?
Sorry, point of order. Can you repeat the?
What's the amendment to?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
After all
we've
the
been talking about this for a while. Sorry.
I know.
To remove item 2923090312, Harwood Bike Lane. It's the second one from the bottom. Falby to Bailey, Falby to Westney, which is part of the original Lower Harwood study. 48,400 this year for design, 52,000, 522,800 next year.
So not push, but remove, correct?
Remove, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
We kind of did remove it already, but yeah. Okay, those in favor? That's enough. Any opposed? To be on the record?
Yeah.
There you go. So that carries. Moving on to the next. Anything else on page 37? Okay, let's go to page 40. So these are sort of a relist of a number of these things we've already discussed, just a list of all the new ones together. So we have actually been through all of these before. Did we miss any?
Sorry, Mayor Collier, what page are we on?
Page 40? Sorry,
I think we're on 38. Sorry. Mr.
38. My apologies. Page 38.
Okay. Can I just ask a question about something on page 38 then?
Absolutely.
Thank
would
you.
you like?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth item from the top, 23090320, Harwood West Side Bike Lane, Bailey to Falby. Just wondering if that has anything to do with the discussion we just had about Harwood from Bailey to Lake.
A little bit. That's part 2. That's the last link from McCrae, or sorry, from Clover Ridge to McCrae, to kind of bring it into the same as what we're doing to the north, I think. Mr. Romanowski?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, this is the segment from St. Bernadette's down to Falby Court. And this is the part that Councillor Dyes was referring to in our last discussion of, you know, what facilities here. And this is why we've started conversations with ops and looking back at the Lower Harwood study and really trying to understand what is the best plan here going forward into the future. And we don't know, do we need a retaining wall? How do we retain that sidewalk? Is the trail up on the sidewalk? Do we create a dedicated lane? So right now it's showing as a bike lane in 23. It could, I'm assuming we can, if it's not a bike lane or it turns to a different type of infrastructure within the right of way, we still could use this funding, I imagine, and Director Valentin can jump in there and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's bike related infrastructure, whether it's a bike lane or we move to an off-road facility. That's definitely something that we would look into here. This is from my section as well.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to question it. Thank you. That's fine.
Okay, Councillor Lee.
Chair, this is regarding 230-90320, the Harwood West Side. No, that's the one on screen. 230-90318, the Standardville Bike Lane, Roslyn to Hearst, and then the subsequent one. I understand this was in our integrated transportation master plan. I don't really think there's a dedicated need for this now. I think we can push those 1 year. Just the residents aren't clamoring necessarily for the bike lanes, and Standardville in itself is not an overly busy subdivision street that, you know, you couldn't bike safely regardless. So I understand we passed the master plan and it was important, but I just think we, you know, in lieu of the financial pressures that we have right now, 1.8 and 1.9 could be pushed to at least 2024 or 2025, unless the director of planning tells me otherwise, or the director of finance.
Thank you.
Who would like to comment on this?
I'll just jump in real quick. From a financial perspective, these are funded from development charges. And again, we have to use those funds. So
sorry, I just scrolled down.
To speak to it. Yeah.
No, very good.
And through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, my experience would be it's better to put them in sooner than later. Get them in there. It's similar to trails. It's harder to put a trail in after everybody's living in the neighborhood or in the community. It's easier to put it in when there's less activity or the neighborhood's not as populated. Plus, early integration into our right of way promotes use of the system. So I think it's prudent to keep that in there, especially with Councillor Crawford looking for more transportation.
This is just my war on bikes, guys. This is my inability to ride a bike, my war on bikes. But I will withdraw my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the amendment is withdrawn. Councillor Dyce.
Thank you. And I just had a comment, if I may, and I agree, Mr. Romanowski is right. And if we stop putting these little pieces of trails in every year, we'll never have any trails. We don't see the cyclists that go down all the time because I'm not watching on my street 247, but they're there all the time. And the majority of cyclists in Ajax will go north. And it's really difficult finding ways to go north and north into the green belt kind of thing in different small areas. So it's really, really important for tourism. And, you know, specifically when we have the National Trail that might be coming through Greenwood, we've got the Rouge Valley Trail and also the coming up to the Pickering National Park there, the Rouge National Park, sorry. So there's a whole bunch of initiatives going on, and there's the Meadowway as well. So we have to think of all these connections that bring a lot of people into your community and how you connect them to the trails within the community. Thank you.
The Director of Finance had me at development charges, but thank you.
Okay, further? Councillor Henry?
Yeah, I'd just like to touch base on what Councillor Dye said, and I 100% agree with her. We don't put this infrastructure in now. When do we put it in? And if you put it in after everybody's in the neighborhood, then you're going to have complaints. So 100%.
Okay. Anything further on page 38? Okay. 39, again, list of new projects, none in 2020. Oh, the bottom is 2023. Some road resurfacing. Further, old hand, new hand, Nancy?
New hand.
New hand, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, and I've asked this of my counterpart, and I'm only asking it because I don't have an answer to it. So 1029011 Roslyn Road widening Salem to Lake Ridge. This is a DC charge, so it has to be done, correct, to the Director of Finance, correct?
Well, it's actually an existing project that's already underway.
Okay, so
cash flowed.
So this is from Salem to Lake Ridge. So that has already been decided on. I thought that was to come before council. Am I incorrect?
I believe this is the design. There's construction, sorry.
So I can speak to it.
Please.
Valentin. So in 2022, council did award the design for the entire stretch of Roslyn Road from Westney Road to Lake Ridge. So we're in the process, in the early stages now, of initiating the design exercise. What we have before council for 23 and beyond is the next phase of Roslyn Road, which is Salem to Lake Ridge. And that ties in land acquisition in 24, utility relocation in 25, and construction in 26. The timing has also been developed in conjunction and respecting the approvals that have been given to the Medallion subdivision or the Medallion development and road widening improvements on Roslyn Road to coincide with their phasing of development as well.
So this has been decided, Director Meredith. It's already been decided, because like I realize that it's been decided that it would happen, but the different phases is what I'm asking. There's phase 1 and 2 of this project still, correct?
Oh, yeah, correct. All that's been decided is awarding the detailed design of Roslyn Road from Westney Road to Lake Ridge Road. That's what's been decided, and that's what we're embarking on. And it'll take probably 1.5 to 2 years to get through the design process.
Okay, so I just, bear with me. Is this not putting the horse before the cart? Because if it hasn't come before council and correct me, somebody, if I'm wrong, if it hasn't come before council that we've decided which stretch of road is to be done first, whether it's from Westney to Salem or Salem to Lake Ridge, then we're putting this item first, as if we've already agreed that that's the stretch of road to be done first. But it has not come before council that we've agreed that that's the stretch of Roslyn Road to become done first. Am I correct?
We're designing both phases at the same time.
Yes, but I'm sorry to the chair. I apologize for jumping ahead. It's just that they're related. On page 43, where we have upgrades, am I not reading this, that this is item 1026811 correlates to the item I'm currently speaking of, which is 1029011. So it's on page 39, we're talking about Roslyn Wide Salem to Lake Ridge. And on page 43, we're talking about Westney to Salem. So you're putting on page 39, you're putting Salem to Lake Ridge in the budget for 2024. And then on page 43, you're putting from Westney to Salem in 2025. So it's as if it's already been decided that through this process that Salem to Lake Ridge will go first before it's even got to council.
So what I would say is that's how it's been positioned in the forecast. Right now, we've awarded the ultimate design. There's no budget approvals that are being asked for in terms of 2023. The subsequent phases are in the forecast, but you are correct in terms of how it's been positioned. It's been positioned that we would do Westney to Salem starting in 2024 with land acquisition, and then we would carry that through and then begin the next phase, which is Westney to Salem. So you're correct in terms of how it's been positioned in the forecast, but it's not necessarily receiving any budget approval today.
Mr. Meredith, wasn't this part of the site plan for Amazon and to facilitate the widening there for that in the Medallion?
It was part of, and Mr. Romanowski can chime in, but the development agreement that was entered into with not only Amazon, but specifically with Medallion has triggers for the need to widen Roslyn Road before they can advance into future phases of their development, which lines up with roughly the 2026 timeframe. So it's been positioned to align with the Medallion commitments that have been entered into through the development agreement.
To the chair, sorry, before Mr. Romanowski goes ahead, to the chair, I would ask, at what time would I express my ward's grievances with one part of the project going before the other? If we okay this right now as the budget stands, even though it's a forecast budget, and I need a place and time where I will be allowed to express my ward's grievances with this going forward in this order, because this is not what they've told me that they want. So to the chair, I would ask, when would be the appropriate time for me to bring forth this, if not
You
now?
can
Pardon?
shoot off an email anytime. I mean, nothing's stopping you, but like you said, this is a forecast budget.
No, there won't be public
This
hearing.
is not something that is going to happen in this year. But Mr. Romanowski, can you speak to the timing as well? Like, I mean, this is just, to me, the development is happening between Salem and Lake Ridge. There's no development happening west of Salem to Westney right now. It's just Boulevard. I mean,
There's
we're not
nothing
gonna,
there's nothing happening to
there's
where
no development happening.
between Salem and Westney?
Yeah.
Through the chair, I would counteract that point because we just put through an MZO and
Okay,
there's talk
but
of future MZOs in that area. So I would counteract your
Understood.
points there.
But there, okay, but we also have an Amazon warehouse and an approved through the OLT Medallion development ready to go. But anyway, Mr. Romanowski, can you speak to the timing? The others, we don't know if we're gonna even get, Councillor Henry.
I agree, Chair, but we definitely would not get with putting one over the other.
Hey, Jeff?
Yes, through the chair to, I guess, Councillor Henry, or there's been several voices in on this conversation, but Mr. Meredith did characterize, the timing of the project and the different elements or phases of the project. In my opinion, the Roslyn Road corridor is a vital artery through the town, and I think we've recognized that the Salem to Lake Ridge piece internally makes the most sense. There's definitely been decisions made through the Medallion development by this council through the Section 37 agreements for the park and the timing of the units and the improvements to the roadway and the improvements within that community, plus with the increased warehousing development along the Salem Road, Kerrison Drive, and Audley Road, Highway 2 corridors in this part of East Ajax. We feel that, the Salem to Lake Ridge piece makes the most sense, and it has timing commitments tied to it. Not to say that the other components of Roslyn aren't as important. It's just there's a sooner need for these elements of Roslyn to be improved in order to support the development along this segment of the corridor.
And respectfully, Mr. Romanowski, respectfully, I've heard Medallion mentioned more than one time. Medallion doesn't vote. I have to represent what the ward wants. So I'll ask again to the chair, when is the best time? Because if we bring this forward now in this future budget for 2024, and we put the cart ahead of the horse, at what point in time will this come before council that I can express the displeasure with this decision for the constituents of Ward 2? When will I be given that opportunity if moving forward in the near future? Because this will go out to tender. We all know that when things go out to tender, it takes months for it to be accepted. So if we approve this budget today, does this go out to a tender immediately? And then you see my thought process here? I see Miss Valentine with her hand
It's
up as well.
2024 it's not going out immediately. It's 2024 in the budget, the forecast budget. Mr. Romanowski or Mr. Meredith, can you answer the question, please?
Yeah, we're really nowhere near a tendering process at this point in time. As I mentioned, we are initiating a detailed design process that'll probably take 2 years. Then we're probably another 2 years to do land acquisition and utility relocation. We would be tendering in probably 2026 for the construction of the next segment of Salem Road.
Okay.
So
and
that's
when
okay.
Land,
you've answered the question.
And when would
Dave.
land
Nancy?
acquisition take place?
Nancy, no. You have
what?
until 20. He's answered your question. You have till 2026 to do whatever you need to do politically to let people know you don't like the sequence. Let's move on.
It's not, sorry, Chair. That's
No.
that's disrespectful to me.
I'm not being
Yes,
disrespectful.
you
but
are,
we're
because
moving
it's
on.
not about me and what I don't like.
We're moving on. You
It's
asked
about
how
what
long
my
you had to
ward.
voice your
So I'm
concerns
asking,
and your constituents, and you've been answered. So move on, please.
that was disrespectful.
Well, you have avenues for that.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have anything further?
Yes, I asked about the land requisition and when it would take place. I was told about the tender. I'm asking about the land requisition.
through the chair to Councillor Henry, we would, like I say, be doing the bulk of the design this year and in mid to late 2024. And that would roughly be the time frame when we would start to look at a land acquisition process to acquire the necessary land. So I would say 2024.
And when will the study be coming before council?
The detailed design, well, we're probably going to be awarding the detailed design. You're going to see that probably in the March or April General Government Committee meeting. So council's going to see that contract award for design. And then, like I say, we're probably once we've got advanced the design or the preliminary design to a significant state, then probably about a year to a year and a half after that, council would see a design presented to them.
Thank you, Mr. Meredith.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Okay, he did give those answers at least once, maybe twice before. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you.
You're next.
So this portion of road that's being discussed is paid for through DC charges, correct? And DC charges are, yeah, DC charges are part of the reason why we don't offload this to the region is because they want to swap out Westney Road, and we can't use our DC charges to widen Westney, correct? That is correct, right? So this section has always, I think even before the current widening where it is right now, has always been discussed that we would be jumping over Westney to go to Salem and go out to Lake Ridge, because that's where the growth is happening currently, and to use the DC charges where the growth is currently happening, correct?
Well, the DC charges would be, through the chair, the DC charges, or sorry, DC funding would be used for growth-related infrastructure that's listed in our DC background study. And
Right,
Roslyn,
and that is the growth area on Roslyn Road currently, correct?
yes,
Yeah, we have maybe one development from Westney to Harwood and Salem that's actually has been stalled several times now. I think it's 105 Roslyn. That's the only piece of property that is actually looked to be developed along that entire section. So like I'm entirely comfortable with the way the process is working, because I believe that it's the proper way to widen the road. Although it does seem backwards, it's the right way to do it, because that's where the growth is, and certainly is where the bog is. As far as the residents, I mean, there's lots of design factors we talked about when Medallion was presenting to us around exit entries from that whole development. I mean, Councillor Lee lives right there. So I'm entirely comfortable with the way things are suggested here. And I mean, there's nothing stopping any councillor for stating their dislike for anything. We do it all the time. It's a normal thing for us. So I don't really think there's an identified time when you can say you don't like something. But for me, and my understanding of the process and the money being used, this is the right way to do it. Thank you.
Anything further on page 39? Okay, seeing none. Get to my page here, page 40. Oops. Anything on page 40? Nope, 41. 41, there's nothing in 23. Again, these are rehabs. Page 42. Councillor Crawford.
When you start talking about signal traffic light replacements, I always thought that was regional responsibility. When did it become us? Sorry. Did I miss something?
I think that part's always us, but they're the ones that put them in for us. But Mr. Meredith?
I didn't realize that. Sorry.
Sorry, what item is this?
Well, it's kind of the whole
traffic
maintenance
signalization.
Thank you.
Maintenance thing there. Yeah.
I think we have to pay for it, but the region's contractors do it. But Mr. Meredith, can you correct me if I'm wrong?
Oh, so it's like sidewalks.
Yeah, and street lights.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, for the most part, where it's at a regional intersection, the region assumes those responsibilities and costs. But over the life of the town's growth, there's unwarranted signals right under the region's.
Okay.
So if they're unwarranted signals, then under the policy, they're considered a town responsibility. So we've got roughly, I was going to say, I guess, but in the 20 range of signals that are at sort of regional and local, or local and local road intersections that we assume the maintenance costs and then the asset replacement costs, because they're not deemed to fit the region's warrant. So
that makes
that's what we're
sense.
responsible for. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. We pay for it, and we say we want it in, even though they say no, you shouldn't need it.
Correct.
Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. Anything further on page 42? No, 43, which is the second last one, I think. No. Anything on 43? 44. Road network, bridges, culverts. Just quickly on studies, municipal bridge inspections, 21,500 this year. Wasn't this done through the asset allocation study? Didn't we look at all these bridges, culverts, roads, sidewalks?
So with respect to bridges and culverts, it is a legislated requirement for municipalities to inspect on a biannual basis their bridges and culverts over a certain span. So that's why you'll see this every 2 years. It is a legislated requirement.
Okay, that's fine. Anything else on 44? Oh, 45. I just want to ask about the waterfront rain garden construction of 420,000. It's listed in a new project in 2019, but I've already pointed out we have a waterfront management update for 150,000 in 2024. And I guess my question is, should that not be done before we go ahead with more work for stormwater management, basically?
Yeah, I can answer that question. So we had previously completed the design for these rain gardens some time ago. And, this capital project, the construction has been pushed out a couple of times already. So we're sitting on that design right now. And, we knew that there was, a potential for larger plans down at the waterfront with respect to parking and lake driveway and exactly what it may or may not look like in the future. So we strategically put those rain gardens in places where they could allow for future trail connections across lake driveway to the waterfront to happen, or in areas where we wouldn't expect potential lay-by parking. So, we, without having a design, we incorporated what we thought would be part of that future design. So we're confident that what we have now will fit with whatever comes out of future design recommendations for the waterfront there.
Okay, but again, this has been put off. I guess my question to ask someone, I think it was Councilor Lee said earlier, why now? I mean, we're going to go through this other, we've got the shoreline erosion study happening. We've got a lot of things. That area between Finley and Bartlett is what, 300-400 feet from the road to the water. I mean, there's a lot of grass to absorb the rain there. And we have a pretty tight capital budget. So I guess I'm just wondering, if we've put it off, why are we going to go ahead with it now before we're going to do this waterfront study next year?
Diane?
Mr. Mayor, if I can just jump in.
Is it DC funded?
It is, well, it's CCBF, Canada
Gas tax
Benefit Fund, yes.
So we have to spend it or lose it?
We do have to spend it within 5 years, yes.
Done. Okay, moving on. Anything further on 45? No. Okay. 46, which is the last page, and nothing in 2023 except for the stormwater maintenance 100,000. Excellent. So that concludes our capital budget. Ms. Valentin, do you have an update with the amendments, or will that come later? The amendments that we've made.
Yes. Julie has just sent it off to clerks to show on the screen.
And I guess we'll need a motion to approve the capital budget as amended. Councilor Tyler Moran, saw your hand.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Cooper.
I apologize for interrupting. I just want to confirm from Jason and our clerk's team that we don't have any registrants to speak.
Oh, yes, thank you.
And then I will pull up the motion in just a moment.
Do you have any
No, there are no
delegations?
requests to speak.
Okay. Yeah, told you, very, very thorough. Let's wait for the motion.
Or they all fell asleep.
I prefer to think thorough. We asked every question. Okay. So the motion moved by Councilor Tyler Moran that the following 2023 general levy funded reserve allocations be approved. Building maintenance, election, post build out, development, strategic initiatives, road maintenance, general infrastructure maintenance, vehicle and equipment for a total of $6,117,500. And that the 2023 capital budget in the amount of $28,670,900 be approved as amended. And that revenue collected from the new stormwater user fee and the estimated amounts of $26,700, been a long day, $2,670,000 be transferred to the stormwater maintenance reserve, and that the 2024 to 2032 long-range capital forecast be received for information. Any other questions or anybody wish to speak on the motion?
Record a vote, please.
Record a vote. I'll just say thank you so much to staff. Thanks, Dan, and all department heads and CAO Baker. I know how much goes into this, and it's a very difficult process, and you can start the 2024 next week. Sorry, did I see? Oh, Marilyn, go ahead. Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to staff. I mean, I know I know we don't all have to say thank you, but I think that, you know, you put up with a lot of questions, and you know, and we do take this budget very seriously. This is 90% of it is not ours. Well, I mean, it's taxpayers' money. So, you know, we do take it very seriously, and we really appreciate you answering all of our questions and putting up with us. Thank you.
Sorry, if I could just make a modification before Councillor Lee jumps in.
Yeah, I was just noticing the election
Should be 113,300, or yes. Thank you, sorry.
How come those two are just reversed? The other ones have been adjusted internally?
It was a typo on our side.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Councillor Lee, you're next.
Yeah, Chair. I mean, I'm sure we'll say this during the operating as well, but like, I just want to remind people that we are the equivalent of like a large scale business where we have, you know, I mentioned, I asked the director of finance, we have over 400 full-time employees. We have contracted staff. We have unionized staff. We have, you know, 28 million is not a number we take lightly by any means, which is why we spent over, you know, 6.5 hours just dealing with the capital, and we'll probably take just as long dealing with the operating as well. So it's important to us. We, you know, we're all very fiscally minded, bottom line focused council, and I very much appreciate the time. You know, it was hard, but I appreciate the questions and the time we all put in and all the time staff put in. So that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Further, Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you. Just as the mover, I want to say again, repeating what others are saying, but it's important to me that staff hear it from my mouth, that we really respect your positions. I know what it's like to work on something for a long time and, you know, have a group of people come in and start sort of handpicking things that they don't like. You know, we're always trying to be as responsible as we can in our positions. And I know that people are at home watching, and, you know, it all matters. But thank you so much for the job you do. And I know that you've got your heart and mind set on doing the right thing. And don't ever think that I think any differently than that, even if we're questioning certain things.
Okay. Further. Being none. Oh, Councillor Henry, sorry.
Yes, I just wanted to say again to staff, especially senior staff that have spent the last couple months walking me through different projects, taking the time to answer emails. Very much appreciated. Even though if I give some pushback on some issues, it doesn't mean I don't appreciate all the hard work you've done, and I really do. And for those at home that might question, I'm just going to go back to this about the staff and work, the remodeling that's been pushed forward in this budget. If you've spent any time in the CEO's office and seen how people are working, you'd understand right quickly. They are on top of each other, and they really do need this to go forward. Thank you.
Okay. Further. Mr. Clerk, recorded vote been called by Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Regional Councillor Lee.
In favor.
Councillor Bauer.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Crawford.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Dyes. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
She's mouthing in favor.
In favor.
But you're muted.
Counselor Henry,
In favor.
Counselor Tyler Morin,
In favor.
Mayor Collier.
In favor.
That is unanimous.
In favor.
There you go. All right, it is 3:04. Let's take a break till 3:20 and we'll start on the operating.
Thank you. See you then.
We should really considering splitting these up, is all I'm saying.
Normally we do, but the election, we couldn't do it
And we are live.
Okay. Ms. Valentin, would you like to kick it off as 6.2.1?
Yes, thank you very much. So let me just share my screen. Maybe it's this one. Okay. Didn't like that. Sorry, bear with me.
Who are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is Nancy off screen? Are you on the call?
All right.
She's on the call.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. We got everybody.
There we go. Slideshow. Someone to help me here. Just a moment. I'm having technical difficulties here.
Well, if it'll help, I'm perfectly willing to move the budget as is.
Okay. Sorry. I'm getting
I'm not joking. Motion on the floor. So
no. Okay, sorry.
I think everybody still thinks I'm joking.
Yeah, I'm not lying. So I will.
Where's my?
I have questions. Is the only issue. I have no
Well,
problem.
no, you can ask all the questions.
Yeah,
you
let's
want.
see the presentation.
Ask all the questions you want. I'm just saying I'm willing to move it as is.
That it?
Yeah, but lush.
Sorry, one moment. Can't get it to show up on my screen. Okay. Okay, here we go. Thank you for your patience. So this afternoon, I'm presenting to you the 2023 operating budget. We'll go through briefly speak to the budget process, review the budget document, and then answer any questions that council may have. The items that inform the operating budget include various things that are identified on this slide here. Economic indicators, new development that's coming into the town, legislation, inflation, master plans and strategies, risk mitigation, various policies, council's asks, the public, and various items from staff. The operating budget framework, the town is required by provincial law to have a balanced budget where our revenues are equal to our expenditures. To balance the budget, the town can either increase its revenue stream through raised property taxes and fees or reduce the levels of service. Our operating budget consists of 9 departments listed, identified here on the screen, as well as the library grant. The operating budget overview is money is spent on the day-to-day expenses for programs and service delivery. And these include things like roads and sidewalk maintenance, including winter control, recreation, parks, trails, and waterfront maintenance, emergency services, library services, grass cutting and boulevard maintenance, the bylaw and animal services and enforcement, as well as information technology. The economic impacts and other considerations that were brought into this budget included the rampant inflation that we've been experiencing. So the consumer price index for December year-over-year was about 6.3%. This is slightly different from our calculated municipal price index, which was calculated in September. And that value of 4.3 was used within our to increase our fees and user charges. But the inflation that we've been experiencing are resulting in higher energy costs, including fuel and utilities, higher service costs due to public health measures, and we've been experiencing supply chain disruptions and specialized labor shortages. The operating impacts and pressures on this operating budget include labor agreements and salaries and associated costs, the contract increases that resulted in more than inflation. One specifically was the Ontario One call. Annualization of 2022 council decisions, which included 12 business cases, as well as the 20 new firefighters that were hired. We're also proposing to bring back the removal of the one-time stabilization reserve draw. Other pressures that we're feeling is the continuation of our migration to Office 365, annual renewal of various IT maintenance subscriptions. And continuing on there, we're seeing that there have been identified reduced revenues this year as well for planning and development. And that happens throughout the year or throughout various years, as it depends on building projections as to what kind of development that we'll receive and the revenues that we receive annually. Within this budget as well, we've taken down the recreation programming revenue primarily due to pool closure. So some of the items that have on the revenue side have been increased to help lower the tax rate. Included, as I mentioned, the MPI of 4.3%, the user fees and charges. We've recognized a $410,000 increase. We're budgeting an increase in our investment income of $300,000. We've increased our penalty and interest by $200,000. And we always look at the gapping of our full-time staff. We do budget for full-time staff, for our staffing to be here the full year, but we do know that there is turnover, and within, as a result of that turnover, new positions are not hired immediately. So there is gapping. So we do review that on a regular basis, and we've been able to increase the gapping for in-year vacancies this year as well by $165,000. The public health reserve. So in 2021, the town received money through the Safe Restart and COVID funding. We've been utilizing this funding source to help transition the town into the new normal, to have hybrid work situation, and to support the municipality for lower revenues earned as a result of facility closures. We do expect to have a minimal balance remaining at the end of 2022. And we have identified some of the uses in 2023, including a soft phone upgrade for queue calls, electronic signatures, IT resources to streamline additional technological and records data management projects, and software costs and subscriptions enabling hybrid work models. This operating budget also includes various business cases, including 30 new staff, boreholes and geotechnological reporting, recreation facilities, contracted security. Within the business case column on our spreadsheet in the budget document also includes that new 2% infrastructure levy, as well as the removal of the stormwater expenditures from the tax base and it being replaced with the stormwater fee, money coming in from the stormwater reserve. Again, I'll just speak briefly to this as we had discussed this earlier in the day. The new stormwater fee, the impact on the residential tax bill is going to be a $48 flat fee per household. This is basically a $15 reduction in the tax base. So if we had done it through assessment, it likely would have been more of the $60 per household instead of the $48. So really it's a net increase to the residential homeowner of $33 per year. This will enable the town to collect $2.67 million in funds to support both the operating and the capital programs. And this fee additionally will be increased annually with our MPI, similar to other user fees. So as written in my report, Bill 23 is a hot topic right now across all municipalities, all across all of Ontario. Various impacts that municipalities are anticipating having to replace revenue that was previously received from developers. So for 2023, I've not built anything with regards to Bill 23 in this operating budget. There are a couple of reasons for that. The regulations have not yet been released by the province, identifying clear definitions for affordable or attainable housing And the land types to be exempt from this development charge have not been identified at this time. As part of Bill 23, the province is requiring that a DC charge is phased in over a 5-year period. However, this does not currently apply to the town because we have an existing bylaw. So staff did not feel that it was in the best interest right now to put any, identify any revenue required to fund amounts because we're not really sure what the impact will be to the town. So moving forward, we will be tracking and we'll be tracking the impacts that the town is going to be incurring, and we'll bring forward that in future budgets. So as far as operating expenditures by source, we can see that of our budget, 57% is allocated to wages and benefits, 13% allocated to reserves, and then it's split between the various other sections. Operating revenue by source is identified here. 80% of the town's revenue is collected through property taxation, 9% through user fees, and we've got about 5% from planning fees. The operating budget includes items. So this table identifies the changes year over year from last year's budget to the 2023 budget. This is helping to, this includes everything that we're proposing to come forward in today's budget. The expenditures and revenue increases, the new business cases are identified, the new 2% infrastructure levy, and the removal of the stormwater. It amounts to $87.884 million. That is offset slightly by supplementary taxes and payments in lieu. The residential tax bill is split 3 different ways. So the town collects 100% of the tax bill, but allocates 55% of the money we collect to the region, and 40% goes to the province for education. Our base budget includes inflationary increases, one-time changes, growth-related changes, new and other impacts. And as I spoke to earlier, we're replenishing the draw from the stabilization reserve that was done in 2022. And again, we've taken out the assessment growth and increase in our payments in lieu to come up to a net amount that we need to collect on the base budget of $4.666 million. Along with that $4.666 million, we'll have our business cases, the infrastructure levy, and removal of the stormwater from the tax base. That will be funded from our new stormwater. The tax rate impact to the tax rate impact shown in this table here is 3% for town portion, approximately 2.74 for the regional portion based on the information that they've put forward. They have not completed their budget at this point, but they're still working, but that's the target that they had identified. And the estimated property tax bill on an average assessed home of $491,000 would be about $26 per month, but the town portion is $13.74 per month. So that's my presentation, Mr. Mayor. Again, we'll be reviewing the budget document, and we'll be coming forward on February 27th for council ratification. So we'll look to answer any questions or comments that council have. Thank you.
Okay. I've moved the budget as is, so it's on the floor. We can ask questions now on the report, and then we'll go page by page through the budget itself. Councillor Tyler Moore, I see your hand. Thank you,
Mr. Mayor, and thank you. I know it's your job, Director Valentin, but I know that you and your team really work hard on this, and it's greatly appreciated. So if I can go back to page 16 in your presentation there, and it says that the town's portion is 80% as far as residents, I should say, as part of this operating budget. Is that correct, as far as revenues? Page 16, I believe, right there. Is that correct? So when we're talking about collecting taxes, that means coming from the residents is 80%, correct?
Correct.
Is
So-
that not a marked improvement? Isn't that, like, since I've been here, it's been 86, 87%? Is this,
I think it's typically about the same. I think the 85 or 86 that you're perhaps thinking about is the residential versus non-residential split.
right, which this isn't exactly.
This is the revenue that we're collecting in total to support our budget.
Okay. And
through you, Mr. Mayor, if I really need to jump in there.
Thank you, Mr. Vick.
Before Director Valentin actually started here, as council is aware, one of the mandates that they gave me as the new CAO was to increase non-tax revenue, and that was absolutely something that we embarked on in our first, second, third year, and we still continue to do that. So you are absolutely correct. The portion of taxation revenues has definitely been steadily going down as we continue to find non-tax revenue. But it generally is or has been around, you know, the 80 to 90% since I've been here. But we continue to look for non-tax revenue to ease the tax burden for sure.
Excellent.
Sorry, Diane, I had to get it there. It's been
It's good. And I really hope to see the Tostitos, what did Sterling said, yeah.
Tostitos Recreation Center.
That one, anyways, more seriously, so we have a $26 per month on average increase for residents, of which TOA is about half of that. Ish, correct?
Yes.
Town of Ajax is, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions at this time.
Okay, any other questions before we go on to the spec sheets? Okay, hearing and seeing none, move on to, where is this? I guess we'll start on page 12, which is sort of the overview, all departments. And before we start, I wonder if Ms. Vasler is still here to answer the library question that I had asked, because it's on this sheet.
Yes, to the mayor.
I know you are.
I'm still here. The library has not closed our 2022 year end. However, I am happy to give you a forecasted surplus. So we are estimating that we will have a surplus of $352,000. This is primarily driven through personnel costs due to the fact that we were closed on Mondays until June of 2022. Just in COVID recovery and labor market shortages, but subsequently we are back at full capacity and running our full hours.
Okay, and just refresh my memory on the reserve policy. I don't remember, what is the threshold that gets returned to the town that stays in the reserve?
Anything over $250,000 will be returned to the town of Ajax to be used at their sole discretion, to be used at council's sole discretion, and anything less than that 250 can be allocated by the library board to reserves or to the town's library capital account that is held with you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I'll open it up to questions on the overview of all budgets by driver, all departments. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the first question might come to you, actually. There's mention of the HMS trip for D-Day, and in light of all these economic pressures, is that trip still happening or no?
No, I will not be attending that in May. I have not let them know yet, so I guess I better make that call
Surprise.
Right after this meeting.
Yes, I apologize if I put you in an awkward position.
It is an important trip. It's just, I just felt that, you know, it just wasn't the right time to be doing
Oh,
that.
no, I fully agree. On page 23 and the finance overview, I guess my question to the Director of Finance is, how does the size of our full-time finance team compare to other municipalities?
Sorry, I'm just going to ask the mayor if we want to jump back up to go department by department or.
Well, yeah, that was my intent. I didn't realize you were going to jump ahead to finance.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was still like the overview because we didn't actually get to the business cases yet.
Well, they're gonna. Okay.
No. We can do it by department for sure. I'm good with that too.
Generally go by department, but you're right. That means the business cases are left to the end.
Right.
Which they're
Okay,
all
cool.
included in, they're all included in the overview. So do we want to start with the business cases? General consensus?
Sure.
All right, let's do that. I'm fine with them. You go ahead, pull any
Thank
ones
you,
you want
Chair.
and ask questions.
Well, I'll go back to the fine, just in general, Diane, how big is your department relative to like other like size municipalities?
Currently, right now, we have full-time complement of 26 individuals, which includes the procurement section, tax, and budgets and accounting. Looking at similar municipalities, we're a little bit low compared to some of like the Oshawa. I think Whitby has a little bit higher. Clarington also, I think they're a little bit in line, but they don't have payroll where we also have payroll. We are a little bit understaffed with regards to everybody does their manages their departments a little bit differently. So the town of Ajax, we have budget contacts that are actually embedded into the departments and support them on a regular basis to go through a lot of the financial impacts of things, working all the time with their budgets. So they're embedded with those departments, and with the other departments growing so much, we have not grown in the finance department.
Right.
We actually had 3 new staff in the last 12 years, but we continue to support the growth across the organization.
And, you know, the town of Ajax, as well as the town of Ajax, the corporation, have grown exponentially for the past 12 years, it's fair to say. Okay,
Yes.
great. Sorry, Chair, just to clarify, did you want to bring up business case by business case and then we then comment on it?
That's fine by me.
Okay, I will wait till we go one by one then.
Why
Well,
don't we
actually, you know what?
just-
I actually have a question on the digital, so I'll start then.
Why don't you go ahead with the digital
Yeah.
graphic designer?
Great. So currently we have this budgeted at 115,200. Whereas, you know, you can look at Indeed or any kind of job placement, and, you know, generally they go for about 80,000. So I'm just wondering, how do we get to the total of $115,200?
Yes, through the chair, I could speak to this to Councillor Lee. So the 115,000 that you're seeing there is not the staff salary. That number includes things such as benefits, as well as software and hardware that would need to be included. So the actual salary is estimated at the end of their pay band to be at 80,500. And that is based on similar other exempt positions within the town, i.e. other graphic designers and other municipalities. The salary also reflects current pay of the contract position.
That is very helpful, because you looking at this, you would think it's like 25% more than that, but no, that absolutely makes sense. So those are all my questions on the first position. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any other questions on the first business plan? Nope, let's go to the second. And yeah, that includes, I believe, the employer portion of EI, CPP, all those things. Okay, labor relations specialist. Questions, Councillor Lee.
I think this goes to HR then. So are we currently contracting out a labor relations specialist? I think the answer is yes. But then, so relatively cost to making this a full-time position, how much are we paying a year for contracting that out?
Okay, we do not currently contract out labor relations. So I currently have a senior labor relations advisor who is responsible for all of the labor relations throughout the town. So that's for both full-time and part-time. We do on occasion refer to our outside legal counsel when we have matters that are significant in nature or matters that are going forward through to arbitration. But that is it. We don't contract it out currently.
Okay. And then are we still managing our own payroll, or do we contract out payroll?
Payroll is in-house. It's in the finance department, and we do contract that out. That's correct.
So overall, you know, it's in the business case, but just ultimately, by making this kind of like a full-time position, we feel we will see savings annually versus you know, to the alternative service approach of contracting out. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you're asking, because as I said, we're not contracting out our labor relations.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I understand what the councilor's asking. Yes, that would be absolutely the case. There is no really alternative here. You know, this was one of the positions, you know, as we've mentioned before, and council's aware, you know, we start debating about the operating, well, both budgets, but the operating budget, you know, well before Christmas, and all of these business cases, many business cases come before the senior management team, and we debate them. And it's about a corporate discussion amongst the senior management team and what we believe as a group to be the priorities of the corporation as a whole. This one position actually received a lot of support from other department heads, specifically those that manage QP staff and fire staff, because you know, we're constantly dealing with, you know, labor relations grievances and negotiations and so on. So we either need a full-time position, or we're going to need to contract it out, and it's definitely more expensive to contract it out, to answer your question.
Thank you. That was the softball I thought I was throwing. So that is exactly the answer I thought it was going to be. So thank you very much for that response.
Okay, further? Okay, on the next one. This one we have basically already approved by approving the capital. Because it's contingent. If we approve the capital, we need to have people to staff. Questions? Okay, next. Financial analyst. Questions on the senior financial analyst. Okay. Moving on to the next senior financial analyst. Diane's breathing a big sigh of relief here. Next one, financial analyst for development. I would just ask a very quick question. So we're bringing on a lot of staff now, and this applies more to planning than to anything, because we have a lot of planning now. And this might apply to all departments at some point. Once we get closer to grow out and we have mostly infill and we don't have as much stuff going through, we're looking at hiring people, we're not contracting people, because this is, I think, more than 10 years out. But what would be the plan then? Because we're building our force.
I can try and jump in here. Obviously, we would review the staffing requirements on a regular basis. There's always new legislation that seems to be hitting us from all different sides. So it's hard to speak to what may be down the road. We know where we are now. What we're predicting is it's not going to, the volume of work right now and the requirements is not in the short term going to go away, which is why we're looking for these full-time positions.
Right. And if it was short term, I would be suggesting we go contract. But are these union positions? Are they exempt?
In finance, the current ones right now are all exempt, but
All
there's
exempt.
a combination of them throughout the budget document.
Okay. Mr. Romanowski?
Through the chair, to himself, I would just say that, I mean, build out, build up, intensification and densification development is way more complex than greenfield development. Doesn't reduce the amount of development, it's just developing in a different way, using the spaces and infrastructure differently. Planning doesn't stop once we build that last building on that property. It recycles itself. Uses change, the trends change, land uses change. So I think, having somebody dedicated in the finance area to support my department on this financial side of things is very important to ensure that we keep that flow going properly.
Well, let me rephrase that a little bit. We have a lot of development and we have a lot of growth, therefore we're developing, or we're creating a lot of planning fees, a lot of new taxes, a lot of development charges. So this is what we need to keep up with that growth.
Correct.
Okay, anything on financial analyst development? No, moving on to budget supervisor. Questions? Okay, business system analyst. Finance. Oh, accounting clerk. This is a conversion from part to full-time. Okay, summer student. Why don't we just get a whole whack of summer students? Good. Councilor Crawford.
I was just wondering, with under the summer student, can we get, does the government still give a grant for like summer students and stuff? Can we get that paid under that?
Through the chair, there is an opportunity and we have applied. There's no guarantee that we would get that funding. And the grants do not provide 100% funding for it either. It's around 50% funding, but definitely we would try.
Okay, thank you.
Just further to that, some municipalities to our west have a apprenticeship program that I think I mentioned to staff. I haven't seen anything on it yet. Is that something we've looked at? Recruiting people right out of college, university, interning with the town, and then moving on to full-time? Oh, there's a person I mentioned it to.
Yes, through the chair, Mayor, it is on the list for discussion at the strategic plan session.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, anything further on summer students? No, moving on to bylaw services associate. Waterfront support. Glad to see that our waterfront program has been expanding and our parking and it's doing well. I think somewhere down at the bottom here, it talks about an extra 100,000 in revenue or something. Councilor Crawford?
I'm not against it. I'm just saying, is it because the program has expanded or like what is the can you expand on? That's probably in there and I didn't read it. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Cooper.
So just tell me out loud why you want it.
It's in there.
Sure, yeah. So there's just two pieces in this business case. The first one is admin support. And I mean, this would be the bylaw services associate. This is the permanent full-time position. And I have to say, if there's any position that we're proposing that is so well justified by data, it's this one. This is related to call volumes on our queues that have been just rising and rising as we've implemented proactive parking enforcement and the waterfront program. We just can't hit our service levels on the queues anymore and respond to emails in, the timely manner that our residents would expect. So that's what the first position is for. The second one is an additional MLEO as part of the waterfront MLEO team that we have. We cycle them so that we have one in the office at all times to be approving permits in real time, so that when people are on their phone signing up for permits in real time along the waterfront, they can get their approval really quickly so that they can go enjoy that amenity. And so we cycle the officers in through the office, get a break from the sun, they're in their uniforms, and we're just adding one to that contingent to keep that process moving smoothly. These positions pay for themselves. They generate lots of revenue through ticketing and other enforcement. So
that's good. That's great. That's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Non-tax revenue. Okay, further? No, next HRMS business solution specialist. Councillor Lee.
So back to the payroll question, because it kind of ties in. Surely there must be a cheaper way to do payroll. And is that built into like this whole HRMS? I know that's more capital, but I guess now that there'll be a business solution specialist, will this solution specialist find efficiencies of ways we can possibly make our human resources whole thing more efficient and more cost efficient as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can answer that.
Oh, you muted. Just
go ahead, Shane.
Sorry. Actually, we just completed the core services review for the finance department. And one of the specific asks that I asked the consultant to look at was whether or not, firstly, it was feasible and something that we should be doing in contracting out our payroll function. And actually, it was interesting because when I first started talking to the consultants, which are Grant Thornton, they said that, many private businesses contract out payroll and including their own business. However, after looking at our business and determining what the best solution would be, they said it would be best to keep it in-house at this time.
Okay, that answers the question. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, further on this position? Next, IT and GIS strategic plans. Seeing no hands. Part-time to full-time administration. Full-time training officer. Nope. Business analyst, CityWorks. Okay. Environmental services worker, maintenance. Okay, environmental service. Which one is this? This is special events. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. So this is actually two positions, if I'm not mistaken, two FTEs that we're approving. I guess my question is, part of the business case is that we're unable to kind of maintain a certain quality from these students and seasonals that we hire. I get bringing one on board, but have we offered just like, is it a compensation point of view? Like if we offer a lot more money, like almost equivalent to what a full-time worker is, but minus the the benefits, for example, like couldn't we get a pretty good quality person? And again, this is without knowing the hiring situation, but I just feel like part of the hiring issues that a lot of businesses are facing right now is just we're not offering enough money. Whereas it looks like we can offer a pretty decent hourly wage for maybe one of them, but still reduce our overall impact because we wouldn't pay benefits, for example.
Mr. Meredith?
So a couple of things. So when we were looking at the costs here for the weekends, there's actually 4 ESWs that are replacing 4 seasonal employees. The way that equates to in the $235,000 is the difference between those costs. I guess a couple of things as it relates to seasonal employees. They are governed under the collective agreement. So under the collective agreement, they are, I guess the wages are defined, right? Because it's a percentage of a full-time ESW. So essentially they make 80% of an ESW. So that's collectively bargained, and there are certain benefits that they do receive in that regard. Based on the last couple of years, we've had significant challenges hiring for these seasonal roles and seasonal positions within the department. And in some ways, thankfully, the last couple of years, we've not had the same number, the same volume of events that we've had on weekends because we have not had seasonals necessarily filling those roles or positions. So we've been understaffed on weekends in many respects. So part of the plan was, it's really twofold. One of the things that has changed is through this last round of collective bargaining was the hours of work that we were able to negotiate with CUPE now gives us the ability to hire full-time staff to work weekends, whereas we didn't have that ability or that opportunity before. So that was sort of one of our main elements that we negotiated through this last round so that we could have full-time staff that we could schedule on weekends, that we could schedule in evenings during the spring and summer, which we were never able to do before. Before it would have to be offered as overtime, and overtime was strictly voluntary. So even if we asked and offered overtime opportunities, the employee could still say no. So we were really limited in terms of our operational efficiencies. So things have changed, which has now allowed us, and the collective agreement has now allowed us to consider full-time employment on weekends where that was never the case before.
Yep, that is completely makes sense. I missed that connection in my mind. Just last question. This one's what is the 5,000 and other operating costs? What would that represent? So you have 235,000 and then
I think I can answer that. I think that is the onboarding costs of uniforms, boots, training that would be required for new positions.
Got it. Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Anything further? I just wanted to expand a little bit on that, Mr. Meredith. Did you say that the 240,000 is the difference between what we pay now and what this new will cost?
Correct. So we have 4 seasonal employees that would be, I don't know, say roughly $25,000. I'm ballparking here, I'm averaging. So that was about 100,000. Then we've got about, with benefits, we get in around that 90,000 for each ESW. So in that $360,000 range, plus the $5,000 for operating costs. So that's essentially the difference between the full-time and the seasonal staff.
Okay, that was my question I had, is what do we pay currently?
Yeah. So it's roughly 20. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. What about things like, and I know you get sick of me bringing up the showmobile all the time, but I'm still gonna. There's been many community groups, whatever, that want to use it. Each time I bring it up, it's not available because we don't have, because of the collective agreement, staff can't work weekends. And you always need an AV tech. So will this affect that? Because I hate having this piece of equipment that we can't use.
It's recreation.
So
recreation.
Typically right now, we typically coordinate it with recreation services in terms of the use of that for community events. So you're right. We did in the past rent the showmobile out, and we had some challenges in terms of protecting our investment. So we'd made the decision probably 7 or 8 years ago, or actually when we purchased the new showmobile, to ensure that it supported town events and that we weren't going to, I guess, deteriorate the showmobile at a quicker rate than it should. And it's held up, and it's been proven to be the right approach in terms of protecting our asset. It still is in very good condition, and it's still our desire to continue down that same path.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Let's assume I know what we're talking about, but if anyone else who doesn't know what we're talking about, what are we talking about right now?
The showmobile is like our portable stage that used to use for home week, jazz festival, a lot of other different things that we stopped using for public events. But I always still think we should use it for public events because we bought it with tax dollars.
Thank you. Again, I knew, but just for everyone else who might not know.
So, Mr. Meredith, given that, I mean, back to my question, now that we assume this business case gets approved and we no longer have the collective agreement restrictions for weekends, will that allow more flexibility should we want to start, for instance, allowing that piece of equipment for more weekend opportunities?
I think that's something that I'd be prepared to take away from this discussion today and identify and see if there are opportunities for that. So I just want to have further discussions with staff before formally commenting. But I think it's something that I could definitely take back to staff and have that conversation.
Be prepared for that at the strat plan.
Okay.
Okay. Further on this item? No? Okay, moving on. Operations technologist.
I have nothing on this, but can you enlarge the screen, please?
There you go. Councilor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. My question was, there's reference to like customer service / engagement complaints. And so I'm just wondering, like, in terms of this role, what sort of customer engagement complaints could we be receiving?
Probably the most significant, as referenced within this business case, is the fact that we will be administering directly the sidewalk contract. The sidewalk contract, people may not appreciate the level of citizen engagement that involves. So as you can appreciate, when we are repairing sidewalks for the better part of 7 to 8 months, the amount of customer interaction that takes place, whether it's with damaged lawns or damage to driveways and so forth, there's a number of issues that arise on a daily basis that requires a high degree of customer service in terms of managing that portfolio. So it is significant. It's something that we feel with a full-time employee, based on the level of service that's been provided in the past by a contracted service, that we would do a much better job in engaging with our residents. And that's probably the strongest connection that the position would have from a customer service perspective, but it is daily for about 7 to 8 months a year.
Okay, and now we're gonna have a direct point of contact for these customers to deal with, and to air their grievances, so to speak. Correct?
Yep. Quite often, we'll hire a contractor to do the work, but then when there are calls or inquiries that do come in, we're generally going back to a contracted service to follow up with a contractor. It's not a very good from a customer service standpoint, whereas if it's our staff that are supporting the contract directly, there's more ownership and accountability from a town perspective. So we see this as being a benefit from a customer service perspective.
Okay, that's important. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Councillor Crawford.
Of all the positions, I am thankful for this one. We had a whole area like Brennan, I think it was last summer, where people would come home and couldn't get into their driveways because they had dug right out into the road, and oh my gosh, it was a mess. Anyway, so I'm very happy for this position. Would they also look after snow issues, or when you're not doing sidewalks, or is that a whole different portfolio?
It's all under the operation wing. So what this position will allow is, sort of the further dedication of resources to support winter control as well in the off season. So whether it's this position directly, there will be resources that will be, as they currently are, available to support the program as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, further on this position? No. Crossing guard supervisor. You do volunteering? I saw Councillor Crawford first and Councillor Lee.
Yeah, I support the position. I'm just curious. A few years ago, we had an issue with a shortage of crossing guards. Have we caught up to date on that, or just curious?
We have not. We have run short on crossing guards generally between 20 and 25% over the past year. We're also without a current crossing guard supervisor. So we've been without a crossing guard supervisor for, in excess of 6 months.
Oh my, okay.
As a part-time position, it has been almost impossible to recruit for. When we look at all of our neighboring municipalities and best practices, they're all full-time positions. So we're not competitive in terms of what we offer from a pay or a permanent position perspective. So it really is to get the position in line with what the expectations are. A key component, as you can appreciate, is the recruitment side of crossing guards as well. So although we do have what I would deem to be a significant gap or vacancy in our crossing guard portfolio, our hope is that we would be able to bridge or reduce that gap by having committed full-time individual taking that on as part of their portfolio.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lee, then Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Is this a position that should be paid for by the school board or the province? Like, have municipalities always been responsible for crossing guards?
I think it's a Highway Traffic Act. I ask the same question all the time. But
okay, is that the answer or what?
Yeah, there is an agreement. I don't know the form of the agreement in terms of that takes place, but obligates the municipalities to bear the cost for the crossing guard portfolio. So yes. I agree with you, Regional Councillor Lee, but unfortunately, this is common practice across the province of Ontario.
Yeah, we gotta change that, or at least get some money for it. So you mentioned neighboring municipalities. I noticed specifically Pickering is not on your list. So I was just wondering, what is Pickering doing in this case? Do we know?
Pickering contracts the service out.
And for us, the price, again, very valid. The price of contracting out is still more expensive than making this a full-time position.
So we did look at this a couple of years ago in-house, and the cost to deliver it externally through a contracted service is significantly higher than what it would be based on the program that we currently offer. That's why the majority of municipalities do it directly themselves, because the cost of contracting it out is significant.
fair enough. One day I'll get that number from you because I am very curious about that. But okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Councillor Henry, you're next.
The position of the supervisor for the crossing guards, does that also, I'm just trying to read this here, does that also in their job description, they would have to fill in if somebody didn't show up for duty that day? That's part of their position, is that correct?
Well, they would have the ability to do that, but the way the system is set up is we typically have 4 rover guards as well. So the rovers have the ability to fill in on a day-to-day basis. So what would happen is the crossing guard supervisor would reallocate potentially crossing guards or rovers to priority locations sort of as needed. So there is an internal process that they would manage, but not necessarily perform the crossing guard function. On an exception, they may, but that wouldn't necessarily be part of their day-to-day responsibility.
But it would be in their job description, correct? Like if the rovers weren't available, then they would be required to fill in.
They would have the ability to fill in. What we also do, Councillor Henry, is although it's not common practice, at certain times of the year, we have used other operations staff to fill in as a crossing guard, although that has not been the common practice in recent years, but we do have that ability if required.
Other operating staff? Such as?
Within our department, we have in the past, as an example, I would say it's not common practice now, but in the past, I'll use like our ESWs as an example. But depending on what they're dealing with in a given situation, if we're dealing with a winter event or winter storm, that's going to be their priority. But there are or have been in the past opportunities where they have had to fill in on an emergency basis.
So even more so need for this position than I think your staff would agree. Is this a unionized position?
No, it would not be.
No, okay. That's my question. Thank you.
Yep. Anything further on the crossing guard supervisor? No. Fleet and inventory supervisor. Councillor Lee.
This is my last question for the rest of it too, by the way. So a big part of this role is dealing with the execution of the Green Fleet strategy, right? If I read that correctly. But according to our capital, like we're not going to be finished the Green Fleet strategy until the end of 2023. So should this position not be something we push to early 2024? Like correct anything I said wrong there, please.
Actually, the fleet portfolio is probably one of the ones that's grown the largest within our department over the last several years. And it'll actually be the fleet manager that would provide the direct oversight on strategic initiatives supporting fleet, such as the Green Fleet strategy, the asset management plan. You know, as we move down and embark on the GPS and dash cam delivery and so forth, that is going to be more the role of the fleet manager. This position is really intended to free up and create the capacity to deliver the day-to-day support for fleet. So overseeing and providing direction to all of the mechanics, providing the support for all the contracted services that support fleet services as well. And it's really related more to the day-to-day delivery and priority setting for work within the fleet section.
So even if we were to like remove this and put it in place for 2024, that in a sense what you're saying is for the fleet manager be an overwhelmingly amount of tasks for him to, or for them to do in a structured way, I guess.
100% agree.
Okay. That was emphatic, Dave. Do you see your eyes there?
Okay. First job.
Sorry, no, I didn't.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
The first job can be to fill out all the detail sheets for the next year's capital budget. There you go. Anything further? Nope. Contract administrator. Capital projects. Anyone? No. Okay. Borehole and geotech reporting. Councillor Crawford.
Is this a position that we have in the past contracted out? And are you suggesting we have a geotechnical guy hired or girl?
This is
Meredith?
this is expressed as a business case, but it's expressed as a service as opposed to a staffing resource. So essentially what we're trying to do is identify within our operating budget a dollar value that we'd retain a contractor to do the geotechnical analysis. So in advance of our road resurfacing or major reconstruction projects, major trail works. With a lot of the new legislation, even with the excess soil management legislation that's come on board, we're trying to do our geotechnical work in advance, and we're trying to capture dollars and incorporate them within our operating budget. So our infrastructure and asset management group has the funds to do that advanced work before the year or two before the actual capital project.
So still a contract position.
It's still a contracted service, correct?
Okay, so it's because it's quite a unique kind of job, right? There's not a lot of them around.
Correct, and we wouldn't have the volume to hire a full-time body to
Right.
do that work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything further on this position or this application? Nope. Customer service. Nope, this is conversion, part-time to full-time. Part-time facility booking person. No, I just have a quick one to Chris, Director Vita. Just, we haven't built any new facilities. We haven't done any expansions. We have reduced recreation revenues, but obviously more use for the rooms. 2 people not able to keep up. I thought Wanda had left. I thought this might have been a replacement.
No, to Mayor Collier, we have 2 full-time positions currently in facility booking, and we're unable to keep up with the demand currently. Since Audley Recreation Center opened the community hall, that hall has been booked nearly every weekend. We find that the request for information based on the particular amenities for Audley Recreation Center and the time it's taking to go back and forth with customers is extremely time consuming for staff. Furthermore, we've seen huge growth in the usage of most of our satellite facilities. Currently, both Rotary and Carruthers, I believe, are booked till June, at least at this point in time. And staff are typically coming into 100 and 120 emails per day with inquiries on renting our facilities.
Part of this position is providing after-hours service, which surprised me. I didn't know that we did that, and I don't know that that's something we really want to break the seal on and start doing.
So currently, right now, in the evenings and the weekends, any facility booking related inquiries are directed to our customer service staff at the front desks. Unfortunately, they don't always have the correct information or as fulsome information as the specialists who work in facility booking. So it would be our intent that this position could cover some hours over the weekends and the evenings. We find that we have a lot of customers, and particularly at ARC, coming in at those times looking for information on bookings, and we're not really able to satisfy that demand at this point in time. So we're hoping this position will help us provide a higher level of service.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just happy that they're being booked and we're generating more non-tax revenue. That's great. Councillor Henry, you were first.
I'd just like to say that I agree with everything that Chris just said, 100%, because I've had to contact him a few times on bookings that weren't getting through, and they were taking days and days and days to no fault of staff whatsoever. They were overwhelmed. So 100%, I think that this position is most definitely needed.
Yeah, Councillor Crawford.
I'm very happy to hear that our satellite our locations are being booked, and perhaps we should have approved those roofs being done. Did we do that? I can't remember in the last budget. If we
Yes, they are approved.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chris. I have no problem with this.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair. In regards to this new hire, through you to Mr. Vita, could we maybe anticipate that this will generate more revenue because we have this? We're able to process more and get these places filled up more, or is it just a question of we're maxed out as it is and we need help?
I mean, I think to your question, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Tyler Morin, I think it's a little bit of both. I think, you know, when we've got such a backlog, and as Councillor Henry, you know, very accurately referenced, we have such a backlog in response to get back to customers, we do run the risk of having them go elsewhere for their facility bookings and things like that. And when they do so, obviously we lose out on that revenue. So the faster we can address customers' inquiries and get those facilities rented, yes, we would expect we would see, you know, further rentals in all of our facilities.
Okay, good to hear that. Better customer service, thus maybe more sales, thus more income. Thank you. Just processing.
Anything further on the facility booking representative? No. Recreation, I can't read that. And facilities contracted security. Questions? My only question was, it's a big number. It's a big increase in service level. Like some places like the Memorial Outdoor Pool, there isn't any, and we're going to what, 52 hours a week or something. So it's a significant service level. We have a roving contractor that we hire service that does our parks throughout the week. My only question is, why would we not be looking at a roving service rather than having, like, I feel sorry for the guy that sits in McLean Center behind his plexiglass on his phone, because I mean, there's nothing happening there.
Mm-hmm.
So would that not be a more economical way to do it? Have a roving group that can go where there's a problem, if there's a problem, within 5 minutes.
Yeah, to you, Mayor Collier, if I'm being totally honest, I think the request of staff for the additional security probably would be higher than what we've requested right now, but we really tried to scrutinize and evaluate this additional service to ensure it was as budget conscious as possible. And I understand that it is still continued to be a high number. During the pandemic, we increased security services throughout our facilities, our community centers, as well as some specific satellite locations, as you know, Pat Bailey Square, as well as the outdoor pool. These were in response to COVID provisions at the time, but also due to an increased number of instances that staff are seeing as they're working at our buildings. We've seen multiple fights. This is a regular occurrence we see within our facilities. Drug use. We've had customers flipping tables and chairs and acting aggressively. Bailey Square had a premeditated fight with hundreds of teenagers recently. We're finding that staff, unfortunately, don't have the training and resources to deal with, you know, some of these safety issues that they're seeing on site within our community centers.
Okay, fair enough. And we certainly don't want that. I just didn't know it was that big of a problem, because it is a significant increase. So just wondered. That's all for me. Councillor Henry and then Councillor Lee.
I think I'm becoming Chris's biggest cheerleader here. So I concur with everything he said and what I've witnessed recently, spending more time touring town facilities and library, the main library, even town hall. I think this is a valid ask, and that it's needed. And I don't want to pass by what's happening in some areas of Toronto. I know we're Ajax, but I think that we can see some value in this, some really good value. And I think for staff, and speaking with staff, as I have in the last 2 weeks, I think they would be very happy to see some more security around facilities, different town structures.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, I think she's done. Through the chair, I guess my question is, this is different than the contracted library security, correct? Because I believe the library has their own contracted security as well, correct?
Yeah, through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, same service provider, however, different officers, different level of service they'd be providing. Yes.
And I guess between you and the Clio, is there not some overlap where we can, like the ARC one, where the library is literally connected to the community center, to like reduce either on one side or the other, where we can kind of cover both? Or it's we truly need them on each side of the ARC, for example?
I'll through the mayor to regional council Lee, I'll leave the security needs at the library for Sarah Vasler to respond to. However, as I understand it, the security that we have both at the McLean Community Center and Audley Recreation Center include patrols of the library. And in fact, responses to situations at the library, particularly at the Audley Recreation Center, comprise significant time of the security officer up there.
That's correct. Through the mayor to regional councillor Lee, just in support of that statement, we do not find at this time that the library requires its own security presence in our Audley branch and the McLean branch, and recreation is happy to partner with us and lend security assistance when needed.
Okay, that's great. That's what we want to hear. It's a unfortunate byproduct of a growing community, especially where we're seeing more instances of violence, unfortunately, at our community centers. But anything to keep our staff and patrons safe should be a priority for us. So completely understand. Thank you.
Okay. Questions, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. I support this, but I did have a question because I remember at one point we talked about the expectation of what security officers are expected to do or what they can do for us. So I'm just wondering, is this more physical presence of security guards just to make people feel like deter bad behavior and make people feel safer? Or is there actual, like you mentioned, the fighting at Pat Bailey Square? Would that be something where they would jump in, or is this they call police?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bauer, I appreciate that question. I think it's both of those situations that you're discussing. One, hopefully by having the presence of security, it does act as a deterrent, and we have seen that being the case. The security officers are regularly patrolling both inside and outside of our facilities, and the security officers, unfortunately, yeah, they have also had to get physically involved in some instances at our facilities. I was reading a report recently that actually came from the 14-year-old girl who was assaulted by another teenager as she was attending public skating. And in her report, she specifically identified that it was our security officer that was pulling the assaultant off of her and help protect her from further harm. So yeah, it's both to answer your question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Further?
Not for me.
Okay. Moving along to recreation. What do we have? Program supervisor. This is a conversion from part-time to full-time. Okay, festival and events coordinator. Councillor Henry.
So this is through the chair to Chris, this is a new position, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, that is a new position. However, we did receive approval to hire a contract position for the role in 2022. And just to give you a little history, because this would be before your time on council, this was a position that was approved through our budget process several years ago. And we did not move through with the hiring due to the pandemic and the cancellation of our events. So this is really a re-entry of the position back into the budget post-COVID.
Excellent. I from everything I've seen, well, first of all, your department does a wonderful job when it comes to events. So, congratulations. But from everything I've seen, you do need some help. So 100%. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Mechanical plans examiner. No, design technician. And you probably like the next one, energy and sustainability coordinator. Just a quick question. I mean, we hired 2 Jades, I think. One in operations and one in planning. Is this sort of an addition to that? Because I looked and the current energy and sustainability supervisor just only seems to have 1 report. And I don't know. I don't like seeing managers with 1 report.
Through the chair to the chair. This is energy and sustainability coordinator. This is underneath the manager of sustainability, Cameron Richardson. This is in addition to the environmental planner that was also part of the approvals last year. This is building the sustainability portfolio within the planning and development services section. This also, and Mr. Richardson's on the phone, and Mr. Meredith also can speak to this, but this is kind of a position that works within P&D, but liaises with the operations department as well.
Yeah.
So this is building on the huge work plan, and it is a needed position in order to build and support the work plan that Mr. Richardson's put together and is presented yearly to this council on all those environmental and sustainable initiatives. So they're integral. This position's integral in the delivery of that. Cam, Richardson's on the line. I didn't know if Cam wanted to add anything to the explanation.
Thanks, Mr. Romanowski. I'll just add that the position that was formerly in operations, the sustainability coordinator, is no longer there. All of those duties and work plan items were transferred over to P&D at the time under my work plan. And any work like tree planting initiatives, adopt a park, those types of events were absorbed by existing staff within operations. So currently it's on our energy and climate, or sorry, our sustainability and climate change team. We have myself as a supervisor, the environmental planner that was hired in December 2022 to focus on our Ajax Green Standard implementation. This would be that next full-time position in that team.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Cam, anything further? Energy and sustainability. Okay, we must be getting near the bottom. I can't read off the screen there.
That's it.
The last one, Mr. Mayor.
That's it. Very good. Okay, let's move back up to page 19. I believe it was page 19. Let me just go back.
No, that's there. Oh.
Nope.
Oh, keep going up. One more. Up.
Okay, is 19, no, what's the overview page?
13.
13. Here we go. So we had, oh shoot, where were we?
Or did you want to see the departmental summary? Mr.
Okay,
Mayor?
so we've got budget by driver.
Correct.
Let's just stay on this page for a minute and go to, I think Council Lee has already asked about mayor and council. Is there any further on the mayor and council budget? And we can go there if we need to. Nope. Okay. Office of the CAO. Questions to that budget piece?
Mr. Mayor, do you want us to move through the document, or do you want us to?
You can, if you can do it easier than me. I'm sort of working 2 screens here. So if you're able to do it on your end, that would be helpful. I can't really see the screen because I've got all of council in front of, so I can see them.
Thank you. That is helpful.
Okay. Finance.
Sorry, what page are we on here?
29.
You're now on 29.
20.
Okay. Non-departmental. Page 31. Here's where the biggest change I think we had on this was municipal grants and subsidies that got moved to CAO. So just a reallocation. Next one, legislative and information services. Lots of questions on this one. No. Page 38 for those following. No, okay. Fire and emergency services. Page 43. Okay. Operations and environmental services. 47. Councillor Henry?
Have to mute you and go back to it. So we're on page 43, right? So
47.
oh, can I go back to 43? I'm sorry,
43.
I'm working two screens here.
That's okay.
So 43, one-time purchases under $10,000.
Right.
I have a business, so I kind of understand this, but I still want to speak to it because, well, I want someone else to speak to it because I want to make sure I'm understanding what this is exactly. Can I get a
Okay.
department head to speak to this, please?
Yep, Mr. Burridge is here. What's your question?
I just want to clarify what would fall under one-time
Okay.
purchases of $10,000.
Chief Burridge, can you
Through the
give
chair
some
to,
examples?
through the chair to Councillor Henry. So when you're looking at one-time purchases under $10,000, specifically where you'll see an increase this year is the bunker gear costs for our new recruit firefighters. We've ordered a lot of that gear for the class that just started in November, but that gear hasn't arrived. We also have a large variety of bunker gear that is expiring this year in 2023. Each firefighter has 2 sets of bunker gear. We buy them approximately 5 years apart. And this year, a large amount is coming up to expiration. That's some of the big ticket items. Other smaller items that you have is replacement of fitness equipment, PA amps for the stations, replacement of furniture, items such as that.
And none of this can be fit into another part of the budget moving forward, instead of like, you know, for the people at home that would look at this and go, well, $10,000 one-time purchases, that seems like a lot, right? When, as you've explained, it really doesn't when you add it up, but there's no other way to budget this.
Generally speaking, if it's above $10,000 for certain things, that's where we'll get into, it goes into the capital budget. Whereas if it's capital under 10, it goes through the operating budget.
Got it. Understood.
Councillor
Thank
Henry,
you.
each department head has the authorization to spend up to a certain amount without having to go to the next level.
Yes.
Right. So that would be that 10,000, I believe.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay. For anything further on fire budget? No, moving right along, operations and environmental services, page 47. My screen over so I can't see everybody. There we go. Now I got it. Okay. Recreation and culture. 49. Planning and developmental services. Ajax Public Library.
Sorry, can we go back to environmental services, page 51?
I think it was planning and developmental services, was it?
I don't know.
No, okay. Sorry, environmental services, go ahead.
Line item contracted services. Can someone speak to that?
Mr. Meredith?
So from a contracted services perspective, the majority of it is our urban forestry group. So that would be all of our block street tree pruning, our stumping programs, tree planting are all covered under our contracted service. So that would be a large extent of it. And then we've got a number of smaller day-to-day contracts, whether it's relating to irrigation or walkway lighting, playgrounds. There's a number of different contracts, graffiti and vandalism, or sorry, graffiti removal. So there's a blend of multiple contracted services that are embedded within this line item.
Did you mention tree pruning in there?
I did.
I thought that was under the arborists.
The arborists are under environmental services.
Sorry, I meant in-house in arborists. This is contracted.
So the majority of our block street tree pruning is contracted. Our arborists, they will do pruning, but they're more one-off and they're more responsive to individual residents. Our arborists deal mostly with work orders and provide customer service support to residents. But the larger volumes of blocks where you're doing multiple streets are contracted out, and they're both, some of them they are required to climb, some of them they can do from the ground, but it is something that is contracted. So it's split.
And this is not something we want to bring in-house?
We have that too.
I know, in addition, like, we don't want to add more in-house as opposed to this contract service?
Well, Dave, one other thing that we had the big derecho last year, major tree devastation. Would that fall under here as well?
That wood is a one-time cost, and
Yeah.
we did report on that sort of previously to council. There was roughly, I think, just over $500,000 in contracted services, not necessarily part of this. It's not part of our operating budget. But it is additional costs whereby we would engage in a contracted service.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yep. Further on environmental. Don't forget beavers, Dave. Okay, moving on to. Huh? You were thinking it. Do we do recreation culture? Yes. Planning development services. We did environmental. Sorry, planning and development services. Page 78. Nope. Okay. Library. Page 83. So total before assessment growth was 79 point, sorry, for 2023 requested budget was 85.046 million. Then we have the assessment growth, total after assessment growth, 83,243,600. Add in the business cases, final budget, 86,081,800.
You're not on library anymore. You're at the summary, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we finished library. Nobody had any questions.
The screen was still on library, so just the numbers were not adding up to what you were saying. So I just want to make
No,
sure.
I was looking at my other screen, so I didn't notice.
Very good.
So at this point, if council doesn't have any further questions, it's again, public question answer period. Does any member of the public, has anybody registered to speak? To the clerks?
Mayor Collier, they have not.
Okay. So the motion is on the floor. I think there
Recorded
was,
vote, please.
Pardon?
Recorded, please.
Yeah, of course. We'll just get the resolution on the screen. I just want to speak to it quickly. And everybody else, if they like to speak to it as well. So that the 2023 net operating budget in the amount of 87,884,200 be approved, and the amount of 86,081,800 be set as a general tax levy for 2023. I moved it. I'll just speak to it quickly. You probably noticed I didn't ask anywhere near as many questions on this. That's because it is what it is. The cost to run the town is the cost to run the town. So we don't have anywhere near the flexibility on this. I recognize that we, especially through COVID, we've got a bit of catch up to do in some of our staffing. We are increasing our level of service in many different ways with this budget. And if anybody gets any questions from staff, from the public on it, they're going to see the results of a lot of these things that we've done through here, as well as I think people are much more understanding of the costs living in an environment of 8-point-something% inflation. I mean, you just need to go fill your car up with gas at one point. It's down a bit now, but it's very easy to see what these costs are, whether it's for groceries, whatever, everything else. We don't have a CPI, we have an MPI. And we have those same costs, not to mention collective agreements and everything else. So that is expressed through this budget. I think it is a responsible budget. It is not a significant increase to the average taxpayer. I think it's $13.74 a month on the average, which is I don't think out of line for all of the different things we're doing, as well as the significant increases in services that we're putting through here, including the 2% asset management reserve, including our stormwater reserve, which we have to do. And next year, I mean, if we don't do this now, and we have to do it next year we're going to have all the Bill 23 and Bill 109 and any other things that we might have that are outside of our control. So I think we have to do the responsible thing now. We know that waiting doesn't get any cheaper. We know everything is getting more expensive, and we can see that very clearly in our capital budget. So if we don't do it this year, it's going to be more next year. So I think this is the responsible thing to do. I just want to thank all of staff for all of your hard work today. I know I can be a little critical sometimes, not the easiest to get along with, but appreciate your patience and tolerance sometimes. CAO Baker, thank you as well, and to everybody else. And I will turn it over to Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Well said. I think this is my 5th budget as a councillor, and I was most worried about this one out of all of them because of the price that you've already spoken about, how much a head of lettuce costs, how much gas costs. And I thought, where is this going to sit for our residents? Because I know they hold us at a high level and they expect us to try and increase services and try and keep the costs low. And I swear I'm not patting ourselves on the back, but I'm really happy with what staff did here. I think that what we're going back to the residents with is reasonable, it's responsible, and it means that we have to keep working hard like we did over the last 6 months working on this, and that goes to staff, the truth be told. I just want to say thank you so much to staff for curbing my worries, and great job. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Without a doubt, thanks go to staff and senior management for putting forth a very responsible budget. Literally the day after we were all elected, the provincial government set very ambitious targets, from housing to just growth, and we need to prepare ourselves for that sudden growth. We did that, a few meetings ago with our MZOs. There'll be plenty more of those discussions, and at the end of the day, we need a team to be able to manage all the work that comes with that. I think we have a population of almost 130,000, and so it's a customer base of 130,000. And I think the ask to provide to what the mayor is saying of increased services across the board. And we asked the questions. We spent the past 7 hours and 30 minutes asking questions, ensuring that we couldn't, get blood out of that stone. We asked if, all these positions are necessary, and a lot of them, they'd be more expensive for us. The work has to be done one way or the other. And what staff was saying was if we contracted, it would have been more expensive. So, sorry, this cat's in the way. I just want to say again, thank you to our staff. And if anyone has any questions from the public, this council here will absolutely represent those interests, and we'll absolutely stand behind the budget put forth today. So thank you, everybody.
Well, it's very smooth cat removal, Councillor Lee. Councillor Henry.
Yes, a couple of weeks ago, myself, the mayor, and Regional Councillor Lee had a conversation, and jokingly the mayor said, and what kind of tax increase would you like to see? And I said, zero, get out the red pen, zero. But in reality, that is not reality. I could have walked in and said, let's just cut this, bring it down to nothing. But the service level you would get, again, would be very bad. Staff is overworked. They do need more staff on site. How do I know this? Because I come in the back door, sit there for an hour, work in an office before staff knows I'm there. I get to see what's going on and promptly showing up at locations and seeing, how things are operating, having the meetings with the directors over the last couple months, all the questions I've asked, the many, many questions, hours. And when Councillor Lee said 7 hours today or 7+ hours today, that's nothing compared to all of council and the questions we've asked in the last 2 weeks with emails about the budget and looking for ways to cut things. And realistically, cutting things, the residents would have not been happy. Honestly, they would have not. So keeping it down to the lowest percentage that could have been done, much appreciated as my first budget. Although, you know, a lot of this stuff was put in before I even got here. Next budget will more reflect me. But Ms. Valentine's department, Director Valentine's department, I should say, excellent job. Much appreciated everything you've done. They really, truly do work hard over there. And if there's any questions to the public, people are more than welcome to call, email, and I'll answer them. Thank you.
You, Councillor Dice.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I want to congratulate staff and your teams and all the departments for the hard work you've done today. It's much appreciated. You've really kept the doors open and things going through some very, very difficult times. And I know it's been challenging, and we do recognize that and we do appreciate that. So thank you.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Yes, I echo the sentiment of all of council. Thank you, Director Valentin. Thank you to all staff, all directors. It is not an easy job for you to put all of that work and review and review and review, and then bring it back to us to nitpick it apart. So I appreciate that. And I just want to say, you know, this is my second term as councillor, and the three words that I use in my speeches are always about, I commit to serving Ajax honestly, passionately, and responsibly. And I think today's budget process, we all did that, and we put the work in, and we put out an honest, passionate, responsible budget. So thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you. And last but not least, Councillor Crawford.
Well, being the last person to speak, there's not really much more to say except for ditto. So thank you very much. I know that there's been a lot of work, and I look forward to our new improved services over the next year. That's what I look forward to. Thank you.
Okay, I think everybody has spoken. I wrap it up with three things. One, Diane, to you and your team, great job. I didn't sing you out as much before, but just amazing. And I'm sure you'll have a much better sleep tonight than probably last night. To Councillor Lee, you brought up the development, the aggressive move we did with regards to the MZOs. I hope the province agrees with us, because that's how we're going to be developing a lot of those planning and development and taxes, which are going to help take the pressure off. And I like to use the Amazon building. That one building alone was about 1.7 million, I think, Diane, was our piece of it, which represents almost 2% that we didn't have to go back to the taxpayers for our budget last year. So that's very important. And finally, the strategic plan is coming up. So things like Councillor Henry, you said, next budget may better reflect you. Well, that will really reflect our ideas and our direction of this new term of council, because many of the decisions we made today were based on decisions we made last year and were annualized. So we'll be able to sort of tweak that a little bit and put our personal touches on it at the strategic plan. So bring your thoughts and ideas, and we'll look forward to that happening. With that, Mr. Clerk, I think Councillor Lee's called for a recorded vote.
That is correct. Regional Councillor Lee.
In favor.
Councillor Bauer.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Crawford.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Dyes.
In favor.
Councillor Henry.
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Morin.
In favor.
Mayor Collier.
In favor, and that is unanimous. CEO Baker, you came on the screen. Did you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to text you and ask you if I could say something. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to all members of council for all of your words of appreciation and thanks. And I'm sure that staff, it was very well received. This is a long, arduous process. We start back in in November or October, and scrutinize, do a good hard work to scrutinize the budget, so we bring forward as reasonable a budget as possible while still trying to meet all the needs of the organization, which it obviously seems by your your commentary today, that you understand that. So that's much appreciated. But I also wanted to say that staff at the town very much appreciate council's support as we try and move all of these initiatives forward. Especially in this particular budget, the stormwater fee and the infrastructure levy are huge, significant positive milestones in the history of Ajax. I know there are a lot of municipalities, especially in Durham. I mean, there's a lot of municipalities in the province that already do these things, but I think we're going to be the first in Durham that have actually taken that step to be financially sustainable and responsible in that area. And there's a lot that are looking at us to see how this played out. So we want to thank you for your support in those areas and the budget as a whole. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Okay, I need Director Valentin.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo what CEO Baker said and thank all of council and all of staff. I didn't do this on my own by any means. It takes a village, and everyone helped participate. So I wanted to acknowledge that and thank council and CEO Baker's direction as well.
Excellent. I need a mover to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Crawford. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everyone.